You on the car. Mhm. 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 morning, sir. DOJ probably feels they've been treated now. This is embarrassing for them to go into court, be prepared for trial, and suddenly for them to say, oh, never mind, we're not doing this anymore. That's actually very embarrassing for the department, in addition to the fact of how they've already messed this case up all along. And so I'm not saying that they won't get there, but I don't think it's just going to be a smooth path for the next few minutes or so. I think this is going to be a back and forth for the next 2 hours.
I want to bring in John Yu on this. John, if you have a question or something you'd like to add with Terry, please feel free to talk to her.
Oh, well, Terry, what possible issues would you appeal? That's the thing that's puzzling to me.
Right.
Is why not just plead guilty and hope to get a good deal? This idea of preserving issues for appeal doesn't really make any sense to me.
Makes no sense at all, and frankly, I thought all along it was insane not for him to plead guilty at the very beginning. Either you pay your taxes or you don't. It's really that simple, and as Emily mentioned, people hate paying taxes. They hate even more the guy that gets away with not paying his taxes. And you know what they hate even more than that? The guy that gets a get out of jail free card from his dad, who happens to be in the United States, because nobody else in America has that. It is like the most unsympathetic situation that one can create, both in the court of public opinion and the court of law. So none of this has made any sense. And so he should have pled guilty the second the fact. But again, as Martha mentioned earlier, he loves the drama.
Can I hug the microphone one more time? This tax evasion, right? So isn't it the case that this is not over for Hunter either? Unless he gets a full spectrum pardon, not even a commutation, but a pardon, he could still be investigated for all the other things he's allegedly done too, right?
Well, that's true, but I think the issue there is that I think there's a high possibility the statute of limitations is run. There was reporting some years ago that he was being investigated by the department for FARA violations for not registering as a foreign agent as he was gallivanting around the world lobbying for foreign countries and not, telling the government that he was doing so. But there's a statute of limitations on that. Unless it continues to be an ongoing situation, like as if in other words, if he was continuing to do that right now for the same company. And so that could have passed, and that is an easy, I think, way that DOJ could have nailed it if they wanted to, and yet it seems that they didn't, which is, also an open question as to why they didn't pursue that.
Yeah, I mean, try to get in the mind of Hunter Biden. Good luck with that. Carrie Yvonne, thank you so much. Wanted to get some closing comments on this from you, Emily.
Well, just as well the concept that, when you are a defendant in a large tax evasion case, you have multiple phases of attorneys. And your trial attorneys are different than your pre-trial attorneys that are different than the ones that communicated in the first case and the like. And I have no doubt that given the volume of resources available to Hunter Biden, obviously we knew his attorney by name the whole time, but the reality is the teams are different because it's a different skill set. And the notion and concept that it's perhaps a large surprise to the upper leadership at the DOJ seems to me that it might underscore a potential lack of communication. And I wonder now at what level did the Alfred plea wasn't accepted, and at what level where that we might possibly get the message that that was unacceptable, that was actually not on you to be able to accept. So I wonder if that perhaps gets more fleshed out, we will see perhaps that reverberating throughout the prosecutorial team.
Okay, now you got my attention. Now I know there's more to come. All right, we're going to get to this breaking news. We knew it was coming, and now it's happening. Former President Donald Trump giving remarks at the Economic Club of New York. Let's watch together.
We saved the economy. We rescued tens of millions of jobs. And after COVID, I handed Kamala and Joe the fastest and strongest recovery ever recorded. Nothing even close. With 1.4% inflation, the 30-year mortgage rate was at 2.4%, and the highest stock market in history. This is despite the pandemic. Today, I handed them back the highest stock market to date after having just suffered with the rest of the world a pandemic, the likes of which nobody had ever seen before. We did an incredible job, and remember, far more people died of COVID under Biden-Harris than under President Trump. Many, many more people. We delivered an economic miracle, which Kamala and Joe turned into an economic disaster, just like they turned the border and indeed the whole world into a catastrophic surrender. Starting on day one, Kamala launched a war on American energy and orchestrated a nation-wrecking border invasion. Aliens pouring in from countries all over the world. They came in from countries that nobody ever heard the name of that country. Those countries, from their prisons and jails, there is a difference. From mental institutions and insane asylums, as well as record numbers of terrorists, human traffickers, and sex traffickers. Numbers that we've never seen before taking place over the last 3.5 years. Then Kamala cast the deciding votes on trillions of dollars in wasteful spending, which together with their terrible energy policies gave us the worst inflation perhaps in the history of our country. Nearly 2/3 of the jobs created under the Harris-Biden administration were bounce-back jobs. Bounce back. They were bounce-back jobs that I handed them from before the pandemic. This happens with pandemics. You have bounce-back jobs. The pandemic comes and it goes, and those people go back to their jobs. And just last week, Joe Biden admitted that on social media. I don't know if he knew what he admitted, but that's what it said. I wonder who drew it. Perhaps that person is no longer employed by the Democrats. But right now, it's even worse than that. With Kamala Harris's policies, 3 million workers are now missing from the job force compared to 2020. 3 million workers, it's a lot. Over 500,000 fewer people have full-time jobs today than just 1 year ago. And 100% of the net job creation in the past year has gone to illegal migrants. Think of that. 100% of the jobs created under this administration has gone to illegal migrants that came into our country. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris formed the worst presidency and vice presidency by far in the history of our country. This election will decide whether we reward Kamala Harris with re-election and 4 more years of crime, economic calamity, and international humiliation, or whether we change that direction and once again bring the greatest economy in the history of the world, which we had during the Trump administration. Kamala Harris is the first major party nominee in American history who fundamentally rejects freedom and embraces Marxism, communism, and fascism. You learn about this, you find out nobody knew who she was. Just a few months ago, they didn't know who she was. She's promising communist price controls, wealth confiscation, energy annihilation, reparations, the largest tax increase ever imposed, and mass amnesty and citizenship for tens of millions of migrants who will consume trillions of dollars in federal benefits and destroy Social Security and Medicare. They will be destroyed. They're already putting an end to your Social Security, Medicare rolls. I am promising low taxes, low regulations, low energy costs, low interest rates, secure borders, low crime, and surging incomes for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. My plan will rapidly defeat inflation, bring down prices, and reignite explosive growth. Kamala Harris will take more money out of American pockets. My plan will make the federal government thousands of dollars. First, I will end Kamala Harris's anti-energy crusade and implement a policy of energy abundance, energy independence, and even energy dominance. We have more gold under our feet than any other country, including Russia and Saudi Arabia. My plan will cut energy prices in half, or more than that, within 12 months of taking office. It will be economic revival of our country like no one has ever seen before. Energy was what caused the problem initially. energy is going to bring us back. That means we're going down. And gasoline below $2 a gallon, bring down the price of everything from electricity rates to groceries, airfares, housing costs. That's why OPEC and the Arab nations, I'm very honored to have some of my friends here with us today from that part of the world. But they're working very hard despite being here, that I not be your president. They don't like me. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris can't bring down the price of anything because her energy policies are driving up the cost of everything. Everything is up, way up. Starting on day one, Harris and Biden opened up the Russian pipeline called Nord Stream 2, which nobody had ever heard of until I got involved. And said, what about Nord Stream 2? Nobody knew what I was talking about. Longest pipeline in the world, Russian pipeline. But I had it closed. It was shut down. Putin was not happy. We shut it down. They came along and the Keystone XL pipeline was shut down by them. So they shut down the Keystone. They immediately gave Russia the right to start rebuilding the Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline they've ever seen. We re-entered the horribly unfair to the United States through them when they came back. Paris Climate Accord, so unfair to us. We paid trillions of dollars. Other countries pay nothing. As soon as we came back, we went back into it. I got us out of it and reduced the federal lands available for drilling by 80%. If I was president, oil production today would be 4 times higher than it is right now. Would have been 4 times higher. Right now, we'll be doing 4 times as much. And remember, we had ANWR, perhaps the largest drilling site in the world in Alaska, which everybody wanted to get approved, but they weren't able to do it. Ronald Reagan fought so hard to get ANWR, couldn't do it. And it was easier in those days than it is today with all of the environmental concerns. But they came in the first few days in office, they terminated ANWR, amazingly. Biggest drilling site, we think, in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Texas. We got it, and they terminated it. Under the EPA's so-called power plant rule, more than 50 power plants have been shut down since she took office, and virtually all coal-fired power plants will be shuttered next couple of years, setting the stage for a catastrophic energy shortfall, which we already have, that will make inflation far worse than it has ever been. They want to close down our power plants, and we don't have power already to address this dire energy crisis that Kamala and Joe have created. I will immediately issue a national emergency declaration to achieve massive increase in domestic energy supply. The electricity is desperately needed for AI. AI controversial, but we got to be the top of it. And we would need, hard to believe, twice the electricity that we currently have right now for everything in order to be dominant. And China is already building massive electricity producing plants. We haven't even thought about it. We will think about it, and I'll get it done on an emergent basis. So we'll be the leader in AI and every other form of technology. With these sweeping authorities, we will blast through every bureaucratic hurdle to issue rapid approvals for new drilling, new pipelines, new refineries, new power plants, new electric plants, and reactors of all types. Prices will fall immediately in anticipation of this tremendous supply that we can create rather quickly, and we'll be the leader instead of the laggard. Second, to further defeat inflation, my plan will terminate the Green New Deal, which I call the Green New Scam. Greatest scam in history, probably. A $10 trillion scam that we wasted. We throw like throwing money right out the window. It actually sets us back as opposed to moves us forward. And rescind all unspent funds under the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, which the Democrats agreed after it was approved that it wasn't for that purpose, it was for other purposes like giveaways. Kamala spent $7.5 billion to build 8 charging stations. Think of a charging station like a fuel pump with electricity coming out of it. 8 charging stations in the Midwest for electric vehicles cost billions and billions of dollars. 7.5 billion, they think, but the costs are still going, and 3 of them don't work, never will, probably. Other than that, it's worked out quite well. I will end the electric vehicle mandate, stop the appalling waste, and save taxpayers an estimated $1 trillion. Third, I will launch a historic campaign to liberate our economy from crippling regulation. My first term, I pledged to cut 2 old regulations for every 1 new regulation, and we did much better than that, as I've said. Yet over the past 4 years, Kamala has added $6,300 a year in regulatory costs onto the backs of the typical American family. Think of that. To stop this onslaught and lower prices, I'm pledging today that in this term, we will eliminate a minimum of 10 old regulations for every 1 new regulation. We'll be able to do that quite easily, actually. And instead of attacking industries of the future, we will embrace them, including making America the world capital for crypto and Bitcoin. Fourth, at the suggestion of Elon Musk, who has given me his complete and total endorsement. That's nice. He's a smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. It's very, very much appreciated. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. Need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'd be a good one to do it. But he's agreed to do it. In 2022, fraud and improper payments alone cost taxpayers an estimated hundreds of billions of dollars. As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months. This will save trillions of dollars, trillions. It's massive. For the same service that you have right now, trillions of dollars is wasted, gone, and nobody knows where it went. Further taming inflation and bringing prices way down. The 5th pillar of my plan is to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. They are massive tax cuts, biggest ever, permanent. And to cut taxes even more, and we will have no tax on tips, something which they copied 4 weeks after I said it. She got up and said, no tax on tips. I said, I just said that. She is actually copying a lot of my plan. In fact, we're going to send her a maggot sometime in the next week. We're having a special one there. But we also know she doesn't mean it. She's going to stick with what her life has been about. And also, no tax on Social Security benefits. People on Social Security have been wiped out by inflation, and now on top of it, we tax their benefits. We're not going to tax their benefits. We have so many different ways of making so much money. This country, the potential is so incredible. We don't have to take it away from people on Social Security. We're not going to do that. We're going to save Social Security. She's going to destroy Social Security. Under the Trump administration, we proved that targeted tax cuts do not increase the deficit. They reduce the deficit by growing the economy and raising revenue after we gave the massive tax cuts. We took in the following year with a much lower rate, billions and billions of dollars more than we did the previous year with a high rate. Think of that. So with a much lower rate, we took in more money because people were incentivized. Corporate tax revenues are 31% higher today than before my tax law was signed. With all of those cuts, 31% higher. To further support the revival of American manufacturing, my plan calls for expanded R&D tax credits, 100% bonus depreciation, expensing for new manufacturing investments, and a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15% solely for companies that make their product in America. You have to make your product in America. If you outsource, offshore, or replace American workers, you're not eligible for any of these benefits. In fact, you will pay a very substantial tariff when a product comes in from another country that's made in another country and comes in. There'll be a big tariff on that product because we want to make our goods in America, and most of them we can. My message is simple: make your product here in America, and only in America. We are not going to be taken advantage of anymore, just as we made great inroads and progress 4 years ago. We made tremendous inroads on this subject. We're not going to watch our wealth and jobs get ripped away from us and sent to foreign countries, which is what's been happening for many, many decades with us. China was built on doing exactly what we're going to be doing and what I started doing 4 years ago. What we're putting forward is the most pro-American manufacturing and jobs policy in modern history for any country. This plan will bring jobs and growth into our country at levels never seen before. Every business on earth will flock to America from Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and all over the world. But in contrast, Kamala Harris wants to sacrifice our wealth, kill the economy, and drive jobs overseas to punish businesses. More businesses will leave. They'll leave America. They're international companies. They report to their shareholders, and they will leave America if her plan, even in a small form, comes to the fore. Her tax plan, which includes the promise to end the Trump tax cuts, which again by itself would be a massive tax increase, would increase taxes by over $5 trillion, a record many times over. It would result in the largest small business tax hike in history, massively raising taxes on 25 million small business people and raising small business tax rates to 43% and higher. In other words, 20% higher than communist China. Kamala is also vowing to raise the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%, or bringing it down to 15%. But she really is looking to raise it to 40, 45, or even 50%. You know that. All you have to do is follow her past path. Radically raise the capital gains tax rate, which she wants to do, and they don't even want to give a number. And for the first time ever, impose a 25% tax on unrealized capital gains. So if you happen to have a lot of wealth but no cash, you're in a lot of trouble. This will lead America into a 1929 depression, and it will be a depression and a territory that we have not seen for a long time. There's a gentleman that happens to believe that, Scott. These policies, especially the tax on unrealized capital gains, would decimate the U.S. economy. Companies and innovation would flee from America to other countries. Venture capital markets would disappear, the stock market would be annihilated, and investors assess the tax liabilities of large shareholders, the seniors, and senior pensions would totally go up in smoke. They'd be worthless. These are not the policies designed to create a prosperous America. These are policies to turn the United States into Venezuela on steroids. Even if for this reason alone, Kamala Harris must be defeated decisively this November, has to be defeated, cannot have her be the president of the United States. Under Kamala, the United States is becoming a third world banana republic. She and her party are censoring speech, weaponizing the justice system, and trying to throw their political opponents, me, in jail. This hasn't happened. I didn't do that to crooked Hillary. I said, that would be a terrible thing, wouldn't it? Putting the wife of the president of the United States in jail. But they view it differently, I guess, nowadays, but that's okay. And they always have to remember that two can play the game. Nobody ever thought this was possible. This is how you create massive capital flight and turn once prosperous nations into absolute ruins. I will have no higher priority as president than to restore the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law in America. We have lost the rule of law. Who would have thought? Number 6, under my leadership, America will encourage domestic production instead of punishing it. As you know, our country's vast manufacturing wealth was created at a time with very little domestic taxation, few regulations, and most revenue came from tariffs from other countries. That was when we were at the wealthiest ever. Proportionately, we were the wealthiest country ever during those days. That was before income tax came along. Now we foolishly do the opposite. We impose lower tariffs and no tariffs on farm producers. We have the lowest tariffs of any nation in the world, and we relentlessly punish our own companies for doing business in America. You do business in America, you're punished tremendously. And many companies come to me, sir, I can't compete. They're sending kitchen cabinets, washers and dryers, everything. I can tell you, every motorcycles, they're sending them here, sir. We can't compete. And I made it so they could compete and thrive. Every one of those people, we should get them up and talk to you one day, because every one of those people comes up to me, and every time I see them, they hug me, they kiss me, they love me. Because they save their businesses. I intend to reverse this model and once again turn America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We can do that just with being intelligent. The key to this effort will be a pro-American
The
trade.
former president of the United States giving a lot of detail about his economic policy, and we want to dig into it now a bit. He's at the New York Economy Club, and John, you was with us today. John, you were talking a little bit about the venue and the importance of a conversation like this there.
Well, people might be surprised to see the non-rally Trump up here. This is the serious Trump. He's actually discussing serious questions of economic policy. This is one of the two areas, along with immigration, where Trump really beats Harris. And so it's good to see him come out, I think, and lay out some really serious policies, like making the tax cuts permanent, like trying to get rid of government waste, putting Elon Musk in charge of. I actually think that might not be good for our economy, is for Elon Musk to stop running private companies and spin his wheels in the quicksand of government. But that's a lot of news to really place a focus on. He also heard he's going to try to really cut back on regulation. If I were his director, I would say, I would return all regulations back to where they were when I was president and eliminate all the regulations under the Biden administration. That could be a real spark plug for the economy. So I think we've had a lot of very important substantive policies come out.
Yeah, I'm going to pull out one of those, and that was the one thing that got remarks and claps from the audience there, which you would mainly think wouldn't do that much because of the executive types and economic analysts who are in the room. But Martha, what would you say about this idea to put Elon Musk in charge of efficiency for the government?
So this is an idea that was proposed proposed by Elon Musk in an interview that he did with President Trump. He said this is obviously something that is very important to Elon Musk, and he looks at the waste in the government, and it drives him insane. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when Elon Musk opens the books at the Department of Agriculture or Education or any other building that takes up an entire city block in Washington, D.C., and has thousands of employees, and they're going to do a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government?
Ooh.
I mean, I think one of the tricky things here is, this is the economic club of New York. These people were applauding. They want to see government out of business. They want to see government and small business have the freedom to operate without, stacks of regulation. When you want to open a company, I mean, the amount of paperwork and redundancy in that paperwork that you have to go through to just get that door open is so expensive, and that is probably more beneficial to most companies than giving them, $5,000.
Can I ask you to juxtapose, if you can, Kamala Harris's idea of changing the deductions for small businesses? Because you said mention small businesses, and I like to key in on them because they do about 60% of the hiring of all Americans in this country. So she wants to take the deductions tax-wise from 5 to 50,000. That's going to cost us a lot of money over 10 years to get it done, but those small businesses clearly are not succeeding the way that they should. How does Donald Trump plan to have more efficiency, if you will? How does anything that he's saying compete with that, compare to that?
Well, that you've asked like the perfect question, as you usually do, Harris, and that is the problem. How do you say to voters, come along with me on this? Let me explain to you how removing these regulations and how cutting down on government waste is actually going to make your life and your personal economy better. And that's a tough thing to articulate. When people hear, oh, I get $25,000 for my first home, I get $5,000 if I have a baby, taken off of my taxes, those are tangible, easy things for people to understand. That's exactly why this is what Harris is proposing. So the job that former President Trump has is to try to explain this in a very manageable way. And that's going to be what he's going to have to do on Tuesday night, to say to people, you know what you're hearing over here is not actually going to make your life better. This is how I can do it, and this is my 5-point plan, which he's just bringing up, which I think is a fascinating comparison.
And Kaylee, the way that he's doing it has garnered some conversation. It's where John started, and it's not just tone and tenor, but it's also laying out a plan that's not at a rally.
That's right, and I think, John, you framed that perfectly. You saw President Trump there do something that I don't think Kamala Harris can. It's not that she can't deliver a speech. She can deliver a speech well, but he is giving a 40-minute policy speech with detailed plans. Most candidates have policy sections on their website. Kamala Harris does not. Most candidates have white papers that they put out about their policies. Kamala Harris does not. Kamala Harris, what a challenging environment that would be for her. She would say, what, price gouging in the one small business plan that you had? Donald Trump's laying out policy after policy. The only thing I would add to Elon Musk, this financial audit, would be a personnel audit in the federal government. And we've heard President Trump talk about clearing out, the deep state and layers of federal bureaucracy. You need to add in someone like Vivek Ramaswamy to that mix, who can come in, clean house, alongside Elon Musk, who's doing the financial component. But that is a very well done speech, a different tone, absolutely, but it's not a rally speech, policy speech.
Real quickly, I just want to say what Trump said about Elon Musk. Quote, I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to hit that task force.
Right, and I think, look, I have to, when you said open the books, I have to reference the amazing work of Open the Books done by Adam and GXP. It's because of him and now his legacy that we know so much about the government waste, fraud, and abuse of our tax dollars. Because when we talk about shutting down the government, we talk about sort of closing it down, it's our money that they are operating with. And reminder, there are, for example, 14,000 empty buildings that the federal government owns. And so to me, I actually argue, I agree with you, sir, that we shouldn't put Elon Musk, we shouldn't pluck him from the private sector and put him into the, that we just need someone with common sense to say, here's what we're going to do with all of these excess buildings. Here are these employees who are, rotting away. And the list goes on. I'll never forget as a federal attorney when I was tasked with cleaning house, figuratively, and I kept my all of my protestations were falling on deaf ears because I was dealing with the boots on ground of these employees that were essentially taking advantage of our tax dollars that pay their salaries. And it wasn't until I hopped on public transportation, printed out every single email from that particular employee, if that was how they were using their time, and brought it over to headquarters. It was a stack like this big, and only then was our, discipline and performance, and the like approved. And my point is, you just need common sense. You don't need a genius. So let's leave him in the private sector, and let's just bring on some common sense politics and, anti-regulation and approach back to the government, which step one is getting Trump back in office.
Wow, that's really fascinating about how people use their time on their job, though, and how you were able to make that a visual, like to have the facts and the proof of that, like a stack of emails.
Yeah.
It didn't work against Hillary Clinton. But it worked there. All right. Our coverage continues on some major breaking in the past hour and a half or so. And that is that the son of the president, Joe Biden, his son Hunter, has offered a change of plea. He was going to fight this, and now he says he's guilty of tax evasion, epic tax evasion. That was set to begin next week. The trial now won't happen. Hunter originally pleaded not guilty. Now he's willing to change that, and the development comes as jury selection is just getting started in Los Angeles today. And Hunter Biden is charged with 9 counts of tax fraud. 3 of those are felonies. So if you did all the math on that, he was to 17 years potentially in prison. Maybe they'll bargain that down. It's been a topic this hour with the breaking news, and prosecutors say they had no idea about Hunter's plan to change his plea. And John, you've talked about that. That frustrates this matter for him.
I think that the real question now is how much time is he going to spend in jail? And is his father going to pardon him or commute his sentence? Is this going to work in removing this terrible lawfare campaign against Trump off the political discussion for the campaign?
May I quickly clarify that he is not pleading guilty. He is accepting his sentence while still maintaining his innocence.
Yeah, and Professor Yu, I do want to ask you though, because you're talking about the lawfare against President Trump, and I'm just reading the notes out of the Trump courtroom, and there's some banter going on. Chuck Kin telling Trump's lawyer he looks rested after a year, to which he counters, life was almost meaningless without seeing you, enjoy it while it lasts, the judge warns. That seems to be very much foot on the gas, maybe not before the election, but how do you think this bears on the Trump lawfare?
First, this judge should not be having such a good time. This is an unprecedented trial. This is the first time a former president's been tried. He's also the leading opposition candidate for the presidency, and this trial judge is making jokes from the court. I think that's a terrible image and terrible precedent, but I agree with you. It seems to show that this judge is going to continue a practice of trying to push this as fast as possible and brush aside all the many weighty objections that the Trump team has had to the constitutionality of the suit.
Just to ask the obvious thing, why would a judge feel like she could do this in the first place?
Well, she's the queen of her courtroom. A trial judge is the king or queen of their courtroom. Nobody can tell them no.
So much drama.
Just like you are here.
And oh no, no way. My teammates certainly. But John, I mean, we've seen so much that really takes the justice system down a peg. I mean, look at Tommy Willis's case out there and what unfolded in Georgia with Trump at the heart of that as well. I mean, there's just so many antics and all that kind of stuff. We don't need this as a public. It doesn't help the justice system to have Americans trust. I mean, why? I guess it's just a question. Is it necessary?
This is one of the most unforgivable things, I think, that this administration did, is that they tried to use the power of criminal prosecution, one of the most important functions the executive branch to do in a neutral way, and turned it to try to affect the election. They tried to prevent the people from going to the ballot box and making their own judgment about Donald Trump. I think it's a terrible harm. Trump just said that in his speech. One of the things that happened in the last 4 years is the rule of law has been undermined. It's going to take many, many years for our system to recover.
I just want to say one thing. Gary Shockley looks at this and says, this is what I said all along. And this is a victory for him. He was the whistleblower along with Ziegler, his whistleblower partner. They said, there are felonies here. And they were told by David Weiss, look, I don't get to make this decision. This decision is above me, which he denied. Gary Sheffield will be on my show later today. We'll get his reaction to all of what has happened. And just one little snippet of this. Hunter Biden wrote in his book about his antics in a hotel room, right? Then he told the IRS that those dates and that hotel visit were work related, and that's why he deducted them from his taxes. So he's gotten himself into this mess, and we will see, exactly what kind of punishment is leveled at him.
Wow, that's a lot. And so obviously we're going to tune into the story with Martha McCallum.
We'll need to talk to him again.
What is the first thing you want to ask him?
How did you feel when, after all of this, you hear that Hunter Biden has finally decided to plead guilty when basically he had nowhere else to turn at this point? He is deep into a corner. He has made it difficult for the DOJ, for his own attorneys, for all the people who have spent hours and time preparing for this, and then he marches in there today. But this, as you guys have pointed out, this story is not finished. We have to see if they agree to this.
Well, Carrie O'Brien was certainly thinking that there'll be some more drama.
She's usually right.
Happy about the fact that they didn't know that this was coming. Great to have everybody. We've had a lot of breaking news, and we showed you so much of the former president laying out his economic policy, and that was good to watch. And then all that's happening, we're all over the story, literally at 3 p.m. Eastern with Martha McCallum, as she also gets into the Hunter Biden news as well today. America Reports now.
For 4 straight years, I fought for American workers like I would fight for my own family. I took care of our economy like I would take care of my own company. This election will decide whether we reward Kamala Harris with re-election and 4 more years of crime, economic calamity, and international humiliation, or whether we change that direction and once again build the greatest economy in the history of the world.
All right, that's former President Donald Trump laying out his vision to business leaders at the New York Economic Club right here in Manhattan. That's happening right now. All of this as his 2024 rival, Vice President Kamala Harris, is on the road, arriving in Pittsburgh, where she'll be preparing for Tuesday's high-stakes debate. And that's where we are. And we have a brand new hour. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Sandra Smith in New York. Don Gracie.
Good to be with you, Sandra. I'm John Roberts, Washington. This is America Sports. The former president also promising gasoline at under $2 a gallon, and that he would appoint Elon Musk as his government efficiencies are. Both candidates now beginning their final sprint to election day by beefing up their economic plans, and the contrast could not be more clear.
The former president is pushing a federal commission led by Elon Musk to cut wasteful spending. And Vice President Harris is proposing to raise the capital gains tax, pushing tax reductions for new small businesses, all while taking on the big corporations.
Fox Team coverage starts now. Charles Payne with analysis just ahead. Can't wait for that. But first to Alexis McCaffrey. She is live at the New York Economic Club where the former president just finished speaking. Alexis, quite a speech.
Hey, John, and Sandra, that's right. And he's actually speaking right now, so I'm going to talk a little bit softer than I usually do. But we are in New York City, where former President Trump has been talking for about an hour, and he's still going. We're really trying to outline his plan for the economy, because when you go out like America, where we are on the trail, we talk about the price of the gas pump, the grocery store, and overall inflation. They don't feel like their money and their dollar is going as far as it used to. And that's what former President Trump is focusing in on here in New York City, telling Americans who are watching that he's going to get the economy back on track.
My plan will rapidly defeat inflation, quickly bring down prices, and reignite explosive economic growth. Kamala Harris will take more money out of American pockets. My plan will leave the typical family with many thousands of dollars more than they have right now.
So at today's event that's still going on right now, Trump has introduced a government efficiency commission recommended by Elon Musk. We've become pretty close buddies, right? We've been talking on X during those interviews. Elon Musk has agreed to do it, according to Trump, and that means Trump's going to be taking an even more aggressive swipe at regulations than during his first White House term. He also says he's going to conduct an audit of the entire federal government, something Elon Musk even talked about on X, saying they're spending way too much money in America. We checked in with American billionaire and hedge fund manager John Paulson a few moments ago. He's a Donald Trump supporter. Paulson telling me he's been a major donor to Trump's campaign because he believes that he's going to put the economy back on track.
So, former President Trump has talked about you eliminating the trail, he quoted your name publicly as being possibly a Secretary of Treasury. Would you want that position, and what would you do if you got that position?
Look, I want to do whatever I can to help the president and help the country.
Is that a yes?
Whatever I can do. Thank you.
So, TBD there, okay, but he is going to be up on stage too, asking the president a few questions later.
Now, Trump, though, outlining the plan as Vice President Harris is in Pennsylvania, you guys, she's prepping for the next week's presidential debate. You can believe that it's already here. Harris is going to be talking about big corporations and the ultra wealthy, how they should pay more in taxes, and says she's going to offer small businesses tax breaks.
We will provide low and no interest loans to small businesses that want to expand, and we will, and this is very important, cut the red tape that can make starting and growing a small business more difficult than it needs to be. More difficult than it needs to be.
So really trying to contrast her plan with Trump. If he said he's also here for the average American and to put more money in their pocket, well, he says Vice President Kamala Harris is going to take that away. So we'll keep you posted on any more major headlines that come out of New York City. John.
Alexis McAdams for us at the New York Economic Club. Alexis, thank you. And Sandra, I know somebody who'll like that idea of gasoline for under $2 a gallon.
Almost everybody, and California is right here, who's making money on the Fox business. That would make folks a lot of money, lower gas prices. So if he's laying out his plan, is he articulating plans to the American people that he might sway voters? Let's put it that way.
I think so. I like what he's saying. I like the way he's saying it, and because listen, particularly with the tariff part, a lot of automatic pushback on that, and a lot from Republicans, particularly old school conservative Republican, economists and things like that. And he's walking us, first of all, I think, history. How we became the greatest country in the world. We didn't have taxes until 1913, right? I got the list here from our revenue in 1915 for the country. 48% from excise tax, 30% from duties, right? So tariffs is how we made our money. Individual taxes only 5.9%, corporate 5.6%. Imagine if we could start getting those down again. And there's some other lessons. He brought McKinley, who was known as the Napoleon of protection. And historians look back at what happened to him. It's ironic because it cost the Republicans the election, but going back and looking at the tariffs that he imposed at this time, and it sped up the production of, for instance, tinplate so quickly in our country that it was actually more beneficial and a short increase in prices for consumers. And then again, many people don't know about the Fort Norman McKinley McCumber tariffs in 1922, but in 1920 we had the worst depression in this country outside of the Great Depression. And as we came out of it, one of the tools that we actually used were tariffs. And remember, there was a thing called the Roaring '20s for that.
We do. And as you were speaking, just highlighting something that is coming from the president's speech just now. This is an important one because how do candidates lay out their plans? Perhaps increase housing or lower housing costs for American voters who believe the American dream is sort of dwindling away and can't come buy a home anymore. The former president just said to the economic club that he would open portions of federal land for large-scale housing construction in zones that will be ultra-low tax and low regulation. This is interesting. Is this a plan that you would take?
It is something interesting. And listen, our government owns only 50% of the land in this country, right? So it is not only it's interesting, but it's something people have been pushing for a very, very long time. The idea ultimately is like whether it's this or the so-called 50,000 for small businesses that no one ever is going to really qualify for, is that what's implementable, right? What can we really do to implement and jumpstart things? And the affordability is a question right now. And the lack of homes, the lack of supply, and affordability. And so if there's places we can build them cheaper, and people can go and buy them on their own, it might be.
And boost skilled labor, right? Bring some of those wages down if you increase the workforce.
All that's important.
Yeah, and part of that obviously is inflation, because the cost of labor just skyrocketed. And in a lot of cases, it doesn't make sense to build.
But by the way, we should also point out a big chunk of that cost are these regulations.
Absolutely.
Regulations. Trump spent a lot of time talking today about how how he took down the regulations. I don't think the American public understands. If you look at the cost of anything, look at a gallon of gasoline. How much is crude oil? How much is refinery? How much is regulations and other stuff in here, right? Every time the government passes a new law, you have to pay for it in one form or another.
Yeah, so this is more from the former president earlier on how he plans to defeat inflation. So those high prices that are the biggest burden right now.
To further defeat inflation, my plan will terminate the Green New Deal, which I call the Green New Scam. Greatest scam in history, probably. A $10 trillion scam that we waste. We throw like throwing money right out the window.
So that was the target of his speech just a short time ago. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kamala Harris and her economic vision for the country. This is Ian Sams, national spokesperson for her campaign. Defense her economic vision. Listen.
And the vice president's doing that by talking about her economic vision. And it's really different. It's really different. It's a new way forward, not only for the Democratic Party, but for the
Really different. Can you tell me what is really different? I got the capital gains rate, but what else on the list makes it really different from what was going on the past few years?
Sure, she wants to take into effect the first national law to take on corporate price caps. There are distinctions here in this candidate's message that she is sharing.
Whoa! Okay, so be prepared to articulate to the listeners, viewers, how her plan is different. What she's going to do now that she can't be doing right now in the White House. He doubled down on her pitch to go after price gouging.
Right, to go after corporations, right? And to me, this is the biggest threat of a Harris presidency. Dampening American spirits. Dampening American spirits, you know, and this is, and by the way, you know, I'm going to do a big town hall next month. I'm talking about this, and my whole thing is the so-called war against big business is really a war against successful small businesses. Walmart was started in Rogers, Arkansas, right? It's a sort of pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Target was started in a small town near Minneapolis. All of these great American businesses were started in the heartland by rugged individuals. Same thing around the world. Anywhere there's been prosperity, the sort of Protestant work ethic is at the root of it. So she's not going to war with big businesses. She's going with the war of people out there thinking they can be independent from big government by doing it themselves. That's what she's going to douse. That's what she can possibly destroy. What's at the foundation of our economic success.
As you say that, I'll throw up the latest poll on who do you trust more to handle the economy. That falls to Trump, 46% from all responded, 38% Kamala Harris. Speaking of which, the former president is now taking questions at the economic club. Let's get back in here and do that.
Mr. John Paulson, founder of Paulson Company, and Rashma Sajani, founder and CEO of Girls Who Code and Moms First. We're going to go in alphabetical order, and therefore, Raj, you have the first question.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask about the United States economic sanctions programs. These programs have been used, as you well know, to advance our national security interests, our foreign policy objectives, but they also have economic implications. And the most recent was the program against Russia in response to the Ukrainian mid-tier invasion of Ukraine, where for once we got the support of all our allies. So my specific question is, would you strengthen or modify any of these economic sanctions programs, particularly Russia, including the pipeline?
Well, it's a great question. The problem with what we have with sanctions, and I was a user of sanctions, but I put them on and take them off as quickly as possible because ultimately it kills your dollar and kills everything the dollar represents. If we have to continue to have that be the world's currency, I think it's important. I think we'd be losing a war. If we lost the dollar as the world currency, I think that would be the equivalent of losing a war. That would make us a third world country. We can't let it happen. So I use sanctions very powerfully against countries that deserve it. And then I take them off. Because look, you're losing Iran. You're losing Russia. China is out there trying to get their currency to be the dominant currency, as you know better than anybody. All of these things are happening. You're losing so many countries because there's so much conflict with all of these countries that you're going to lose that, and we can't lose that. So I want to use sanctions as little as possible. One of the things that we have with tariffs is that I'll say to them, you don't honor the dollar as your world currency. Is that right? You're not going to do it? No, we're not. I said, that's okay. I'm going to put tariffs all over your product. And they're going to say, sure, we'd love to honor the dollar as the world currency. You know, tariffs, in addition to monetary and the money that we'll take in, which will be bigger than you've ever seen in this country before, gives you tremendous political power for something like that, as an example. I stopped wars with the threat of tariffs. I stopped wars with two countries that mattered a lot. A lot of people would have been killed. And I threatened tariffs coming into the United States if they don't make peace. And we made a lot of people, we didn't have conflicts like you have right now. We had very intelligent people. But the biggest threat you have is you lose that currency, and we have lost something that you'll never get back. And we can keep it if we're smart, but they use it too much, and then they just forget about it. And these countries like Russia, it's going out now and doing its own thing, and you know, they're going out bragging about how they don't need us anymore, et cetera, et cetera. The sad part about Russia is that Ukraine would have never happened if I was president, so we wouldn't really have to be talking about sanctions, but it did happen. And one of the things I'm going to do, a little bit relevant to your question, is if we win, I believe I can settle that war while I'm president-elect. Before I ever get into office, I can get that war settled and get that war stopped, because it's a horrible, horrible war. And far more people are killed in Ukraine, far more people than you're realizing. They'll knock down this massive building, amazing, the size of these buildings, they'll knock it down, they'll say nobody was injured. No, a lot of people were killed. The real numbers are far greater than what people are looking at. So I think it's a very important thing. Sanctions have to be used very judiciously, and you can win. We have things much more powerful, actually, than sanctions. We have trade, but we cannot lose our dollar standard. Very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for all the details on your economic policy. As you alluded to, tariffs are the other side of sanctions. And given that China is our major trading partner with our largest imbalance and possibly our chief national security threat to the United States, how can we better institutionalize trade policy and national security policy to be coordinated?
So I had a great relationship with President Xi of China, really very close relationship. Now, he likes China, and I like us, so I don't want to sound foolish. He was my dear, dear friend. He's a tough guy. He's a fierce person. I say very smart. You know, when you say he's smart, the fake news goes crazy. He said President Xi is smart. And say, you know, he controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. He's smart. But we had a very good relationship with China for COVID. And when that came in, it was a whole different ballgame as far as I was concerned. You know, we had a great China trade deal, maybe better than the USMCA, and I'd never talk about it because what happened with COVID to the whole world, $60 trillion and, you know, deaths, 70 million, 60, nobody even knows how many deaths. And it all came out of Wuhan, so it changed my relationship. But I think I had a great relationship with China. I had one before. And they respected us, but they respected us because they no longer thought we were fools. They used to think we were fools because we built China. They would take over $500 billion a year and use it for their military and other things. And we got nothing out of that. We got some cheap product. You can buy 19 pencils instead of 2. You know, you can buy 16 dolls for your daughter instead of 2 nice dolls. And we got very little out of that relationship. They got a tremendous military power, and they still have it today. So, but I believe we will have a very good relationship with China and with a lot of other countries that we're not getting along with too well today. And things are going to straighten out. We're going to get it straightened out very quickly. Very important that we get along with the rest of the world. You know, we have things today called nuclear weapons. I rebuilt our whole military, including our nuclear capability. And so I got very familiar with it. And, you know, I say this often because I had an uncle who was the longest serving, I believe the longest serving, I was told that, by MIT. But he was there 39, I guess, or 41 years, longest serving professor in the history of MIT. Nuclear was something he knew a lot about. And we used to talk about it. I said, Uncle John, there's no way. He was telling me about this incredible power that was being unleashed potentially. And I said, Uncle John, he could never. And you know what? He was very modest. Because I've seen the destructive capability. And this world is going to have to get along. Because if that's ever unleashed, we already have too many countries that have at least remnants of it, some of it. But probably 5 countries, if you think. And Kim Jong-un, when I went to the White House after winning in 2016, I sat with President Obama, which is a ritual. And you sit and you talk. And I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea is the biggest problem. I don't think it's solvable. I said, have you tried calling him or talking to him? Actually, the answer is yes, and he wasn't responded to. But I did, and we were very safe. Started off a little rocky, if you remember. Little rocket man, I called him, and told me things too. He's got a red button on his desk. I said, I have a bigger red button, and my red button works. I said, and then it started getting a little nicer, and then one day I got a call that they'd like to meet. And it was a great thing. We had a great meeting with 2 meetings, actually 2 great meetings, summits. And we had no problem with them. Now they have a problem because they're not liking this administration. They don't respect this administration at all. So we have to get along. We have to get along. We can't have World War III. We're going to end up in World War III. Just like you should have never had Russia go in. It would have never happened if a competent person led us. It would have never happened. He led them into it. And I'm not blaming Biden. But you know what? What he was saying is exactly the wrong thing. I said, we're going to have an invasion because of a lot of the rhetoric. It was stupid rhetoric. But it would have never happened, not only for that reason. Oil was down low. You know, oil was almost at $100 a barrel. So Putin is one of the only people. I mean, nothing's easy in life. But Putin at $100 a barrel, war works. At $40 a barrel, it didn't work at all. So we're going to get back to a intelligently run place, a place where other countries aren't using the word nuclear. That word was never talked about during because I knew the power of it. And I talked to Putin about it, I talked to President Xi about it. I think we were going to do, you remember the talk where we were going to reduce nuclear capability substantially. All 3 of us, we were going to start, we were going to reduce very substantially. And then we had an election, and after the election, they didn't talk about that or anything else, frankly. But you have to be very, very careful because the destructive capability of nuclear, when people talk about global warming, I say the ocean is going to go down 1/100th of an inch within the next 400 years. That's not our problem. Our problem is nuclear warming. And we better be smart, and we better have smart people at the top that know how to deal. Because these people don't know how to deal. Putin came out today, he endorsed Kamala. And I didn't know, was I supposed to call him up and say, thank you very much after the show? But he endorsed Kamala. I have a feeling, I don't know. I don't know exactly what to say about that. I don't know if I'm insulted or he did me a favor. But we have to get along with the world. We can't have war because the destructive capability, you can be the head of the biggest bank, whatever the hell Jamie said. You can be the head of the biggest bank in the world, and a couple of nukes in your bank doesn't mean a thing. You gotta get along. This is such an important job. It's a dangerous job too. Very dangerous job. If you look at statistically, being president is very dangerous. That throbbing feeling I have. Oh, that throbbing feeling. No, it's a very dangerous job, and you have to do it right. And if you don't do it right, bad things will happen to the world, things like you've never seen before. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. John Paulson behind me to your right, Mr. President.
First, let me thank you for your presentation today. President Trump, in the last fiscal year, the fiscal deficit under the Biden administration was approximately $2 trillion. Under the policy announced, the deficit would come down, such as increased revenues from tariffs, as well as eliminating the tax incentives for the Green New Deal. These gains would be mitigated by decreases in revenues from policies such as no tax on tips. Overall, what do you estimate will be the impact of the fiscal deficit from your policies?
Well, we just hit record highs at numbers that nobody ever thought possible. It's over $2 trillion. Nobody thought that was a number that was, I mean, you can go back 4 years, nobody thought anything like that would be possible. It's crazy. It's like, it's just horrible, actually. But yeah, we're 2 trillion, and I view it as profit and loss to a certain extent. A lot of people say, oh, it's trade. You know, you have many people say trade deficits don't matter. I think they matter a lot. I think they matter a lot. We're going to have tremendous growth. What I'm talking about is all about growth. The tax is relatively minor. We're going to make our money back on growth. We're going to also, we're going to grow like nobody's ever grown before. I think if this all works out, you're going to have the auto industry come back to America. And right now, China is building 2 auto factories in Mexico, massive auto factories. And they think they're going to make their cars in Mexico and send them back into the United States with no tax. It's not going to happen. Under this administration, it's going to happen. And they wanted to do that during my administration. I said, if you do it, we're going to put a 200% tariff on every car, and you'll never be able to see it. There will never be one car coming across our border. And if I would have let them do it, we would have had these 2 factories. Well, now they're building massive factories, more than 2, and they're going to kill Detroit. And the head of the union, the United Auto Workers in Detroit, has done a terrible, terrible job, just a terrible job. But we're going to bring tremendous growth back. And remember, we're also taking in a certain percentage. I won't name the percentage today, but it'll be a certain tariff percentage, which will be higher than people had heard in the past. And we will be bringing in billions and billions of dollars, which will directly reduce our deficits. Okay? Thank you very much. Good job you've done, by the way. Very good.
Thank you. And the final question, Resma, is to you.
Thank you. President Trump, you talked about how the increase in the price of food, gas, and rent is hurting families. But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families with young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful in that. It's a very important issue, but I think when you talk about that, because childcare is child rights. It's something you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. And but when you talk about those numbers compared to the
Little glitch there, John, but the former president will continue there. It looks like he's on the last question at the Economic Club, delivering his message on economic prosperity and his pitch to American voters and what he would do if reelected. more point, perhaps the headline, there is a promise for gas for $2 a gallon.
Yeah, and the other headline as well is, apparently it's back. The signal, let's go back for a second.
I want to stay with Chelsea, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you. Very good question.
All right, so former President Donald Trump there, taking on the tight housing market and his pitch to how he would get more homes built to get more people in them at lower prices, taking on childcare, inflation, gas prices, tariffs, and beyond, to a very important audience who's taking questions from there in New York.
Have you added up the cumulative wealth in that room? What's interesting though is that this is probably the most intriguing proposal that he laid out today, and that is that Elon Musk has agreed to join his government should he become elected president, as the government efficiencies are, and will with a fine-tooth comb go through every level of federal government to cut out waste and inefficiency. That would really be something to follow.
And a big part of his plan when he was president and is now is deregulation. That is a huge thing for businesses in this country, sort of being able to let them do their thing. They've been stifled for quite some time, and that is part of the former president's pitch.
So the former president, for about an hour and a half, laying out in great detail his economic plan. We have yet to hear any level of detail from Kamala Harris about that, but obviously it's going to form a big part of the upcoming debate this coming Tuesday. All right. Now moving on to other topics. Guilty, but still innocent. That's how Hunter Biden has offered to plead in his federal tax case. It's a stunning change, as jury selection was just about to begin. Fox News coverage now. Shannon Green joins us in a few moments with her thoughts on this. But first, we go to Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt, Los Angeles. And viewers were blindsided by this, Jonathan. How are they reacting?
Well, they are shocked, they are surprised, they were caught unawares. Any other word you can find in thesaurus that is a simile for shocked and surprised. In fact, Leo Wise, one of the lead prosecutors, said in court, quote, "This is the first we are hearing about this." Now, the first inkling we got, John, that this might be an unusual day in this case was when Hunter Biden pulled up outside. Every other hearing I've attended here related to AC's arrived via Secret Service SUV and been driven into the underground parking garage. Today, parked right outside, walked in right in front of us, didn't say a word, holding his wife Melissa's hand, flanked by Secret Service agents, followed by one of his lead attorneys, Abby Lowell. And then the shocker in court when Abby Lowell announced that he was indeed changing his plea, Hunter Biden, to guilty. Now, as we understand it, that is what is called an Alford plea, where he accepts that the prosecution on the basis of evidence, but he does not admit that he carried out those crimes. In other words, he asserts his innocence while pleading guilty and accepting that they could indeed get a guilty verdict in front of a jury. So it's complicated what happens now. Court is due back in just about 30 minutes. Then we'll begin hearing what the prosecution has to say about this. They presumably have been in touch with the DOJ, and one of the things that we understand is written into this is that an Alford plea might have to be signed off by some high up as the Attorney General Merrick Garland himself. So there's a lot of moving parts now, John. We're a long way from getting to sentencing. Now we have to see what the prosecution says in about 30 minutes' time. what the judge, Judge Starcy, also says about it in what are now the immortal words of our legal editor, Terry Irvine, it's messy.
Could be a sticky wicket, which could be more in keeping with your hometown. All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. Joining us for more on this is Shannon Green, anchor of Fox 2 Sunday. Fox 2 Chief Legal Correspondent. So, Leah Wise, this is the first we're hearing about this. Sort of reminds me of Judge Ellen Norita. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem right. What is this? But Jonathan mentioned this in Alford, which is something where you actually plead guilty, but you still maintain your innocence, which is really weird. But here's what the statute says about an Alford plea. United States attorneys may not consent to the plea known as an Alford plea, except in the most unusual of circumstances, and only after recommendation for doing so has been approved by the Assistant Attorney General responsible for the subject matter, or by the Associate Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General, or the Attorney General. So it looks like the DOJ's got to sign off on this.
Yeah.
And given the sensitivity of the case, would it have to be Garland who signs off on it? And if so, does Garland stick with his prosecutors who say, what is this? Or does he side with the president?
I mean,
Sign off?
so tricky because the president said, as recently as yesterday at the White House briefing, they were asked about this, and Karine Jean-Pierre said he's a private citizen. Biden, the president is not going to get involved. He's going to let this play out. We were supposed to be starting jury selection today, but when you get to this, a couple of things. Hunter Biden is now a convicted federal criminal under the earlier trial under gun charges. He'll be sentenced in November. It'll be more lenient because he's a first-time offender. Should he then get convicted in this case, if it were to go to trial, the sentencing would be tougher. You're not going to be a first-time offender at that point. So that's something he's got to be thinking through. And remember, too, the judge put out an order last week, Judge Starcy, about all this evidence prosecutors wanted to bring in about for sex club memberships and all kinds of things. And the judge said that's relevant.
Yeah.
If he's claiming these things as business expenses, so all of that dirty laundry is going to be out there.
I was about to say that there's going to be a lot of that would be aired in this trial, that Hunter Biden think to himself, ooh, I don't want to go through that. And why did he make this decision so late in the game?
And it's, listen, anyone who's ever prepared for a trial will tell you this is sort of a nightmare because there are probably dozens of people involved. And this is a high-profile trial. You want everything. Dot the I's, cross the T's. It takes millions of dollars and months to get ready for a trial like this. So for the DOJ to say that they're blindsided today is not going to sit well with them when they have to, in some ways, move forward with this idea of an Alford plea for it actually to happen.
You know, you and I are on exactly the same wavelength here, because I was about to point out that in the past 6 months, Weiss has spent $3.4 million on this case and I guess the gun case as well. So if Hunter Biden walks it right up to the 11th hour or the steps of the courthouse and says, you know what, I'm going to plead guilty, that's probably $3 million worth of taxpayer money that could have been saved had he done this.
Not to mention hundreds, if not thousands of man hours for these attorneys that could have been working on other cases that they have out there. It is going to be very frustrating to them and possibly to his team as well if this deal does not go through. Remember, it's not a plea deal because DOJ didn't negotiate any of this. It's just his team showing up and saying, okay, you're about to pick a jury. We've decided we don't want to go through this. And so now we need your cooperation at the 11th hour for this thing to get done.
So this idea of an Alford plea, again, it allows you to maintain your innocence while throwing yourself on the court and saying, look, it was probably going to end up in a guilty plea anyway. We'll take the penalty.
But I won't say I'm guilty.
But I won't say I'm guilty. It's another example, I think, of the plea deal that was just 13 months ago when Hunter Biden walked into that Judge Noriega's courtroom in Delaware and thought he was going to wash his hands of the whole thing. You say, if you're going to plead guilty, why don't you just plead guilty? Why this kind of weasel move legally to maintain your innocence, but also, kind of throw yourself on the mercy of the court?
It is one of the weirdest things in American jurisprudence that you will see show up in a courtroom is this Alford plea. It's tough to explain to normal common sense people who will say, if you plead guilty, you should not also get to maintain your innocence.
Yeah.
But it's one of our quirks, and it's what they have. You think back about that earlier plea deal 13 months ago. You think about those two IRS whistleblowers who risked everything to come forward. And this whole case began to crumble, and knows? DOJ could say, no, we're going to trial on this thing.
Well, yeah, and according to the statute, this thing's got to be signed off on by higher ups, and I don't see how anybody less than the Attorney General signs off on
Who's
this,
not gonna wanna get involved with
given who
this.
the subject is. So, wow, this could, as we were saying with Jonathan Hunt, really become a sticky wicket.
You could, whiplash,
We'll see.
that's this year.
Sandra, great to see you. Thanks so much. Sandra, I mean, remember 13 months ago when Hunter Biden walked into the courtroom and we expected, okay, he signed the plea deal, he's walking out scot-free, and it was only to, because of Judge Noriega saying, wait a second, this plea deal absolves him of any wrongdoing for the rest of his life?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
And that's where we'll be. A few minutes from now, we are going to go back to that tax trial as it resumes. We're waiting on that right now. Hunter Biden's tax trial, it will be back underway shortly, as he's offering to change his plea to guilty. We're going to get brand new reaction from Andy McCarthy. He's going to be here after the break. Also, the White House is now weighing in through Karine Jean-Pierre, and Kamala Harris just commenting on this. All of that when we return.
The real estate market might tell you there's no way in, but with the right team on your side, the impossible becomes possible.
$150 number. Stand up and cheer. You got something here. Congratulations to you. Well, audience, you urged him on, my dear friends, for stand up and cheer. What do you say is up? What? Basket of cheer. Basket of cheer? Blue cheer? Oh, that's a big soap product. Bronx cheer? All right, slide it, Ori. Good cheer. Ahoy! Hi there. Well done, Charles. He said good cheer. You said basket of cheer. It's a good thing you're not on your own, that you got some help here, pal. Now listen, Bob, you got the $250. Gonna play for 10 times that amount, or $2,500. Now that's the minimum. However, if you have a lucky spin of the star wheel, you could double your money and play for $5,000. Give it a good hard spin, and we wish you the best of luck. Let's see if it stops on the blue. We'll find which star you're playing with. Yep. Double his money. What? Gonna play for $5,000. Are you ready, my dear?
I'm sweating.
Okay, Daddy. Here we go. Face me if you would, sir, and this is it. The blank service. The blank service. The blank service. She's thinking and he's thinking. All right, just keep thinking. You want to look at it? Maybe that'll help you. All right. Oh, now, Bob, she's finished. You give us the answer that she's written on that card, and we'll give you $5,000. He's thinking very hard. There it is, the blank service. Can't think of anything. Keep thinking. Something may come to you. Blank service. Blank service. CIA service is what he said. Kind of a military kind of answer. What did you say, Patty?
Is this the same? Service is
The Secret Service. Yeah. As a matter of fact, you were both on the same wavelength. The Secret Service is under the jurisdiction of the Treasury Department, and the CIA is a complete department in itself there. But the public service would be a good one. Military service.
civil?
Civil service is an excellent one, Valerie.
And don't forget the nautical one.
The nautical.
Room service.
The what? Room service. Armed service? Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Well, Bob, you'll meet another player later. Right now, we want to do a little business for the Americans. So, friends, you watch this.
And TryTime.com?
Hard at work.
And we finally hit.
Did you make it so I can finally shop at Allison Cars with no hits on my credit?
Yeah.
That, and there was no answer. Anyway, what does all this mean, and where do you see this going this afternoon?
Well, it depends on how conflicted Weiss is. Let's pretend that we had a non-conflicted special counsel who didn't already try to give the case away, first without any charges at all, and then on a sweetheart plea. If you had that kind of a prosecutor, he would tell Hunter and his lawyers to tell their story walking. If he wants to come in and eat the whole indictment with a guilty plea and plead like a normal defendant does by admitting guilt, then no one has to sign off on that. He's got a right to do that. But if he wants a special accommodation and we're in jury selection day and it's time, we're ready to go to trial and I'm the prosecutor and I'm ready to go to trial, I say let's go to trial because I think two things are going on here. First, he knows he's going to be pardoned. Somebody who actually was interested in a plea negotiation would be trying to negotiate which counts to plead guilty to in order to minimize the potential damage. He's offering to plead to the whole indictment because he knows at the end of the rainbow he gets a pardon. So he figures he's playing with the house money and he can use that in his negotiations with the prosecutor. But if I'm the prosecutor, I think he's so desperate not to have this go to trial for political reasons, not to have this influence peddling Biden family scheme played out nationally for the next 5 to 6 weeks in the run-up to the election, that if I hang tough, he'll come back and say, okay, you got me, I'll plead guilty, and there's more likely an Alfred plea, it's just a little plea.
We'll talk about the idea that a pardon later might.
No.
But I want to come back to this.
Come here, Pibbles, come here.
Because the statute around the Alfred plea says
Come
that
here.
the agreement has to be signed off by either
Pibbles.
the assistant attorney general responsible for the subject.
Come here, please.
The deputy attorney general or the attorney general
Pibbles,
himself,
come here.
which would be Merrick Garland. In a case that's this high profile
Pibbles.
and this sensitive, knowing
Come
that
here.
it would have to be the last on that list, Garland, who signs up.
Alright, sir, can I go now?
And would Garland say, tell your story, or because the president, somebody say, sign the damn thing, let's get it done.
Well, first, the gamesmanship that went on in order to appoint Weiss, who's not eligible under the special counsel rules to be a special counsel, was in order to indulge the pretense that Garland and the Biden-Harris Justice Department don't have anything to do with this case. So I think from Garland's perspective, what he would say is, this is what I appointed Weiss for. For purposes of this case, he's the Attorney General. So I'm not convinced that either Garland or another higher up in the Justice Department has to sign off on this. I think this is what they have Weiss for. That's the reason they put him there in the first place, or the Weiss to do it. And, frankly, if you take it from Weiss's perspective, from a normal perspective, an Alfred plea should be unacceptable in this case. But from Weiss's perspective, he already took give the case away for nothing, and then on a sweetheart plea deal, an Alfred plea is probably better than what he's already offered Hunter in this case.
So obviously, if this was actually accepted by the judge, which we'll know soon, Andy, this guilty plea would keep Biden from having to publicly trial. The prosecutors, as we know, had lined up 2 dozen witnesses, some of whom were expected to offer embarrassing, as it's noted in the LA Times today, and salacious testimony about it. It would spare him all of that publicly, correct, Andy?
It would spare him, and it would spare the White House and everyone else who's got an interest in not having a Democratic influence peddling scheme played out for the next 5 weeks in front of an intense national coverage. So it's not just Hunter here. The firearms case, Sandra, that was all Hunter. That was his problem. This case is the White House's problem.
So right now, let's get back to this idea of a pardon. You said that he's playing with the house money, that he thinks that he's going to get a pardon. His father has said repeatedly, and the White House press secretary has said repeatedly, that the president of the United States would not give him a pardon. Now, that was said back when Biden was running for re-election. He's not. He could pardon him on the way out the door with the goodwill of the Democratic Party behind him, saying, thank God you didn't keep running for president. Kamala Harris could pardon him if she wins the election. Donald Trump has said he wouldn't pardon her if he wins the election. So where do you think the pardon comes from?
Wow. Let's keep this straight, right? The Biden who said he'd never pardon his son is the same Biden who said the Lord Almighty would have to come down and have him not run for president, right? And then the next thing, he wasn't running for president. It's the same Biden who said he had nothing to do with Hunter's business. And now we have reams of evidence that that was just a lie, as if anyone didn't know that all along. So I've always thought that the promise not to pardon Hunter was operative until about 9:05 p.m. on November 5th, at which point, sometime between then and around Christmas, I would expect that President Biden will pardon his son, and there won't be need for Kamala Harris to do it if she wins the election, because it has that window between Election Day and Inauguration Day to do it.
Well, speaking of this being a White House problem, Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, was just asked about this, Andy, and here was KJP's response.
Hunter Biden does the White House have a comment at all? Does that change the president's calculus on pardoning his son?
On your first question, I'm not able to comment at this time. On your second question, which is I guess part of one question, it's no, still no. I don't have anything else. I'm not able to comment on it, but I can say that it is still very much a no to the questions that I've gotten about if the president's going to pardon his son. But I don't have anything else to add.
Can you comment on whether a compensation would be on or off the table?
That's also no.
Simply having to do with the president no longer running for villain.
I don't have anything to say beyond what I just said.
Still very much a no, say Karine Jean-Pierre, Andy.
Yeah, very impressive. Look, I think let's be rational about this, right? If you were a normal defendant who didn't know you had a pardon already banked, you would negotiate a plea. There's 3 felony counts here and 6 misdemeanor counts, right? You would be negotiating with the government in order to create a ceiling beyond which you knew you wouldn't be sent to prison. So that's the whole reason for a real negotiation, is that to try to minimize the damage. You don't come in and offer to eat the whole indictment. You don't come in and say, I'm willing to plead to all 3 felony counts and all 6 misdemeanor counts and anything else you want to throw at me, unless you know that it doesn't really matter in this case whether you plead to 1 count or the whole indictment. You're not going to prison anyway because you're going to be pardoned. Or at the very least, your sentence is going to be commuted. But I think once the political pressure is off, he'll just be pardoned.
So on the issue of a presidential pardon, Andy, it's a no, right up until it's a yes. That's the way it works in this town. All right, Andy, thank you.
Just like the campaign, John.
Exactly. I'm in right until I'm out. All right. Thanks, Andy. Let's bring in Tom DePree, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. So this is a prosecutor, not a prosecutor, sorry. This is a defense attorney and a defendant who played fast and loose. There's no question about that. I mean, look at the plea deal 13 months ago. You know, it indemnified him against any future prosecution for any crime that he might commit until the day he dies. That was the plea deal that Eleanor Akes said, what the you-know-what is this? And now they're playing fast and loose with a guilty plea, saying, well, we're not going to plead guilty. We're going to enter an altered plea. What do you...
Well, look, I think that the judge in California is going to have the same reaction that the Delaware judge, Judge Noriega, had, is that this judge is going to say, what the heck is going on here? Number one, how come you didn't mention this before? And number two, this just doesn't make any sense. To the point Andy made, why on earth would you plead guilty to everything without getting the opportunity of something in return, in exchange for them dropping a charge or two? The only rational explanation for this is if he knows that he has a pardon in his pocket. That's why he's willing to do it. From the prosecutor's side, I can't imagine, again, if they were normal prosecutors, they would ever accept something like this, to let the defendant have his cake and eat it too, and basically say, on one hand, I'm guilty, but on the other hand, say, I'm actually innocent. It just doesn't fly.
That is something. What did you think of the White House response there? I mean, is a pardon coming?
I think a pardon is coming. Look, I understand why Vice President Harris is dodging those questions. I suspect that in her heart of hearts, she knows that the world has changed from the time that Biden made the pledge that he would not pardon Hunter Biden. He's now not going to be a candidate for re-election, and that frees him to do something which obviously is deeply unpopular and controversial, but he's not going to pay a political price for it, because at that point in December or whenever he issues the pardon, he's no longer going to be a candidate for the presidency.
So, Tom, what do you think of this idea that the statute for an Albert plea demands that a higher up in the DOJ signs off on it, goes all the way up to the Attorney General? Andy said a little while ago, well, he thinks that's why Garland appointed David Weiss, because David Weiss would have the authority to sign off on this Albert plea. What do you think?
I think that's the right analysis. Look, I mean, the Justice Department in this case has gone kind of the extra to at least create the appearance that Merrick Garland has nothing to do with this. That's why Weiss has the job that he has. So I think in this case, if the government needs to sign off on this, I don't think they would go all the way up to Garland. I think Weiss would probably make the call himself, maybe supervisor.
So given that, and as Andy said, the fact that David Weiss was about to say, you know, shh, don't tell anybody about this plea deal, okay with it, do you think he'll give him a pass on this?
You know, he's going to be torn. I think in his heart of hearts, he wants to give him a pass. On the other hand, look at where they are now. They've got hundreds of people assembling in this courtroom to serve on the jury. The spotlight of the world is on him, and for him to say, yeah, we're good with this Alford plea, I don't know. I think even for someone of Weiss's views, that would be a pretty bitter pill to swallow. I would expect, and I would hope, the Justice Department to push back hard on this afternoon.
All right, that's quite an afternoon. Tom Dupree on that for us. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, so speaking of us, we are waiting. Hunter Biden, this tax trial to resume any moment now. I look at the LA courthouse there. The first son surprising prosecutors with plans to change his plea to guilty. Is the last minute move an attempt to protect his father? We'll ask the DOJ out. Close minutes, top of the hour.
Homeless veterans, it doesn't matter what they're dealing with. They've served, they've worked really hard, and what Homeless Towers is doing for the people that are vulnerable coming back home, that's truly amazing.
The Homeless Towers Foundation has made a promise to eradicate veteran homelessness across America. Our responsibility as Americans to give back to those who have given so much to us. We cannot undo the past, but we can make a promise to ensure that their future is bright.
I came from a military background, both my grandpas served. I mean, I feel really strongly about people who put their lives on the line every single day. And for me, I think that's kind of overlooked every once in a while. It's something that we all kind of take for granted.
We are in Tonga Tower's newest facility in Houston. It's our Veterans Village. To be the model for the country on how best to house and care and service our veterans in need and in crisis. Every detail is geared towards making sure that our veterans feel at home.
It's great that they're trying to facilitate everybody coming back and assimilating into society. That's wonderful.
Our heroes deserve nothing less, and they need to be in a place that's welcoming, safe, and secure, and in a community that they can be a part of.
It's very, very nice, and it feels a lot like home.
Wow.
Having a strong support system is really important and really awesome for recovery. I have a big heart for that, and I'm really happy that Homeless Towers is really getting involved in that space. That's amazing. Hey, I'm Pete Alonso. Let's go Mets, and let's help the Homeless Towers Foundation.
Go to ttt.org for more information about how your donation can make a difference.
I'm Judge Napolitano, and let me give it to you straight. I've personally seen what's going on in D.C., and folks, we're going to have some real challenges ahead. Congress can't stop spending money, the Fed can't stop printing money, and our national debt is destroying America. How could this impact you? Well, your dollars buy less, and the value of your retirement could be worth less. That's why gold is so important. It puts you in control of your wealth. So if you'd like to learn more, call my friends at Lear Capital. They have over 25 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. When I buy mine, Lear is who I trust.
Call now for your free gold and silver guide and receive Lear's latest report, $3,200 gold. See how exploding U.S. debt could get us there. When you call, ask how you can also get up to $15,000 in bonus gold. Call now to see how much bonus gold you qualify for. Call 800-880-2424. 800-880-2424.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them they can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even on term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
We realize some home maintenance jobs aren't worth the risk.
That's what we call a leak filter to protect our gutters.
Leaf Filter's patented filter technology keeps debris out of your gutters for good. Good tea. Call 833 Leaf Filter or visit leaffilter.com.
I'm looking at the federal courthouse in Los Angeles where there has been a surprise twist in Hunter Biden's federal tax evasion case. His attorneys have entered a surprise plea, essentially avoiding a prolonged trial that could have aired an awful lot of dirty laundry. The reversal came directly from his attorney, Abby Lowell, right before jury selection began. And with that, welcome to another 60 minutes of mayhem and news. Yes, I'm John Roberts in Washington. Wow, Senator. It just doesn't stop every day. It's a new twist, a new turn.
The same thing. It's like, what will today bring? I'm Sandra Smith in New York. This is America Reports. We've got a big hour for you. This case stems from a years-long investigation. The president's son is charged with 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors concerning $1.4 million in owed taxes that have since been paid. No statement yet from the first family, and Kamala Harris declined to speak to this moments ago, but we did just hear from Karine Jean-Pierre. She is declining to comment specifically as well, although she said there will still be pardon by the president, John.
Yes, the answer to that question is still a no, and as we pointed out, it's not free, and maybe right up until it's yes. And President Biden ignored questions from the press as he boarded Marine One earlier. Listen to this.
Mr. President, will you reveal your son's sentence? Are you glad your son has pled in his case?
Yes, the dulcet sounds of the auxiliary power on helicopter. We've got Fox Team coverage all hour with the deep bench of Eric Urbon, Leah Terrell, Judge Janine, Jonathan Shirley, and Andy McCarthy.
All right, looking forward to this. But first, to Jonathan Hunt, live outside the federal courthouse where all lawyers are back in court now, including special counsel David Weiss. All right, Jonathan, set it up for us.
Yeah, so Sandra, everybody is back in court. The session is due to get underway any moment now, with the prosecution offering their reaction to this sudden change in plea. Now, we first got an inclination that this might be an unusual day when Hunter Biden arrived for the court hearing today. In every other hearing related to this case, he's been driven into an underground parking lot by the Secret Service. Today, they showed up about 30 minutes before he arrived. They cleared a path from the sidewalk to the courtroom doors, and then Hunter Biden pulled up and walked in, holding his wife, Melissa's hand, flanked by Secret Service agents, followed by one of his lead attorneys, Abby Lowell. And it was then Lowell who, at the start of proceedings today, dropped the bombshell that his client was changing his plea to guilty. But it's what's called open plea. Now that means that the defendant, in this case Hunter Biden, accepts that the prosecution could prove their case on the basis of evidence, but yet still asserts their innocence. It's a curious kind of plea, and one that the legal experts will no doubt break down in a couple of minutes. But that was the bombshell, and Leo Wise, who was one of the lead prosecutors, told the judge at that point, this is the first we are hearing about this. So they, the prosecution, were caught totally unawares. Now, they've had a couple of hours where court has been in recess, where they have been able to consider their response to this. We assume that they have been in direct contact with the Department of Justice, and there is a scenario in which this kind of plea would have to be signed off on by the Attorney General himself, Merrick Garland. We don't know at this point if it will go this high, and in the words of one of the panel that you're about to have on, our esteemed legal editor, Kerry Irvine, quote, "This is messy." That is the understatement of the day, I think. And then we have the question of if this goes forward, there will be a sentencing on those 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors. Hunter Biden could have faced up to 17 years in prison. President Biden has been on the record as saying he will not pardon his son in either this case or the gun case that he's already been convicted of, and he will not commute any sentence. And as you mentioned at the top, Karine Jean-Pierre was just on board Air Force One, was asked that. She said it is still a no, but as John Roberts astutely observed, in politics, it's always a no until it's a yes.
Jonathan, it's John here. And as we pointed out with you, Gary says it's going to be messy. It could end up in a sticky wicket, as we quoted some of the colloquialisms from your homeland. But have you been able to pick up any rumblings of which way the DOJ is going to jump on this?
No, John, to continue the cricket analogy, they got bowled at googly this morning, basically, which is a pretty much unplayable ball. So we'll see how they respond. We should be getting information. We're just waiting for it right now. We have a couple of producers in the court, just to give you a bit of the lay of the land here. They are not allowed to have any communication from either the courtroom or even the media overflow room. So we have to wait for them to gather information. They'll step outside of those courtroom doors and the overflow room doors, and they'll send it to us immediately that they get it. I'm just checking now to see if we have anything yet. We're only a couple of minutes into this session, and nothing coming through as yet. So the simple answer is, John, no, we have no idea at this point how prosecutors are going to respond. They were clearly caught unawares. They were shocked, surprised, and as I said before, any other word I looked up in the thesaurus. This was a surprise and a shocker to every single person concerned, except it seems for Hunter Biden's defense team.
What was that cricket term again?
A googly. It's a ball, it's a pitch, if you like. Let's call it a pitch. Yeah. But it's a ball bowled by a spinner, which sort of spins in 2 different directions. It's almost unplayable, but a googly. Wikipedia.
All right. Well, that kind of sounds like this entire case. So, Jonathan, I think that is an apt description.
Right.
Fox News contributor, civil rights attorney, and Kerry Irvine, our aforementioned Fox News legal editor. Leo, we're going to play you're an old-time gramophone. We're going to wind you up and let you go. So go.
I'll tell you right now, remember 13 months ago, I think I was on Harris Faulkner's show, and I said the only way that sweetheart deal could be blocked was from the judge. Sandra and John, let me be very clear. We can't look at this case through a political, legal lens. It's all politics. If it wasn't for the judge, 13 months ago in Delaware, if it wasn't for those 2 whistleblowers, Hunter Biden would be off scot-free. And let's make sure we understand this. This is a political trial. The Department of Justice, the person in charge is Merrick Garland. He works for Joe Biden. So if there's any notion that this is not going to be resolved in a manner of a plea deal, somebody's being very naive. This is going to be resolved. Joe Biden is going to pardon his son, and the Department of Justice going through this Jekyll and Hyde position. They don't care. They're going to take their marching orders from their boss, who works for President Biden. Joe Biden is no longer the most powerful man on the planet. He's not running for re-election. He has 0 to lose.
So, Leo, thank you for that. We're going to get Jonathan back up here in just a moment because Kerry crossing the wires right now. via Reuters is that the Justice Department has opposed Hunter's plea in this tax case. Your reaction?
I am not surprised at all. In fact, I thought this would happen actually, and for a couple of reasons. One, DOJ does not like to be jerked around, and they certainly don't like to be surprised. That has happened. To use that analogy that I can't even go into, with the ball circling all over the place. That's exactly what happened today. So that was so if they're asking for a deal of any kind, that's a very bad way to start on Hunter's part. So I'm not surprised on that part. The second reason why I'm not surprised is because DOJ is trying to rehabilitate, I think, its reputation after that ridiculous plea deal of a lifetime that they offered to Hunter Biden last year that was exposed by that judge. And because there are no political ramifications now, because Joe Biden is no longer in the race, they have every reason to lean all in here and to be aggressive in order to really retain some integrity in this case. So for Hunter Biden to show up, spring this on them, and ask for an Alford plea, which says that, okay, you have enough evidence to convict me, but I'm not actually guilty, I just didn't see the DOJ necessarily standing for that. And even if Merrick Garland...
That's a good little spin you got there. R. 1R, $3,500.
5 down, 8.
Yep, 4 A's. Okay.
Buy another vowel, E.
1 E.
One more vowel, I.
1 I. Yeah, boy, you bought vowels again. They're gone. Well, this could get interesting. Let's have a letter first, Drew.
Okay. S.
Yeah, there are 2 of them. That's $2,000 plus you have almost 3,000. It's close to 5,000. All right, so we'll leave that there. We'll give you the 2,000, and you have 4,000. $750. What do you want to do next? Whoa, don't move a muscle. All right, call another Drew.
L.
Pick up the $1 million wedge, please. All right, so turn it over so we can see. We don't want to see the bankrupt area. You can put it right down there and spin or solve here, Drew.
G.
2 G's. Pick up the wild card. Hey. All right, you got the wild card. You got the $1 million wedge. You have almost $6 grand. It's gonna be close. Okay.
K.
2 K's. 2,000 more. I'm not even gonna bother asking you about this thing. You're not gonna do it, right? You're not gonna take the.
I'd like to solve.
Go ahead.
Alaskan king crab legs.
Yeah, that's. You're killing me, Drew. Wow, what do you got there? $7,250. He has the $1 million wedge here. You hold on to that. He's got the wild card. You hold on to that. And then we'll pat him down during the commercial. Be right back.
A bed with a bump in your erection might be painful, embarrassing, difficult to and could be Peyronie's disease, or PD, a real medical condition that urologists can diagnose and have been treating for more than 8 years with Xiaflex, the only FDA-approved non-surgical treatment for appropriate men with PD. Along with daily gentle penile stretching and straightening exercises, Xiaflex has been proven to help gradually reduce the bend. Don't receive if the treatment area involves your urethra, or if you're allergic to any of the ingredients. May cause serious side effects, including penile fracture or other serious injury during an erection, and severe allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Seek help if you have any of these symptoms. Do not have any sexual activity during and for at least 4 weeks after each treatment cycle. Sudden back pain reactions and fainting can happen after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have a bleeding condition or take blood thinners, as risk of bleeding or bruising at the treatment site is increased. Join the tens of thousands of men who've been prescribed Xiaflex. Make an appointment with a Xiaflex trained urologist. Visit bencarrot.com to find one.
Every
shelter pet deserves a second chance. And you're making it possible for thousands of them every day. Because every time you feed your pet pills, you help feed a shelter pet. Which helps make them healthy and happy and more adoptable. Changing their life forever so they can change yours. Science did that.
Sometimes it's hard to know where to start, and the cycle never stops. You're not alone. Visit maketheconnection.net.
You don't have to be the perfect puppy raiser to be the right one. Contact Southwestern Guide Dogs today and ask about becoming our next puppy raiser.
My dad's addiction and death from overdosing on opioids has taught me everybody knows somebody who's struggling with this very problem. Losing my mentor, my best friend, somebody who made me the person that I am. He took one pill. One pill too many that ultimately killed him.
Only way to get across the step by step.
One day at a time.
Correct.
Beat the Bridge, weeknights at 5:30 on Game Show Network.
Well, we're having a very interesting evening here with the $1 Million Wedge in play. People is the category. And, oh, it's our prize puzzle. And the man holding that $1 Million Wedge is Drew, who will start this round. Go ahead. Well, we want to stay away from there now, that's for sure. 600. R. Yes, 3 R's. Another good start.
5 vowel. A.
Yes, 3 A's.
Five vowel. E.
You certainly learned the importance of vowels, and there are 3 of them. Hold your breath time again. Ah, that time it got you. Drew, I'm sorry, we've got to clear all that out. That's just theoretical money. I wouldn't worry too much about it. And the wild as well, and your jacket, please. No. And then it's your turn. $500.
S.
What S? Oh boy, what letter?
N.
3 N's. Divide a vowel, spin the wheel, try to solve the puzzle in that. What do you want to do?
I would like to buy a vowel.
Okay.
I.
Yes, 2 I's.
Can I buy another vowel?
Yes.
O.
And that's the last of the vowels. Oh, come on. Boy, that hurt. I'm sorry. Victoria, it's your turn.
Can I solve the puzzle?
Well, we'll find out.
International travelers.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
You did it! Listen, you got no money. But you do have a cruise to Portugal, which sounds awfully good to me.
Victoria, excitement calls in the home of the Iberian wolf. Experience the incredible beauty of Portugal on board an award-winning starship, courtesy of Emerald Waterways. Take in the alluring Douro wine valley. Visit charming ports like Porto and Salamanca, Spain. Explore on shore and luxuriate in the open-air sun deck, a rooftop swimming pool, and enjoy fine dining. Visit emeraldways.com. $13,290.
Well, that's one where everybody has some money and not even considering around here. You have $13,290 to lead at this point, but leads are made to change around here. And we'll come back and see if that happens. Stay with us. Feel better?
What makes a Medicare supplement insurance plan, like an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare, a good choice for people on Medicare? It's smart for you to have now,
I'm 65.
and later on, for the future you.
I'm 70-ish.
It's really smart.
Hey, looking good. You made a great choice for us.
With this type of plan, see any doctor or visit any hospital that accepts Medicare patients. There are no networks. Your healthcare future will have more freedom.
I kept our doctor. And when I needed a specialist, no referrals needed, right? Bingo.
In fact, see any doctor anywhere in the U.S. Really smart to have when you travel.
When I visit this little cutie in Arizona, my plan goes with me. Grandkids! I can't wait.
Don't worry about surprise medical bills either. You'll know up front about how much your care will cost. And knowing your expenses makes planning your financial future easier.
I'm glad my husband and I can use our savings to do the things we want to do. I'm glad I don't have to shop for a new plan every year.
That's right. Once you enroll, your coverage is guaranteed for as long as you keep this plan. Have questions? Call United Healthcare now to talk with a licensed insurance agent or producer. They know a lot about what makes these plans smart now and really smart later. Or just ask for this free guide. Benefits and rates in one place, so it's easy to compare options. Year to year, 94% of members renew their plan. And Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP, meeting their high standards of service and quality. So give United Healthcare a call today and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Winnie, look at you. Thanks again for looking out for me. We're in this together.
An AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare. Smart now, really smart later.
Don't miss the Cold Cash Ultimate Giveaway. Hurry and claim yours from the millions in Cold Cash we're giving away in stores only, while supplies last. Plus, an extra 20% off in store and online Friday through Sunday. This weekend at Kohl's.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
All right, we'll do another toss-up here, and in a pretty tight match, these toss-ups are important. $3,000 fun. Games, here we go. Drew.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
That's it. Seems unusually cool to me, but Drew gets to 3,000. He's getting closer to the lead at this point. Event is the category for this next round. Drew, you can watch me. Give it a little final spin. Tell ask me to give me a letter for puzzle, 3 seconds to solve it. Consonants will add 1,000. It'll be worth $1,500 a piece. Again, it's an event. Drew, we start with you. Let's have a letter, please.
R.
3 R's. Look at that.
T.
1 T. Victoria.
N.
No N. Drew.
S.
No S. Lynette.
L.
No L. Victoria.
M.
1 M. Event. Drew.
E.
1 E. No money for vowels. Let's do that 3 seconds starting now. Can we turn the music a little louder? I can't quite get the full impact of it. Victoria.
D.
No D. Drew.
Hey.
Same story with the vowels, but here come a couple of them. Lamette.
G.
One G. Victoria.
P.
E. Drew.
J.
Yes. Okay. Lamette.
H.
Yeah, two H's.
Major breakthrough.
There you go. Hi. Well, I got good news and bad news. The good news is you want some dough, which is great. You were not the big winner. That's the bad news. But you ended up with $9,000 cash. Thanks a lot very much for being here. It's good to have you with us.
I enjoyed it. Thank you.
I got to step down here. Be careful, huh? Jerry, thank you very much. He saved my life. $11,750. You may have been a teensy bit nervous, but you did very well. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of fun.
Thank you. Great. I'm a little nervous myself, to tell you the truth. You're going to Portugal, and that was enough to put you over the top. $13,290. You're going to the bonus round. Ready for this?
Ten.
Okay. Thing, living thing, and phrase. Pick one of those.
Praise.
Phrase it is. We'll see how that works out when we come back.
Game Show Network celebrating a brand new match.
Welcome to the match game.
The fun-filled, fill-in-the-blank show you know and love is back. The all-new match game, weeknights at 6, starting Monday, September 16th.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. All of these plans include a Healthy Options Allowance, a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Other benefits on these plans include free rides to and from your medical appointments. You pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long. All plans have dental coverage, which includes 2 free cleans a year, fillings, and a yearly exam. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing tests, coverage for hearing aids. You'll also have a $0 copay for the shingles and other routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
With the Portugal cruise, over $13,000 in the bank, and who's the audience with you?
My wonderful husband, Chuck.
I think you're going to Portugal, Chuck. Let's spin the wheel and get some spending cash. You really might have to sell it for a car. All right. Looks like we have stars. please. Thank you very much. We're going to head down this way, and you're going to stop right there. I'll stop right there. And phrase, that's what you chose, R-S-T-L-N. A lot of blank spaces, which you fill so in. 3 more consonants, 1 more vowel.
C.
1.
H. M.
And on.
A.
Yeah, let me get out of all of that. I don't know. Looks tough to me, but I'm not trying this on. It's afraid. 10 seconds. Try to knock it out. Good luck. And you're never too short, and this is a puzzle that didn't come true, unfortunately. I hate when that happens. It wasn't meant to be. This wasn't meant to be, but you got $13,290. Great tip. Drop us a postcard if they show that postcard safe. I mentioned bubble bath with me. Do you take bubble baths? You strike me as a bubble bath.
Yes, I do.
Yep.
And you?
No, I did. This is true. I took a milk bath yesterday. I got in the tub. I asked Leslie to pour the milk in. She said, pasteurized? I said, no, just up to my waist will be fine. And it really was a nice. Good night.
Goodbye, everybody.
Weeknights on Game Show Network are a really big deal.
This call for a coach.
It's a really, really good time. Wheel of Fortune, another episode next on Game Show Network.
From Sony Pictures Studios, it's American King. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the stars of a... Oh, that's Big Jack and Vanna White.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Jim. Another nice crowd. We always appreciate it. See you later. All right, you're already scrambling for those devices. A very well-trained group of contestants we have here. Our first toss of the night. Thing is the category. It's worth $1,000. Go get it, Vanna. Danny.
Soothing massage.
Yeah, there you go. It's such an easy game, isn't it? Unbelievable. Jamie Campbell just won $1,000. Now, I have always had a mental block about saying the name of your town. I'm going to do it tonight. It's my first time on the first chance. It's Manalapan.
Correct.
Manalapan, New Jersey. There you go. I did it. I'm so proud of myself. No one else cares. What do you do for a living there?
So I work in a school in Coltsneck, but I'm also a grad student. I'm hoping to be a teacher.
Okay, a lot going on for you there. Yes. You're involved in fundraising?
My family's very into fundraising, especially for cancer.
Yeah. Well, good for you and good for them, and thank you for being with us. Good to have you with us. Hey, Joe. You're Joe Ward, aren't you?
Yes.
Cary, North Carolina. Cary, I can say, no problem at all. What do you do in Cary?
I am a clinical research associate.
And a married man?
Yes, my amazing wife, Rebecca, and we have 2 children, 2-year-old Grayson and 5-month-old Annalise.
Yeah, and some people like visiting monuments around the country. You like visiting
craft breweries.
There you go. There you go. You're a good man, Joe. Good luck on our show. Thank you. Brittany Rowland. Right. Insurance broker?
For 11.5 years.
Yep. And involved in the Make-A-Wish?
Yes, I'm involved in Make-A-Wish Georgia through the Wish branching, so I go out and meet with the families, as well as I serve on the Savannah Advisory Council, so we work on the events that we have going on.
Great organization. You're a big traveler. You've been, you're a cruise person, right?
Yes, I have been on 13 cruises, so I hope to win a couple more.
Okay, wow. A couple more.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. All right, get ready. We'll do another toss-up. This is worth $2,000. Proper name is the category. There's the puzzle. Off we go again. Joe.
Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, there you go. The local baseball team from around here. Youngest to $2,000 will start the first round moment. Let's check the puzzle first. One of our Wheel of Fortune crosswords, and the clue is beach blank. Okay, go get him, Joe. 700.
T.
One T. Right in the corner there.
That's my vowel.
No, maybe not. Why? Brittany. $6.50.
N.
Let's see, one N. Where is that little guy? There he is.
I'd like to buy an E.
Yeah, two E's. $6.50.
R.
No, R. Jamie, your turn. $700.
L.
I believe there are, you know what, how many? There are five. Five L's. 5 times 7, I believe, is 35. You have $3,500.
I'd like to buy a vowel. A.
Two A's.
B.
Yeah, two B's. Looky there.
C.
Yes, one B, $2,500. You're up over 7,000. Money's getting serious out there. What do you want to do next?
I'd like to buy a vowel. O.
3 O's, and that's it. Vowels are gone. So, finish off.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Say it and don't add anything to it.
Blanket, toys, boys, volleyball.
Yeah, there you go. Hi, how you doing? You want 68? No, you already have 1,000, so 68 and 1,000 is 78. Yeah, good. We'll do that. Just testing it.
What sea mammal has a name that translates to pigfish? The correct answer is porpoise. Challengers, well done.
I don't know why they didn't just stay with pigfish.
Masterminds. Next, only on Game Show Network.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace in just seconds. You can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic, replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new. Drain Magic's blue tight gasket makes a big difference. It holds water until you release it.
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a blue tight gasket that creates a watertight seal without messing plumber's pipe. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. It just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredible price. There's a strict limit of 3 Drain Magic. Call or click now to order.
To order, call 1-800-810-5850. That's 1-800-810-5850, or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-810-5850. Order now.
Learning something new
products is too hard. And all I want is real conversations with real people in real language. Ready to find your follow through? With Babbel, it starts here. Start learning today at Babbel.com.
Okay. So, person, that's category for the next round. And we're going to put Ricky to work first here. Should be a beat here.
Hey,
There's T. Pick up that half bar, please. That new sign person. You got that? Plus $500 for cash. There's the bid.
I like five hours.
Sure.
Hey.
Let's see. What need? You may get your second beep in a hurry here. Jane.
Thank you for calling New Red. Para continuar en español, oprima 8. Into us. Your mortgage servicing portal experience has just been upgraded with My Account for fast, self-service without the wait. Sign in today on our website. Please enter the last 4 digits of your social security number, followed by the pound key. As of September 5th, 2024, your last payment was received on August 6th, 2024. Your next payment is due on September 1st, 2024 in the amount of $554.77. Please choose one of the following options to self-service your loan. To pay by phone using our free automated phone pay system, press 1. To refinance, please note, any payments received before 11:45 p.m. Eastern Time will be posted to your mortgage account that day. All payments can take up to 3 business days for funds to be drafted from your bank account. Please choose the bank account you'd like to pay from. For the checking account ending in 4292, press 1. To enter, your total payment amount due is $554.77. The minimum amount due is $554.77. To pay the total amount due, press 1. To pay only the minimum, you have chosen to pay the total amount due of $554.77. If that's correct, press 1. To pay another amount, your payment has been submitted for processing and will post to your account today. The confirmation number for this transaction is 481958113. To repeat your confirmation number, press the star key. To return to the main menu, press 9. If you're finished, the confirmation number for this transaction is 481958113. To repeat your confirmation number, press the star key. To return to the main menu, press 9. If you're finished, you can just hang up.
When you keep your car in tip-top shape, you improve the resale value and increase the life expectancy. You'll drive your car longer and sell it for more when you decide to get a new car.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
The check engine light came on the vehicle. I thought, oh my gosh, what's this going to cost me? And he said, ma'am, you're covered. I mean, what can you say? Hallelujah.
Endurance take it right back. No problem, don't worry about it. We're working out with the dealership. We'll get you covered.
One claim alone saved you more than $4,000.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, and come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't wait, act now.
Call 1-833-440-4648 for a free quote. That's 1-833-440-4648
800-840-4648. All new families. Let's go. Number few. All new 2010 starting Monday on Geisha Network.
Because it's time for our prize puzzle of the night. Bench is the category of our prize puzzle sound, and there goes our daily spinning a wheel. Two S's. Do very well again. $3,500. H. Yeah, a couple of those. Like my vowel. Oh. You would. Well,
Visiting the Netherlands.
you got it. Well, you have no money, but as you work here, you think that that's where you're going to go. This could be cool. We take another one to Rome. Down the road.
He wants the artist to flow in the land of red bread. Discover the old world museum, Germany, France, and the Netherlands in springtime on board an award-winning starship, courtesy of Admiral Waterway. Exploring shipping cities of Strasbourg, Cologne, and others. Touring cities on foot or by bike, while taking the cruise that draw visitors each spring, or simply relax on deck. Visit emerald.com. $11,690.
There you go. Well, the healing shows us you can see one of the more cruises. Right, so you're halfway there. $11,690. She has to be here, but he has some money to do. Find out before too long. And I'm back.
At Humana, we believe your health care should evolve with you, and part of that evolution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. Hi, my name is Sam Davis, and I'm going to tell you about Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans that can provide more coverage than original Medicare, including prescription drug coverage, all wrapped up into one convenient plan. With original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you have to meet a deductible for each, and then you're still responsible for 20% of the cost. Next, let's look at Medicare supplement plans. If a service is covered under original Medicare, then a Medicare supplement plan pays for some or all of the Medicare deductibles and the 20% code. But they may have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans include medical coverage, plus prescription drug coverage, with $0 copays on it.
Jeff says, doesn't matter what you think, I'm going to sign off on it. Case closed. See what happens this afternoon.
All right, so we'll keep watching that. Yesterday's horrific school shooting in Georgia that killed 2 students and 2 teachers, now facing felony murder charges. That shooter. This, as we learn more about the alleged gunman. Officials say the 14-year-old suspect has been on the FBI's radar since last year for making violent threats online. He is now being charged with murder and will be tried as an adult. Senior correspondent Steve Harrigan is live in Winder, Georgia, with the very latest from there. Steve, what are we learning right now?
Well, Sandra, you're right. He's going to face 4 felony murder charges. He's going to be tried as a... But right now, he's actually being held in a youth facility and detention about 30 miles away from here. We're also getting some new details about exactly what went on during the shooting and the fear that some of the teachers and students felt while those at least 10 shots were being fired yesterday.
One teacher was shaking and she was scared, hiding under her desk. The other one was telling us to shut off our phones and be really quiet and that it would be okay. Students were just holding on to each other and like crying, really scared.
We've seen students all afternoon here walking up with flowers to a memorial behind me. And we're learning also, too, that as far as the radar goes, that this 14-year-old suspected shooter was really on police and law enforcement's radar for 15 months now. Local law enforcement interviewed him and his father about 1 year ago after an online post threatened to shoot up a middle school. They said they had no grounds to make any arrests after that interview. All county schools are going to be closed for the rest of the week, and the football game scheduled here for Friday night has been canceled. One of the defensive coaches was among them killed. Senator, back to you.
Absolutely. So horrific and sad. Steve Harrigan, thank you very much. John?
Sandra, a major revision to last month's job data related to the uptick in immigration. All right, and Lawrence had that story coming up next.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning a future through the change.
And 2 ends. For you, $1,200.
I'd like to buy a vowel. A.
1A.
Like to buy a vowel. I.
2 I's.
G.
Here comes a G.
Like to buy a vowel.
Yes. E. Yeah, when you bought the right vowels, they are gone. Be close to the big one. Can he get there? Yes, he can.
T.
3 T. Whoa. Right. Joe, all of a sudden you've got $16,100. What do you want to do?
I'd like to solve.
I wish you would.
Pitching a tent.
Yeah. Nice going. What's around me? $16,100 that round. You're up to $19,700, but we're zipping along here. We have time. The puzzle. I hope you brought another one down. There it is. That was up her sleeve. If she had one, fun and games, that is the category. And that sound means time to running short on the wheel of final spin. Asking to give you a letter. The puzzle, 3 seconds to solve it. Vowels worth nothing. Consonants $11,000. Over $1,700 apiece. Again, it's fun and games. And Brittany, we start with you. Let's have a letter.
T.
2 T's.
N.
1 N. Jump.
R.
Brittany.
S.
Yes, 1 S. Fun and games. Time starts about now. Okay.
L.
1 L. What do we have there?
Talent show.
That is it. Yes, ma'am. Well, kind of good news, bad news. Bad news and all that, and you're not going to the bonus round, but the good news is very good. The small cash total, $16,250. Congratulations, David. Good luck with the teaching. Boy, wait a minute. Oh, nice finish here. You've got a great cruise. $11,690. Thanks, Brittany. Fun to have you with us. How'd you do that? Where'd you come from? Out of the blue. He's the winner. $19,700. Nice going, Joe.
Thank you.
All right. Phrase, think, And what are you doing? What category do you like in the bonus round?
What are you doing?
Okay, we'll see how that choice plays out for him. We'll just come back.
Is going to tell us whether or not the economy is doing well or if it's doing poorly. As experts say, immigrants, both legal and illegal, are a big factor in the jobs data. Fox Business's Edward Lawrence is live at the White House. No one better to decipher all of this for us. Edward?
Yeah, and we do have to do some peeling of the onion. So, immigrants coming through the past year, legal and illegal, have outpaced native-born workers in getting jobs. Now, the Federal Reserve is worried about the underlying strength of the jobs market. In fact, that could be seen in the last jobs report that was out that talked about the amount of job openings. 62,000 more people were laid off than first thought in June, July even more. So I asked if Bidenomics may not have produced a strong enough jobs market. Listen to this.
With the jobs report coming out on Friday, has the jobs growth significantly stalled in this country?
So a couple of things that I do want to touch on. We're trying to get our economy back to normal, and we're seeing signs of that. We're seeing data. The job market remains strong.
So when you look at adding immigration to the mix, the studio estimates 7 in 10 new migrants did not come through normal channels here. The Biden-Harris administration has been trying to increase the amount of work permits for these people, but listen to the other side of this.
We forget that the labor market is fundamentally a market. It abides by the laws of supply and demand. And if you're going to increase supply, in this case, massively increase supply, specifically the supply of low-skilled labor, that will depress wage growth because wages are the price in the labor market.
And now we have companies shrinking the amount of people they're hiring. John?
All right, we'll look forward to those numbers tomorrow and see where they go. Ed Lawrence, good to have you on board. We'll be right back.
Every day, veteran homeowners are calling New Day to pay off credit card debt that's been piling up. Many were shocked to learn they've been paying 22% on their credit card balances. And if payments were late, as much as 30%. That's over 3 times the interest rate on a New Day 100 VA home loan. Pay off high-rate credit cards and other debt with a lower-rate New Day home loan.
Save hundreds a month, thousands a year. Call 1-844-934-2568. Clogged gutters can cause big problems fast. It's allowed. Call 833 Leaf Filter today.
It'll be a car, maybe cash, maybe 100,000 cash. Something like that. All right, Joe, this way, please. On the magic mark there. And you chose What Are You Doing? And there's letters now. I'll give you one of them, RSTLME. And now you'll go to work. 3 more consonants, 1 more vowel.
B.
What?
K.
Okay.
M.
And a vowel.
I.
All right, let's see what we get here. Audience, nothing from you, please. So the category is What Are You Doing? You have 10 seconds to try to talk this thing out. He's glancing at the motherboard. That could be helpful. Good luck.
Hiking.
Maybe 1 more letter there. Packing for hike. What do we have in here? And money would have been awfully nice, but you got plenty of money. $9,700. I call it a good day's work, Joe. Nice job. Thank you. Stay right here. Van and I will be back momentarily. You know, we've known each other a long time, but we don't socialize all that much because she doesn't care for me. But tonight, tonight we're going to you and your boyfriend Mark. I'm going to have dinner afterwards, and I'm going to tell you this tonight. I'm buying.
Okay.
You want to go for your wallet or anything? Well, I'm stuck. I said it on national television. I hope they have a drive-through. We'll see you next time. So long.
Bye.
Game Show Network celebrating a brand new match. The fun-filled, fill-in-the-blank show you know and love is back.
The dictionary calls a group of geese a gaggle. The tabloids call a group of Baldwin brothers a blank. Why did I agree to do this show?
The all-new match game, weeknights at 6, starting Monday, September 16th on Game Show Network.
Do you have what it takes to defeat Mark the Beast Levesque and his fellow trivia geniuses? Find out tonight on Masterminds. And here's your host, Brooke Burns.
Welcome to Masterminds, a game of trivia, smarts, and strategy. Let's meet our challengers. She's an elementary school teacher who graduated summa cum laude and loves to run half marathons from Sacramento, California. Welcome, Kathy. He's a pastor that has a law degree and a master's in theology, who also does magic from Simi Valley, California. It's Jeff. Very interesting. He's a two-time Dean's List student who is the captain of his forensics team and has a lot of metal in his body. Wow, okay. Please welcome Ben. Can't wait to hear more about that. Welcome to the show, you guys. Are you ready to jump in and meet the mastermind?
Yes.
Sounds good, because they're right over here. He's a Yale-educated tutor who has schooled countless contestants, and now he's ready to teach you a lesson. It's Ryan Chafee. She has degrees in anthropology, American civilization, and Swedish studies, and she knows how to rock some really cool glasses. It's Muffy Morocco! He's a true academic powerhouse with a master's from Oxford, a postgraduate from the University of Exeter, and a law degree from the University of Glamorgan. With more degrees than a 5-alarm fire, he ignites the world of trivia. It's Mark, the Beast Levesque! Welcome, Masterminds. It's so great to be here with you guys tonight. Beastie, are you ready to play?
Yes, every year my colleagues get smarter and more experienced. What happened to you?
Let's be honest, there are a few subjects that I could take you down in.
Bring money.
Here's how we play. I'll ask you a series of trivia questions over 3 rounds of escalating difficulty. At the end of the game, the highest scoring challenger will face the highest scoring mastermind in the ultimate trivia showdown for $10,000. If a challenger wins, they'll come back to compete again. And if a challenger wins 2 times, then they will be crowned a mastermind and could take the place of one of our masterminds on this stage. Hopefully Beastie after that last comment. In round 1, all challengers and masterminds will play. Correct answers are worth 100 points. Good luck, everyone. The first subject is sports. To make the game more exciting, which of these is a new change Major League Baseball implemented in 2023? Bigger bats, bigger bases, or bigger baseballs? Everybody's locked in, and the correct answer is bigger bases. Challengers, did we know this? Okay, well done for Ben. He did 100 points for you. Well done. Masterminds, how about you guys? Wow, okay. No points awarded on that one. The next subject is holidays. Andrews Methodist Episcopal Church in Grafton, West Virginia, houses an international shrine to what holiday that was born there? Earth Day, Memorial Day, or Mother's Day? And the correct answer is Mother's Day. Challengers, how about this one? Okay, well done, Kathy and Jeff knew this one for 100 points. Masterminds? All right, well done. 100 points across the board.
Anna Jarvis is regarding the creator of Mother's Day, and there's a stained glass window that's a shrine to her there.
How beautiful. We do love to be appreciated.
And we love mothers.
Well, thank you. All right, the next subject is, which came first? Which came first? 1, 2, or 3? Wonder Bread, $2 bill, or the 3M Company? The correct answer is the $2 bill. Challengers, how about this? Oh man, okay, no points awarded on that one. Tricky. Masterminds, what about you? BC and Ryan for 100 points apiece. Well done.
Nothing, hang your head in shame as Rick gets that one right ahead of you.
I give them some much larger than $2, my dear.
All right, you can pick up the check there for the next meal.
Thank you, Masterminds. The next subject is awards. What pop diva is the only artist to be nominated in each of the 5 decades since the MTV Video Music Awards began? Madonna, Cher, or Celine Dion? And the correct answer is Madonna. Come on. Yeah, there we go. 100 points for Kathy, 100 points for Ben. Mastermind. Okay, BC and Ryan. BC, are you a Madonna fan?
Well, you could go since the 80s, that's the 80s, 90s, noughties, 10s and 20s, and the other two have had lean periods.
Thank you, BC. The next subject is the sea. Someone sporting a Venus's girdle at the beach has become entangled with what kind of animal? A jellyfish, a crab, or an octopus? And the correct answer is a jellyfish. Contestants, how do we do? All right, well done for Jeff for 100 points. Get back in there, ready to go. Masterminds. 100 points across the board. You will find the Venus's girdle in the Mediterranean Sea, but you don't want to find it.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Beastie in a Venus's girdle, I can tell you that much.
Really nice sister.
Thank you, Muffy. The last subject is speeches. Ronald Reagan's famous line, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, was preceded by Mr. Gorbachev, open this what? Gate, country, or world? And the correct answer is gate. Challengers. Yeah, okay, for Kathy for 100 points. Well done. She seems very happy about that one. Mastermind. All right, well done for Muffy and BC, 100 points apiece.
Remember, sir, the Berlin Wall went up in one night in August 61. It came down pretty much in one night in 1989.
Thank you so much. All right, that's it for round 1. For our contestants, Kathy is in the lead with 300 points. Well done. And on our mastermind side, Beastie's in the lead with 500 points. Well done, sir. When we return, the points get higher and the questions get more difficult as we get closer to determining who will play for $10,000. More masterminds after this.
It's a brand new game of knowledge, trust, high stakes. Find out who has what it takes to beat the British.
Weeknights at 5:30, only on Game Show Network.
Don't miss the Cold Cash Ultimate Giveaway. Hurry and claim yours from the millions in Cold Cash we're giving away in stores only, while supplies last. Plus, take an extra 20% off in store and online Friday through Sunday. This weekend at Kohl's.
Brisky's World. Come on, let's explore. Made with real salmon. Look what I found. Little soups for cats.
There's the delicious taste of tuna we treasure.
Definitely coming back tomorrow.
Friskies, always more to explore.
It's time for Bob's There to compare. You get style. You get features. You get quality and thousands of dollars in savings. Everyone's a winner when you dare to compare. In store at mybob.com.
When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Emergency plumbing? done well. So the next time you have a project, leave it to the skilled pros and join the millions of homeowners who use Angie to care for their homes. Get started at Angie.com.
A bed with a bump in your erection might be painful, embarrassing, difficult to talk about, and could be Peyronie's disease, or PD, a real medical condition that urologists can diagnose and have been treating for more than 8 years with Xiaflex, the only FDA-approved non-surgical treatment for appropriate men with PD. Along with daily gentle penile stretching and straightening exercises, Xiaflex has been proven to help gradually reduce the bend. Don't receive if the treatment area involves your urethra, or if you're allergic to any of the ingredients. May cause serious side effects, including penile fracture or other serious injury during an erection, and severe allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Seek help if you have any of these symptoms. Do not have any sexual activity during and for at least 4 weeks after each treatment cycle. Sudden back pain reactions and fainting can happen after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have a bleeding condition or take blood thinners, as risk of bleeding or bruising at the treatment site is increased. Join the tens of thousands of men who've been prescribed Xiaflex. Make an appointment with a Xiaflex-trained urologist. Visit bencarrot.com to find one today.
Over 400,000 people with AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time implant, reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry. For life, Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
Welcome back to Masterminds. In this round, both the challengers and the masterminds will write in their answers for a chance to build their score. There are 5 subjects, and correct answers are now worth 200 points. At the end of this round, the challenger and the mastermind with the lowest scores will be eliminated. Let's play. And the first subject is fashion. Oh dear, Beastie. Canadians Chris Boyd and Georgia Birch are credited with inventing December parties celebrating what ugly garments? And the correct answer is Christmas sweater. Challengers, did you know this? Yeah! I love that. Great start to round 2. 200 points across the board. How about for our masterminds? Yes, as well. 200 points across the board. The next subject is television. On what TV show was the season 10 episode titled Splinter, the first episode where no one, living or otherwise, perished? And the correct answer is The Walking Dead. Any Walking Dead fans? Ooh, okay. No points awarded for that one. Masterminds, what about you guys? Okay, Beastie for 200 points. The next subject is nicknames. Which Las Vegas hotel was named for gangster mole Virginia Hill, known for her long legs and red hair? The correct answer is the Flamingo. Challengers, did we get this one? Yeah, Ben did. I know it when he was shaking his head. Well done. 200 points added to your score, sir. And for our masterminds, all right, 200 for Muffin and Ryan. The next subject is anatomy. Caused by your body using more oxygen than usual, muscles produce what type of acid when working out? Everybody's locked in, and the correct answer is lactic. How do we do? We definitely know nothing. Come on, gentlemen. We'll let Kathy shine on this one. 200 points for you. No surprise at all. Masterminds. There we go. 200 points across the board.
I think a good athlete generally builds up about 10 if you're doing 100-meter units and up to about 17 if you're in middle distance, but you can get rid of it. So I think bicarbonate soda is really good for helping you build up.
Good to know. Okay, it's time for the final question of this round. This question is worth 400 points. This will determine who will be moving on to the next round. Here is your final subject. And the subject is U.S. presidents. Born with the initials HUG, what president welcomed the name change when he moved to New York as a young man? And the correct answer is Ulysses Grant. How do we do? Okay, Kathy and Jeff, 400 points apiece. That means that Kathy and Jeff are moving on to the next round. 100 points across the board over here. Misty and Ryan moving on, and what baby know we'll see you again soon. When we come back, it's Challenger versus Challenger and Mastermind versus Mastermind to determine who will compete in the ultimate trivia showdown for $10,000. More Mastermind after this.
It's time to play Slot Trivia, brought to you by Slotomania, the #1 free slots game.
Hello, Masterminds. Today's spin is adventure. What's the #1 most hiked mountain in the world? Everest, Kilimanjaro, or Fuji? We'll be back with the answer after a word from Slotomania.
Play Slotomania, the #1 free slots game, and enjoy a variety of over 170 exciting slot machines and minigames. Download now for your 1 million free welcome points. Slotomania. What will today spin?
What's the #1 most hiked mountain in the world? Did you guess Mount Fuji? You're right. Over 300,000 climbers see its peak every year.
Brought to you by Slotomania, the world's #1 free slots game. Download today from the App Store or Google Play and get 1 million free coins welcome bonus.
My family isn't perfect. We're messy. We're loud.
Yes, so it's mine.
But I wouldn't want it any other way.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
3 Ps?
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 65 and take medications. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. Call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. So call now.
Call 1-800-958-6335. That's 1-800-958-6335. If you're on supplemental oxygen, heavy and awkward tanks can be a burden. Now you can leave home and leave tanks behind with Inogen, portable oxygen therapy that moves with you.
With my Inogen, now I'm able to do the things that I've always loved. I just press the button here, and there's my oxygen.
Inogen systems are so small and light, you're free to leave the house without the hassles of an oxygen tank.
I could play golf again. I can go grocery shopping. I'm free of it.
With the Inogen, I can handle my own oxygen. I can carry my own oxygen. I go anywhere with this. Look how small it is.
And right now, you can try an Inogen portable oxygen system for 30 days risk-free. Call us right now. If you qualify, we'll send you an Inogen system to use for 30 days risk-free. Your insurance may even cover your new Inogen system.
If you're on oxygen, you need to be using an Inogen.
Call 1-800-607-6010 or visit Inogen.com.
Yeah, well, people puzzle Larry near the house where you can win 10,000 and I'm ready, so let's go.
That's funny. I love that.
People Puzzler. Weeknights at 6:30, only on Game Show Network.
Welcome back to Mastermind. It all comes down to which challenger will face the top mastermind for $10,000? We're about to find out. But first, let's get to know them a little better. Kathy, tell me what got you into doing half marathons.
A friend of mine asked me to do a 5K with her. I didn't think I could do it, but she encouraged me. So then I did 5Ks and then 10Ks and then 25K, which was really hard, pouring rain. And I used that story in my classroom to tell my kids that they can do things that they don't think they can do, that are really hard, that they don't think that they can accomplish.
I love that. Congratulations on that. Yeah, that's good luck in the show. And Jeff, how did you get into magic?
When my children were really little, I had to keep them entertained, keep them quiet,
I understand.
occupied.
Yes.
So ultimately, it became a way of life for me. It became who I was, which led to me becoming a member of the Magic Castle and ultimately performing for Comic-Cons, rock festivals, even NFL football players. Now, as a pastor, I incorporate magic into my sermons and into Bible illustrations.
So interesting. All right, well, good luck to both of you and welcome to the show. In this round, first the challengers and the masterminds will face off in a timed trivia battle. The first question will be worth 500 points, and each question that follows will be worth an additional 100 points. It's anyone's game. Challengers, are you ready? Yes. All right, deep breath. Let's go ahead and put 60 seconds on the clock. Your time will begin when I finish reading the first question. 500 points. The abbreviation ASAP stands for what? Kathy.
As soon as possible.
Correct. 600 points. Based on the Addams Family, what Tim Burton produced Netflix series stars Jenna Ortega in the title role? Jeff.
Wednesday.
Correct. 700 points. Monaco's only land border is with what other country? Kathy.
France.
Correct. 800 points. Who purchased the island of Manhattan for 60 guilders and later founded the colony of New Sweden on the Delaware River? Kathy.
Peter Stuyvesant.
No. Jeff. Peter Minuit. 900 points. The Iron Cross is one of the skills performed on what apparatus in men's gymnastics? Kathy?
Ring.
Correct. 1,000 points. Every winter solstice, residents in Cusco, Peru reenact Inti Raymi, a festival for the sun god of what civilization? Jeff?
The Inca.
Correct. 1,100 points. The top-selling live gospel album of all time is Amazing Grace by what soul singer? Kathy?
Aretha Franklin.
Correct. 1,200 points. What novelist? And time! Congratulations! And not only that, but the chance to play for $10,000. Thank you so much for being here. It was wonderful to have you. Good luck with the magic. Have fun with that. Kathy, now we just have to determine which mastermind you'll be facing. If you had a choice, what would it be?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, doesn't matter. She's ready to take on either one of you. I like that attitude. All right, mastermind, do you know how this works? Same rules apply. 60 seconds on the clock. Your time starts when I finish reading the first question. 500 points. In the 1941 film Citizen Kane, what is Rosebud? Ryan.
The sled.
Correct. 600 points. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain partial texts of what division of the Bible that includes Exodus and Leviticus? East.
The Old Testament.
Correct. 700 points. What American wrote the 2013 poem His Day is Done to honor the passing of Nelson Mandela? East.
Mine.
Correct. 800 points. Whose album, The Blueprint, was the first work from the 21st century added to National Recording Registry? Ryan.
Jay-Z.
Correct. 900 points. The phases of the moon between quarter and full are known as what? Ryan.
Crescent.
No. Beastie.
Oh.
Give this. 1,000 points. An Elizabethan beauty product called Venetian Ceruse was a white paint mixture of vinegar and what toxic metal? Ryan.
Lead.
Correct. 1,100 points. In 1979, the dotted art style known as the head cut was created for what newspaper? Ryan.
New York Times.
Nope. Beastie.
New York Post.
The Wall Street Journal. 1,200 points. After 11 seasons, what beloved sitcom's final episode ended with Sam saying, "Sorry, we're closed"? H.
Cheers.
Correct. 1,300 points. What sea captain is this? Alright, that means that Kathy and the Beast will be going head-to-head in our ultimate trivia showdown. Can Kathy win $10,000 and take one step closer to becoming a mastermind? Find out when we come back.
With all the word games these days, it's good to know that Game Show Network's got the one that causes the biggest, well, reaction. Chain Reaction, weeknights starting at 5, only on Game Show Network.
Have you always had trouble losing weight and keeping it on? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
Wegovy helps you lose weight and keep it off.
I'm reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only FDA-approved weight management medicine that's proven reduce risk of major cardiovascular events in adults with known heart disease and with obesity or overweight. Wegovy shouldn't be used with semaglutide or GLP-1 medicines. Don't take Wegovy if you or your family have medullary thyroid cancer, multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if you're allergic to it. Stop Wegovy and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may happen, including pancreatitis and gallbladder problems. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines to treat diabetes. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes, or if you feel your heart racing while at rest. Depression or suicide may occur. Call your provider right away if you have any mental changes. Common side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight.
I'm keeping it off.
And I'm lowering my CV risk.
Check your cost and coverage before talking to your healthcare professional about Wegovy.
This time there are 100 more of you. This whole thing just got tougher.
I am. Good fun this past
Later.
The Florida season premiere to open listings.
Don't miss the Cold Cash Ultimate Giveaway. Hurry and claim yours from the millions in Cold Cash we're giving away in stores only, while supplies last. Plus, take an extra 20% off in store and online Friday through Sunday. This weekend at Kohl's.
last year.
As for the favorites, there's no need to define that. It's a choice for the people of America. In the end, I've said that our so-to-say favorite was the acting president, Mr. Biden. He's been taken out of the race, but he advised all of his supporters to support Mrs. Harris. That's what we'll do. We'll support her as well, and that's the first thing. Secondly, her laugh is so expressive and infectious. That means she's doing well.
Okay. Meanwhile, the Justice Department is accusing Russia of election interference again, and it says that two Russians gave a U.S. company millions of dollars to distribute social media content with pitting Russian government. Conservative commentators associated with the site were never told about the ties to Russia and say that they are victims of this alleged scheme. Here's Attorney General Merrick Garland and our correspondent David Spine.
Russia today sent a statement to Fox News and some other outlets here mocking the situation. They had 5 bullet points or 6 bullet points. The first said, 2016 wants its cliches back. In all seriousness, there is a subsection of the country that when they hear Russian interference, they may believe that it's not true, it's not a real thing. How do you assure people this is a real situation?
I'm sure that was much funnier in the original Russian, but for us, it's not funny. This is deadly serious, and we are going to treat it accordingly.
To the bottom, investigative journalist Matt Taibbi says, quote, the Russiagate scam will never die. My son will be hearing this BS as old men. Matt, great to have you back in the program. We hoped to have you yesterday, and then we have some breaking news, so we appreciate your flexibility in coming back today. So when you watched this big news conference, and they said $10 million in this effort to influence U.S. elections and also other countries, $10 million, which is actually not a huge amount of money, given the kind of money that floats around in these efforts. What was your takeaway from that big press conference yesterday?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's just incredible. This story just won't go away. It just reminds me of the Friday the 13th movies. No matter how many times they kill Jason, he keeps leaping out of Crystal Lake in each sequel, and this is the same thing. This Russiagate story will not die. There isn't.
Vanderoa.
Oh my gosh, Kathy, you're actually still hanging in there. So great that we see this another one here. All right, this is your final question. Kathy, you have to get this one right to stay in the game, and hopefully he gets it wrong, and you're tied with him. All right, here we go. Good luck. Here's your final question. A 1970s movement pushed to make Michigan's Upper Peninsula the 51st state with the name of what great lake? Is this one right? What's your answer? Superior? Superior. Beastie, what did you say?
Well, I knocked out Michigan and Ontario, and I didn't think they'd call the state superior, so I went with Huron.
All right, Huron. If Superior is right, you still have a chance at $10,000, Kathy. The correct answer is Superior! Okay, it's a tie, Kathy. That means that you will now face the ultimate trivia question. Forget about this guy over here. It's all up to you, okay? Get this question right, and the $10,000 is yours. Here is your question. Which 19th century poet of I'm Nobody for You had a father who served in the U.S. Congress? Louisa May Alcott. Louisa May Alcott is your answer. To take home the $10,000, is Louisa May Alcott correct? No, it's Emily Dickinson. Oh my gosh, you were so close, Kathy. Still, you won $1,000. You made it to the final against Beastie. Well done. Wow, Beastie, another contestant into your belt. Join us next time to see who can outsmart the best players in the world right here on Mastermind. Bye, everybody.
Welcome to Split Second. Here's your host, John
Contestants, hands on those buzzers. Here's your first question. Match each of these with an animated canine. Ate spaghetti with a lady, fights the Red Baron, lives with Homer Simpson. Maria.
Fights the Red Baron, Snoopy.
That was Snoopy. Jared.
Ate spaghetti with a lady. Is that the tramp?
That's the tramp. Hey, Jeff.
Lives with Homer Simpson. Snowball.
Lives with Homer Simpson was Santa's little helper. Jared and Maria, 50 points apiece, and that's how we play Split Second. Welcome, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today in what will no doubt be a very fun, fast-paced game. It's going to keep you on the edge of your seat. Tonight, Jeff, Jared, and Maria will need to answer a series of questions in just a split second with a chance to play for $10,000. And here's the way we're going to do it. I'm going to ask questions with 3 parts, ranging from easy to difficult. The key for you is to buzz in and choose the one that you can answer in just a split second. Now, if all 3 of you are correct, in round 1, you're going to get 25 points apiece. If only 2 are correct, as Jared and Maria were on the first question, 50 points apiece, as you can see. And if only 1 person is, it's 100 points added to their score. Does that make sense to you? Good luck. It's time to play Split Second. And here's your next question. Beat the clock by answering these questions about daylight saving time. Spring forward month, fall back month, one of 2 states that does not observe it. Maria.
One of 2 states that does not observe it, Arizona.
Yes, and Hawaii. Jared.
Fall back month. October.
That's November. Jeff.
Spring forward month. April.
That would be March. And there's Maria with 100 points all by herself. Jeff and Jared, you were just 1 month off apiece, which is what happens in daylight savings time. Let's go to the next question. For each fast food chain, tell me yes or no. Was it named for real people? Fast food chain, Church's Chicken, Sbarro, and Taco Bell. Jared.
Church's Chicken.
Time. And Jeff.
Taco Bell. No.
Actually, it was Glenn Bell and Maria.
Church's Chicken, yes.
That's a yes. George Church and Sparrow, in fact, was named after Carmela and Gennaro Sparrow. There's 100 points again for Maria. Well done. Next question. I stuck you delivered and tell me these things about Scotland. Famous mythical lake creature, skirt worn by Highlanders, most populous city. Jared.
Famous mythical lake creature, the Loch Ness Monster.
Yes, Nessie. And Jeff.
Skirt worn by Highlanders.
Kilt. That's a kilt. And Maria, if you have it.
Most populous city?
Yes, it's Glasgow. Jeff and Jared, 50 points apiece on that one. Maria, you're still in first place. Jared in second place. Let's go on to the next question. Answer these with a brand of deodorant. Something hush hush. Doctorate is one. NFL offensive line position. Maria.
Something hush hush, secret.
Yes, and Jeff.
NFL offensive line position, linebacker.
That'd be right guard. And Jared?
Doctorate is one. Nah.
Doctorate is a degree, and there's 100 points for Maria once again. Well done. Maria's still in first place, Jared in second. Here's your next question. Time to spice things up. For each clue, tell me, salt or pepper? Golden Ticket finder Veruca. 2010 Angelina Jolie film. Gwyneth Paltrow's Marvel character. Jeff.
Gwyneth Paltrow's Marvel character, pepper.
That's correct. Jared.
2010 Angelina Jolie film, Salt.
Well done. Maria?
Golden ticket finder, Veruca, salt.
Veruca Salt. Yes, that's right. Veruca Salt. If you really want the chocolate factory. And on to the next question. Give me the next word in these well-known sayings. Looks can be, look before you, look on the bright. Jeff.
Look before you leap.
Correct. Maria.
Looks can be deceiving.
Correct. Jared.
Look on the bright side.
There it is, 25 points apiece. Once again, Maria's in the lead, and here's your last question in the round. Think big and answer these about the Bible's Goliath. Who slew him? Objects that brought him down. Ancient people he belonged to. Maria.
Who slew him? David.
That's correct. Jared.
Object that brought him down, a rock.
Yes, a stone. And a Jeff.
Asian people he belonged to, the Jewish people.
The Philistine. Jared and Maria, 50 points apiece, and that's it for round one. Maria's in first place, Jared in second. Jeff bringing up the rear. When we come back, point values are going to double. And the questions will be a little tougher. Watch out. We'll be back in a split second.
On this bridge, the only way to get across is step by step.
Captain Marvel.
Correct.
India.
Correct.
There is a duty to never have to worry about how much treatment costs. We never get a bill, ever, for any of it. This September, when you call or go online with your credit or debit card, you will receive this St. Jude t-shirt you can wear to show your support. St. Jude, save the lives of these children.
Without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Thank you so much. You have saved so many kids.
Let's cure childhood cancer together.
I'm Judge Napolitano, and let me get it to you straight. I've personally seen what goes on in D.C., and folks, we could have some real challenges ahead. Congress can't stop spending money, the Fed can't stop printing money, and our national debt is destroying America. How could this impact you? Well, your dollars buy less, and the pay of your retirement could be worth less. That's why gold is so important. It puts you in control of your wealth. So if you'd like to learn more, call my friends at Lear Capital. They have over 25 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews and a 24-hour risk-free purchase guarantee. When I buy my gold, Lear is who I trust.
Call now for your free gold and silver guide and receive Lear's latest report, $3,200 gold. See how exploding U.S. debt could get us there. When you call, ask how you can also get up to $15,000 in bonus gold. Call now to much bonus gold you qualify for. Call 800-880-2424. 800-880-2424.
All right. It's just 2 months to go until the election, which is just amazing. It seemed like it was so far away, and now it is right up in our grill. All right, so the economy is the main issue, continues to be for voters. 38% say that is number one for them. Here in New York City today, former President Trump laid out his plan if elected, and he says he will drill more, he will take back unspent money from the Inflation Reduction Act, which has $50 billion just sitting around unspent in it. He will also, even more aggressively than last time, go after regulations, which is something that lowers costs for Americans across the board because companies have lower costs themselves, and then they can, it helps to cut inflation. So he also says that this is something that will save the country trillions. Watch.
At the suggestion of Elon Musk, will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government. Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force.
So Fox Business senior correspondent is live at the Economic Club of New York, where former President Trump spoke about this at length today. And Charlie is the author of the new book, Go Woke and Go Broke. Charlie, good to have you with us today. What do you think about these ideas and what their impact would be on the U.S. economy? Can you hear me, Charlie?
Oh, yeah, finally. By the way, we had some technical difficulties before an ambulance was coming by, so we're past that. Listen, he gave Martha a full-on MAGA speech. He talked about tariffs. He talked about engaging in at least a soft trade war. And he did it before a non-MAGA crowd. If you know anything about the Economic Club of New York, I've been covering this crowd for a long time. Now, these are globalists. They're conservative, they're Republican, many of them, but they do believe in free trade and free markets. They, however, ate it up. At least that's best I could see. They applauded him on his various comments on the migrant crisis. They accepted tariffs, I believe, and his plan for tariffs as the price of doing business for a president that's going to go out there and cut regulations, cut taxes. They also live in New York, and they've seen what some of the Democratic policies on the economy, on social issues have done. And when he brought up, and it's an economic speech, but he brought up many social issues. Kamala Harris's efforts in the past to defund the police, at least her comments. When he brought up the fact that she was the border czar and did very little to deal with the border, he made an interesting quip. He said that under her leadership on the border, Venezuela has unleashed all their prisoners to New York. They're leaving the jails in Caracas. Caracas is so safe that he proposes holding the Economic Club for New York meeting next year in Caracas. So that got a lot of laughs. This, again, not a MAGA crowd, Martha, but clearly they enjoyed what he said. I think he has support from the New York business community based on what I see. And it was an economic message, I think, that if he keeps repeating it, it will sell. And he has to explain it, explain his tariff policies. He's talking about not just he's talking about retaliatory policies, not just, going out there and slapping a 10% tariff on everything. So,
let me ask you a
it was
question,
well-received.
One of the things that stuck out to me was he said that he wanted to lower the corporate tax rate as low as 15% for companies who make their products here in the United States. So if you want to make your product with, parts that come from China in particular, it's going to cost you a lot more to do business. But if you take the step of, bringing it back home and building it here, you get a very low corporate tax rate. What was the response to that? And do you think it's a practical plan?
I mean, it's definitely a possible plan. I think it was positive. I have to go back and look at the transcript, which I just read again. The way I understood that is he's going to lower the corporate tax rate from where it is now. There's no doubt about that for everybody. If you want that extra bang for your buck, so to speak, right? If you want the extra bang for the buck, so to speak, that's where you can't be doing the business overseas, building stuff overseas, outsourcing. And I think most people think that's a legitimate thing to do. It's also something that, again, it's a price to pay. They look at what Kamala Harris has not really proposed, but what's leaked out about her economic plan, which is a lot more regulations and taxes, not doing much about the border. They look at this, and they'll take Donald Trump any day of the week. It is really, what I found interesting, though, to be honest with you, what I was blown away by, he knew he articulated in detail the Democratic plan on the economy it gave much more detail than Kamala Harris had so far. This is the president the nominee on the other side. It was a stark contrast to some of the you're getting out of Kamala Harris.
Yeah. I mean, it's a different Donald Trump when he's speaking to the Economic Club of New York. It's not a rally. It was very policy oriented. excited, and I think that this version will do well if we see it on Tuesday night, if we see this version of the former president in
Right.
terms of explaining to people. Some of these ideas are difficult to break down, and
You
so
gotta
here's
unpack
why
them.
this would
You gotta
matter
unpack
for you. You know, it's easy to say, oh, I'm gonna get $25,000 off if I buy a house, right? But more nuance to understand the impact of these things on your bottom line. So it's gonna be interesting to see if you
Well,
can
what
do
is,
that.
how do free market policies create jobs, is what he
Right.
said. And he gave an impassioned defense of free market policies. I was impressed.
It was very interesting to watch today. Charlie, thank you. Always good to have you with us. Thanks a lot.
Anytime. You got it.
So we got a lot of coffee, as I said, so let's go back to the Hunter Biden courtroom. The judge has just asked the attorney, Hunter's attorney, Abby Lowell, if the guilty plea is in Hunter's best interest. Attorney Abby Lowell says yes. Hunter says he is under no pressure to enter a guilty plea, and right now the indictment is being read. So unravel that with me now. Trump 2024 senior advisor and also an attorney to former President Trump and current candidate Alina Habba. Alina, good to have you here today. What do you make of what's going on? I know you were also following what's happening in the D.C. courtroom with regard to President Trump. What do you make of this Hunter Biden situation and this sudden guilty plea today?
Well, obviously his lawyers had a meeting and saw what odds were in terms of a trial and decided that it was in his best interest to file a plea deal. Obviously, I'm sure there was some element of the campaign being relayed in the interest of the Democratic Party and having all this bad press that she's been constantly giving them. I love what your last segment was. I was with the president and his economic stance. I think that's the stuff that the world needs to hear more about. All of this lawfare, and I will say, in a very impartial way, I think it goes on both sides, what we're seeing, and I don't like it. I think it needs to stop. We need to focus on policies, like you've been saying, Martha. What we're hearing, what we heard today from President Trump, economic policies. What are we actually going to do? I don't want to hear about Hunter and how he's evaded all kinds of prison and tax crimes. I frankly don't. I don't want to hear about the lawfare anymore in this country. And I think the American people are tired of it. They want to understand, what are you going to do for me? I don't want to know who Hunter slept with. I don't want to know what the DA in New York is doing while he ignores crime against Trump. I want to hear what you're going to do for my wallet, my home, and my family. And I thought today, frankly, like I said, I was there with President Trump. He did incredibly well articulating that, and I hope we get much more of that. I know that he'll be focusing on that.
Well, in the spirit of what you're saying, obviously there's a lot of legal stuff going on today. And I want to ask you about that as well. Sure. But with regard to what you're saying, and I just made the comment that this very serious economic policy-oriented former president today that we saw in New York would probably acquit himself well in that on Tuesday night if he sticks to this. What's your understanding? And I asked Corey Lewandowski this the other day of what his debate prep is like. Is it happening? Is he doing debate prep?
Yes, of course. I mean, he's not, listen, President Trump, say the best himself, and he spoke to this last night at Town Hall. President Trump is ready, willing, always to debate. He was ready, willing yesterday. He was supposed to be a debate with Kamala on Fox. She declined to do so. Why? She can't control Fox News. Well, that says a lot. But President Trump saying, I am ready, I know how to debate, I have done this a ton of times, that does not mean that he doesn't take his job seriously and the severity of the obligation to get these people out of the White House so that he can get back in and clean up the mess. And then we get into all the policies. But we cannot do that if on Tuesday he doesn't do what he does best, which is he's going to destroy her, and not in an angry way, but he's going to do so by talking about policy, by being President Trump that I know, and really getting to the heart of things that the American people miss and need to hear. Hunter Biden, yeah, it's a serious legal issue. The guy's taking a plea agreement. That says a lot. That says if he knew his chances as an attorney were not going to go well in a trial, even though his father has the DOJ, has DC. That's what happens today, right? We know that we have the New York cases still going on. Jack Smith's indictment, which we had spoken about. But I will tell you, if you're following that, interject if I may, what's going to happen? So Jack Smith is trying to redeem his cases, which have fallen apart. And he's carved out certain elements of it because the Supreme Court said that a president is immune from official duties, not President Trump in particular. A president is immune from actual be taken as official duty. So what are you learning from this Judge Chutkan case, and what you think is going to happen now? Is that case going to go forward? What's the timeline? Much like you said about economic policies, I think it's important, and I love to speak about this, so thank you for asking, that the American people understand what actually happened. Supreme Court said official acts of the president, any president, like you astutely said, not President Trump, President Biden, President Obama, anybody, if there are official acts done while he is in his office, they are not to be prosecuted. You cannot go into the White House afraid of being civilly or criminally sued for your acts, doing what is best at that moment with a if it's an official act, 100%. So now we have a couple things waiting. We have the hush money. Obviously, we're dealing with that garbage case and dealing with a judge that's been incredibly difficult. And with Jack Smith, what has happened was he fell apart like a domino effect. And now he has tried to get a re-indictment, which he got, which pared down basically every flawed item of the Supreme Court. He said, well, maybe if I cut it out, the world will not pay attention to the fact that the documents were toyed with, that the evidence was messed with, that I wasn't properly appointed as Jack Smith, the special. You're not a special thing. You didn't go through the normal plans. And all those things have been tried. This is, again, look, we know he's not going to get a case done before the election. So this is another headline grab, and that's the problem with our justice system. It can no longer be about headline grabs. It has to be about real justice, not politics. Thank you very much, Amanda Hobbit. How great to have you with us, and good to see you here in New York. So also here, Andy McCarthy, former assistant U.S. attorney. Andy, your thoughts on what we're seeing and what we're hearing coming out of the Hunter Biden case this afternoon?
Well, I think what we're down to, Martha, is can the judge legally take a plea where the defendant is not just saying, I'm not going to contest guilt, he's saying, I am affirmatively innocent, but I want to plead guilty anyway. Can the judge take that kind of a plea without the government's consent? I don't think it would be right to do so, and I also don't think it would be wise to do so. The federal sentencing is controlled by Rule 11 of the Criminal Procedure Rules, and it requires, in a case of a nolo contendere plea, which is where you say, I'm pleading guilty, but I'm not contesting guilt, the government has to consent to that. Here, we're not talking about just nolo contendere, we're talking about something that's even more controversial. A defendant saying, I'm going to plead guilty. $1,000.
And gets to go on to play for $10,000. Let's do the countdown round. Here's your first question. Pick a famous fashion designer and tell me which country they were born in. Kate Spade, Donatella Versace, Coco Chanel. Jeff.
Donatella Versace, Italy.
Correct, keep going.
Coco Chanel, France.
Yes, keep going.
Kate Spade, Great Britain.
No. Jared?
Kate Spade, the U.S.
Yes, well done. You're down to 5, Jeff down to 6, Maria still at 4. Go to the next question. These are all types of what specific kind of bug? Scarab, yellow jacket, Rocky Mountain wood. Jeff.
Scarab, beetle.
Correct, keep going.
Yellow jacket, bee.
No. Jared.
Yellow jacket, hornet.
No. Maria.
Yellow jacket, wasp.
Correct, keep going.
Rocky Mountain wood, bird.
That's a tick. Jared is now at 5, so is Jeff. Maria is down to 3. For you can do it in one question. Let's go to the next question. Which chess piece is this? It only moves in an L shape. It only moves diagonally. It starts in the corners. Jeff.
It only moves in an L shape, the knight.
Continue.
It only moves diagonally, the bishop.
Continue.
It starts in the corners, the rook.
Well done, Jeff. You ran the board. Now down to 2 correct to win. Just below Maria, and Jared's at 5. Let's go to the next question. Give me the last name of these people who have hosted Saturday Night Live at least 10 times. Steve, Tom, John. Jared.
Steve Martin.
Correct, keep going.
Tom Hanks.
Correct, keep going.
John Goodman.
Well done, Jared. Also on the board. Jeff and Jared down to 2, Maria down to 3. Any player could win it on the next question. Tell me each of these words that rhyme with rhyme. The sound of a bell, one way to get up a mountain. Herb in the mint family. Jared.
Herb in the mint family is time.
Continue for the win.
One way to get up a mountain, climb.
Yeah, you did it, Jared. We have time for the bell sound. Jeff and Maria, thank you so much for being here. You were wonderful. When we come back, Jared is going to go for the $10,000 in the exciting final countdown. A split second. You won't want to miss
Hey, Jaleel. Welcome to Game Show Network. Just curious, have you been practicing your winning way?
My winning way? The way that you tell people that they've won. I didn't really practice.
You won!
You did it! You won! Right out of the gate!
A must in your medicine cabinet. Cold coming on? Zycam's the #1 cold shortening brand.
Highly recommended.
People love Zycam's unique zinc formula. It shortens colds. Zycam shorten that cold.
Walden University is for people who want to make a difference. People just like you. You're always saying be the change. So come on, man. Be the change. Let's do this.
Walden University, set a course for change.
My family isn't perfect. We're messy. We're loud.
Yes, so it's mine.
But I wouldn't want it any other way.
The DraftKings Sportsbook app is completely changing the way fans enjoy sports because it has the power to make the regular season feel like a Game 7, every touchdown a game winner, and every fight a heavyweight championship. And signing up and adding money on DraftKings has never been easier. So to get started, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app to get in on the action with this great offer. DraftKings Sportsbook has all the sports you love and all the ways to bet on them. From money lines and spreads to parlays and props. Whatever you want to bet on, you can bet it's on DraftKings. Think you know which team will bring home the W? Place a money line bet. And if they win, cha-ching, you do too. And if you feel like they're going to set the scoreboard on fire, bet the over. An over-under is a bet on the total points scored in a game. Got a hunch that your favorite player's about to go off? You can bet on their individual stats with prop bets. From how many burries or threes to tackles and runs, these bets can take your games to the next level. And with parlays, you can combine multiple bets for an even bigger payout. If you want to get locked into a single game, you can place a same-game parlay where you combine bets all in the same event. Don't forget that if you download the app and sign up today, you get this great offer.
Come on!
And now DraftKings Sportsbook gets you closer to the action of the games you love than ever before with live betting. That's right, bet in real time on the next pitch. Play, point, or basket the moment before it goes down. And withdrawing your money with DraftKings is never easy. DraftKings Withdrawal Tracker shows you where your money is every step of the way as it speeds to you. So get in on the action with this limited time offer from DraftKings Sportsbook when you download the app and sign up today. The crown is yours.
Your careful review of medical guidance and research on pain relief, my recommendation is simple. Every home should have Salon Pots. Powerful, yet non-addictive. Targeted and long-lasting. I recommend Salon Pots. It's good medicine.
Welcome back to Split Second. Jared here has just won the game and he has $1,000 to spend. I would not spend it yet, though, because you can now turn that $1,000 into $10,000 right here on this stage, Jared. If you do get the 10, what would you do?
You know, I love traveling, so I would love to go back. I would go to London. I've never been to Paris. I would love to see the Eiffel Tower.
That's crazy you've never been to Paris.
I know, it's one place, yeah.
Get over there.
I've been to the Burj Khalifa, but
All right.
I've not been to Paris.
Did you have an apartment there?
I did not, no.
Well done. Let's get you into this round and let's send you off to Europe.
Yeah,
shall we?
let's do it.
Yeah. Here's how the final countdown works. We're going to ask Jared some questions, just like before, but with only 2 choices. You just have to pick the one you like best. If you can get 7 correct in 60 seconds, I will give you $10,000. You're off to Europe. Got it? I am too. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Great. Let's put 60 seconds on this clock. Your time will start after I finish reading the first question. Okay. Here we go. Finish this movie title, Hustle and Dazed and.
Days and Confused.
Correct. What color is this magazine's traditional cover border? Time, National Geographic.
Time Red.
Correct. What is typically found in this? Quiver, quarry.
Quarry is bronze.
Correct. What was this used for? Betamax, Garmin Newbie.
Betamax, movies.
Correct. What rock band is known for this 80s song? Raised on Radio, Radio Free Europe.
Raised on Radio.
No, Journey. This is the former name of what country? Rhodesia, East Pakistan.
East Pakistan, India.
Bangladesh. What TV show features this teacher? Barbara Howard, Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison, South Park.
Correct. What's the main green vegetable in this dish? Eggs, Florentine, tabbouleh.
Eggs, Florentine is spinach.
Correct. What is the stand for when buying and selling online? OBO, ISO.
OBO or best offer.
A saga, a superhero, a drama, an epic.
All your words aside, because we're bringing you America's most exciting game, along with a ton of money to give away. So let's get right into it. First up, from the Harold and Kumar trilogy, please welcome Cal Penn. Hey, Cal, how are you? Nice to see you. It is great to see you. Always great to see you. And now, as an actor, you always come up with voices for your different characters and things like that. But I hear that you've been exercising that muscle lately in a different way.
I have. I bought a puppet on the internet, and then I got this puppet, and I was like, wait, you actually do this for a living, Cal. You can make voices out of this thing, and so mostly the puppet shows up on Zooms, on meetings.
Well, we actually have, I think we have a picture of you with your puppet. What is the voice? You have the taste of the voice?
The puppet has 2 voices. The Zoom voice for people with kids is, hey kids, how's it going? That picture was with drinks in the backyard.
The drunk puppet.
The drunk puppet with your friends is like, hey, what are you drinking? Do another shot over here. Another shot over here. That's that voice.
All right, who are you playing with today, Cal?
I'm here with Mark from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Mark, what's up, man? Hey, Mark, I heard you got some advice before you came to the show. What kind of advice did you get?
Well, I'm Egyptian, so when I told my parents I'm going to be on a show called The Pyramid, they said, we built the pyramids, you better win.
Did your parents know best, man? They're trying to get you to win some money here tonight, but it's not going to be easy because they're going up against somebody who brings the money and everything. Sister Act to beat to the exceptional Kathy Virginia. Hey! One thing I love about you, you always come like prepared. You kind of train like a football player.
I do train. I think about it. I dream about it. I put little black marks under my eyes. And I have nightmares about a word that I didn't get like 6 months ago when I was on.
Well, today is a different day. You get a chance to redeem yourself in your own mind.
Yeah.
Who are you playing with today?
I'm playing with Mel from Pennsylvania.
Now, you have a little bit of a party trick.
I do. So I know how to beatbox, and I learned how to do that while I was in 9th grade in the middle of math class, of all places.
That's a good place to do it. You should be studying math. So can you give us a little taste of the beatbox?
If you say so, Kathy. Here we go.
Wow! I thought it was gonna be like a 12-year-old and that. That was incredible.
Thank you.
You need to do our theme music.
Okay.
All right. You guys got fantastic teammates. Okay. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Let's play pyramid. Let's win some money. Good luck, everybody. Okay, players, this is where you want to get to. That is the winner circle. But before you get to the winner circle, you have to conquer this pyramid here on your first 6 subjects. Here we go. Honey, I dumped the kids. Bee's Company. Chris' new 20s. The Real House Cats of Beverly Hills. Go sell it on the mountain. It's Nepal, not Nepal. All right, Mark and Cal, you're up first. Mark, what do you like?
Honey, I dumped the kids.
All right. I dumped the kids. Okay, Mark, describe to Cal. These games, you have a good chance of winning against your toddler. We're going to put 30 seconds on the clock. Ready? Go.
The Venus and Serena Williams play. Yep. And I knocked out the king. And X's and O's. Yep. And on a table, just like
Big pop.
Yep. And I pull a rope and you pull a rope.
Tug of war.
Yep. And you stack these blocks, and if you knock them over, you lose. Yep. And let's do
Arm wrestling.
Go.
All right, Kathy and Mel, you're up. Mel, what do you like?
Let's go with Bee's Company.
Bee's Company. Okay, Mel, describe these creatures like bee that have 3-letter names. Ready? Go.
Ooh. Not a mouse, but bigger than a rat. And what am I doing? Rat. Fly. Yeah. And what did the blank say?
The blank.
The news channel that Trump was on.
Oh, I don't know.
Rats.
Watch that.
Rats. The tiny little black thing that goes. And cats. Oh, like a chicken with the other one. And fowl, a turkey. Blank, I dumped the kids. Honey. And bee. No, cat.
Oh,
That's all right.
it was a hen.
That's hard.
Anybody would say you're crazy like a
Boom. Like a
fox.
ah.
All right, well, we got ourselves a game. 47, long way to go. Now, what do you mark like?
Go sell it on the mountain.
Okay. Describe these things you can buy at a ski resort. Ready? Go.
You wrap it around your neck, guard form. You put this on your head, helmet protected. You put on the eyes. You hold, hot beverage with marshmallows.
Hot cocoa, hot chocolate.
Yep. Not skiing, but the other one is snowboarding. Yep. You better have this health policy and
Insurance?
Yep.
Wow. All right, great job, you guys. Kathy, what do you two like?
Chris, new 20s.
Okay, Kathy, describe these things in this decade that didn't exist in the 1920s.
Got it.
Ready? Go.
Oh, these little hearts and things you send happy faces on your text message. And she's one of the sisters that have kind of big bottoms and they're
Kim Kardashian.
And this is the kind of music that we dance to.
Hip hop.
And these are things that fly over and take pictures. And they're
drones.
Yes, And you smoke this thing.
Yeah, the main.
Yes, And this is a kind of a huge screen. You go see it on the big
Movie theater.
but the big one. Big thing.
IMAX.
Yes. And
All right, Kathy and Mel, you are trailing going into the final subject, which means you pick first. What do you like?
I'm gonna do nipple.
It's Nepal, not nipple. All right, Kathy, here we go. Describe these words like nipple instead of Nepal that resemble the name of countries.
Okay, we got it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
I'm hungry. This is my
Chip.
And an ice
Cube.
And this is something. It's really oil. Oil is very
slippery.
It's a flag. I'm using a flag called. It's really oily, and it's what you put. Yeah. And this is like beans, and it's red, and it's hot.
Chili.
Soup. And how I have an ounce. I have a lot of.
Okay.
And it happens all of that stuff. And this is the one we didn't get. It's oil, very useful.
Okay, John Travolta, Eddie John Reese. All right, you got 6 out of the 7, 16 to 14, which means that Cal and Mark need 2 to tie, 3 to win, to go to the winner's circle to play for $50,000. There's one subject left on the board. It is, go ahead and read it for me.
The Real House Cats of Beverly Hills.
There we go.
Subscribe to Mark. These things cats might fight over if they were on a reality show. Ready? Go.
Don't cry over spilled. You sleep in a bed. Cats chase these little things. Tom and Jerry. Jerry is
Yarn mice, no.
We come back. The Mark is going to play for $50,000 in the winner's circle. We'll be right back to more pyramids. Yes. Oh, that man.
Welcome to the flip side, the game where every question has two sides. We ask married women. We ask married men.
Don't think of you, think of married men.
Yes.
Let's go. Flip some. Nights at 7, starting Monday, September 16th on Game Show Network.
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful. Order online at Ace and we'll deliver same day, or we'll have it ready for pickup in 15 minutes. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Ever since I tried hitting down the ranch, I was found what I've been looking for.
Oh my gosh.
I know. How is this stuff so good?
Hidden Valley Ranch.
Are you serious about cider?
And if we win, we get to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so you have to pay for what you need.
Isn't that what you just did?
Stand back.
Time out.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Frisky's World.
Come on, let's explore.
That's made with real salmon.
Look what I found. Little soups for cats.
Here's the...
Say, what am I voting for? I mean, even if you like her, you might like her better than Donald Trump, but does she know anything? This is a conversation I keep having with Mark Cuban, by the way, the tech billionaire, and he can't really explain to me what she stands for. He says it's a work in progress, and I can't expect her to essentially know anything now because she just got the nomination, but
I'm gonna
you know, she's been vice president for 4 years.
name dropper, you Charlie. All year
You know what I mean?
No, it's very interesting. There has been a lack of detail provided on the Kamala Harris campaign. They certainly have obviously heard that feedback and they're starting to offer some more. It's how the voters reacted to it is the question. Charlie, thank you.
Yeah.
And you made
Anytime.
You made it through that ambulance. Thank you very much. All right, so Harris made her economic pitch in New Hampshire. A sign the state is still in play for either side. That is the question to Republican New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu. Governor, good to see you. It's been a little while since you and I have caught up. So you'll have to tell me where you stand on things. Whose plan are you liking, and what really speaks to you in your state? What will work with voters there?
So again, when we talk about the voters, we're talking about that 8 to 10% of swing voters, right? Those are the ones that are still up for play, and probably will be through October. It's not the economy, it's cost of living. And those voters are going to be swayed by who is the change agent, right? Who is the individual? Is it Kamala Harris or is it Donald Trump that'll be an agent of change to make my life more affordable? It's not about the number of jobs they're created. People have jobs. They just want things to be affordable. And that's it. And between now and November 5th, the rent comes due, right, on the 1st. The credit card bills keep coming in. The energy bills the electric bills keep coming in. There's a lot of costs American families are going to have, and that's the anxiety, right? Anxiety is what drives someone to go to the voting booth and ask for change. And Americans still have a lot of anxiety, especially with an impending recession, which is very real. And there's no question Donald Trump is always going to be more trusted as someone that's been on the front lines in business, can actually speak to details. Through all the personality challenges that a lot of us know and accept that he has, it's results that people want. Only new results are going to bring the change to kind of lower the temperature in their families and give them more economic freedom. And that's what it's about. Not the global economy at 30,000 feet. You can talk about tariffs and all that kind of stuff. It's just who is going to make my life more affordable.
Yeah, and former President Donald Trump, to Charlie's point earlier, he laid out a very detailed message today, not just about his own economic plan, but about Kamala Harris's, in fact, of about what we've heard so far and what has been leaked so far. So in your state, Kamala this campaign stop this week, Governor, she laid out this plan to expand the tax incentives for small businesses, okay? This would appear to be a pro-entrepreneurial plan. And does it show that she's softening sort of these attacks on wealthy Americans and big corporations that they need to pay their fair share, that they need to pay more, Governor? Does it appear she's sort of walking back that stance right now?
Oh, she's walking it back. Again, I think, I think everyone's right. I don't think she understands a lot of this when it comes to the economy, how things, what a lot of the things that her team has proposed. When she came out aggressively and said price controls, that scared everybody because actually that plays into the hands of large businesses. That destroys young businesses, startups, entrepreneurship, folks that want to compete in bigger markets. That absolutely crushes that. And that's what she proposed, and that's what she stands by. And so she's having to pivot purely for political reasons, not for anything else. Now, at the end of the day, what she's proposing, it sounds fine, it's more moderate, but that's not going to change people's minds. The fact is she's been there, she's been the agent of this large surge that has crushed families, and she can't get away from that as much as she's going to want to try over the next 60 days. The honeymoon's over, right? August was a great honeymoon period for Kamala Harris, but guess what? You're home, you're back to work, and people are demanding accountability with their leadership, and she's not going to be able to have it. I think the debate, as we all agree, is going to be absolutely pivotal, not just who has the better plan, but who comes off as more competent, who can kind of hold their own, show the professionalism, show a sense of leadership for the country. My sense is they are scared, right, because they don't let her talk to the press, that she's going to get into these circular arguments of gobbledygook. God, what she's going to say. I think her team has done her a massive disservice. Right? You get better at it, you get better at asking questions when you interact with the press, when you get the feedback, when you feel more confident on your field. So her team has effectively told her.
Yeah, perhaps that would help her with her understanding of all this, right? If she had to answer those tough questions, I'll get back to you on that. Where do you think we need to be on that? So, Governor, I'm thinking perhaps there's news to be made here. I mean, based on everything you're saying, and I look back to the history of your state, going back to 2000, last time a Republican won that state, can Donald Trump pull off victory there based on what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Look, remember, Trump only lost New Hampshire by 2,000 votes in 2016, and this election is going to look a lot more like that one. We've got a great Republican ticket even below Donald Trump down the ballot, so you're going to get a strong turnout on the Republican side. The Democrat candidates statewide are awful. Nobody's excited about Kamala. I mean, nobody is. They're kind of tolerating it. But at the end of the day, this is a state where results matter. Government has to deliver, or we get you out of there. I mean, there's real accountability in the system, and she hasn't delivered.
Do you believe that he can pull a wider margin of victory even than he lost by that you're describing there?
Oh yeah, no, he can. I mean, it'll be close. It's always close, but it'll be within 1 or 2%. But yeah, my guess is he wins by 1.5%. Yeah.
Okay, so about cost of living, not necessarily the broader economy, but cost of living.
That's right.
That's what's important to voters there.
That's right.
Governor, good to catch up. Thank you so much.
Good to see you. You bet.
A stunning reversal as Hunter Biden asked to change his plea to guilty in his tax case. Jonathan Hunt is outside the LA courthouse. He's following it for us. Hey, Jonathan.
Thanks, Sandra. Hunter Biden changes his plea to guilty while at the same time maintaining his innocence. Confused? You should be. Will we explain it after the break? Of course we will. We'll be right back.
For a limited time, Subway just dropped the price.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
There where Mark just won $5,500. And in this round, we're switching things up. So Mark, you're going to play with Kathy, and Mel, you're going to play with Cal, okay? Here are your next 6 subjects. Forget you. Artsy fartsy. Black boys for life. Hartley Davidson. Near miss. This dude completely baked. Now, behind one of those, the mystery 7, if you pick the mystery 7 and get all 7 right, you're going awesome vacation. Okay? Now, Cal, you're up. What do you like?
Let's go with near miss.
All right, Mel. Describe these words that are near the word miss in the dictionary. 30 seconds on the clock. Ready? Go.
Oh, it's not yours, it's
Fine.
and not the maximum, but the and not plus, but
Lights.
you look at yourself in this,
Here.
and you kiss under this at Christmas,
A mistletoe.
and a light of water in the air,
Yes.
and light on 34th Street.
Sure.
Yeah! That was great, guys. Really, really good. All right, Mark and Captain, you're up. Mark, what do you like?
I think we're gonna do artsy fartsy.
Artsy fartsy. Okay, Mark, describe these things such as breaking wind that would be embarrassing to do while performing in an opera.
Are you kidding?
I don't write it, I just read it. Ready? Go.
There you go.
Oh, I passed out.
Okay.
Water's coming out of my mouth. And I trip and I.
Burp.
Another word for it?
No.
And I say a racial.
Slur.
And
Stop.
the red stuff is coming out of this part of my.
Blood. No.
This is my. Yes.
All right, we got a good game going on here. Now, what do you two like?
Let's go with forget you.
Who are you talking to? All right, now, describe these things people tend to forget. Ready? Go.
Your think of the car. This is my
Face.
not the present or the future, but the
Past.
a pocketbook.
A purse.
Your phone plug it in the wall.
Charger.
In order your email, you put in a
Password.
so that you don't have children. You take this mail.
Birth control.
All right. All right, there you go. Good round, good clue, good round. Kathy and Mark, you're up. Mark, what do you like?
I think Flag Boys for Life.
Bad boys for life. Mystery 7 still hiding. Here we go, Kathy. Describe these things associated with Seattle. Ready? Go.
Rain.
And you get coffee there.
Starbucks.
And not the event, but the
Pacific.
and .com. I buy everything on.
Microsoft.
I buy everything
Google,
on.
online, America, online internet.
No, when you go to get all your products online.
Amazon.
Yes. He's the guy who created.
Bill Gates.
And it's some sort of a sports team.
Seahawks.
And I'm wearing clothes that are plaid.
Grunge.
Yes.
Wow, you're good. And I gotta say, Kathy, some kind of sports team.
I don't know anything about sports.
The football team.
I don't know. I only watch your team. Are
Thank
you
you.
football?
Yes, I'm football. Yeah, I'm football. Thank you. That was great, though. You guys got a tie game. One subject left on the board each. Now, Cal, what is your final subject? Maybe Mystery 7 behind it.
Let's do this dude's completely baked.
This dude's completely baked. All right, now, describe these things associated with the gingerbread man.
Okay.
The dude's completely baked. Ready? Go.
And what am I doing?
Running.
Yep. And if I throw it, you have to.
Catch.
And the holiday in December.
Christmas.
And on my shirt. And not the stove, but under.
Broil.
You put cookies in this.
A cookie sheet.
The stove, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And the white thing on top of the cake. Another word.
Frosting.
Yes. And as slow as.
Molasses.
Yes.
Wow.
Let's go.
That wasn't as slow as molasses. That was pretty fast. Great job, you two. All right. Kathy and Mark.
Let's see. Which one should we do? Huh?
What do you like?
I don't know. I can't decide.
You pick for us, Michael.
Okay.
Hartley David.
That's it. We'll do that.
We'll take that. Mr. Mystery 7. What a surprise. I can't tell you what all these things have in common, but if you get all 7 right in the 30 seconds mark, you're gonna win a trip to Turks and Caicos.
I gotta get a spray tan, I gotta get my bikini iron, I got so much to do.
Yeah, you gotta get ready. All right. You need all 7 to win the Mystery 7, but you also need all 7 to stay in the game. Okay? Good luck. Ready? Go.
Not a bicycle, but 3. Oh, sorry. Go on, the pass.
You know what? Game's over. You needed a perfect 7 to win. You said sickle, and it's a tricycle.
We couldn't even continue the game just for the fun of it?
But we can do it after these guys come to the winner's circle. Come on over, Cal and Mel. Come to the winner's circle. And when we come back, Mel is going to play for $50,000 with her partner Cal. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Split second can be so surprising.
We need the word wow, but that was pretty good, Eric. Did you know that, Vanilla?
I did not know.
You were drunk on frosting.
Split second, every night at 7:30, only on Game Show Network.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
Now it's done suddenly.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling in RA and PSA, relieve fatigue, and stop further joint damage, and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occur. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant. Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
AbbVie could help you save.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. All these plans include a Healthy Options allowance, a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Other benefits on these plans include free rides to and from your medical appointments. You pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long. All plans have dental coverage, which includes 2 free cleanings a year, fillings, and a yearly exam. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing tests and coverage for hearing aids. You'll also have a $0 copay for the shingles and other routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
My sister and I love our Jitterbug phones. Janice has the Jitterbug Smart 4. I've got the Jitterbug Flip 2. Both are easy to use with large screens, simple menus, and powerful speakers. And with urgent response for help in emergencies 24/7, we can enjoy our days worry-free.
Now save on Jitterbug phones with an extra $20 off the new low prices and get plans for as low as $19.99 a month.
This time there are 100 more of you. This whole thing just got tougher.
Hyena.
Hippopotamus.
Pass.
Light it up!
The floor door stains. Get hot and steamy with DiGiorno's limited edition Deadpool pizza. You'll love them. Or else.
What are we doing?
It's not delivery. It's Deadpool. Sorry, it's DiGiorno. It's Deadpool and DiGiorno.
Welcome back to the $100,000 pyramid. Mel, she made it to the winner's circle. She and her celebrity partner, Cal Penn, are about to play for $50,000. Okay, let's take it right. $50,000 in your hands. What would be your plan?
I love Segway tours. You know, the little, yeah. So I would love to go to every city in America that I've never been to and just Segway my way through them.
I've never been on a Segway.
They're really fun.
All right, I have to try that.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to fall, though. I'm clumsy. But, Cal, second time. How you feeling?
Good. I feel good.
You two locked in?
We are.
Relaxed.
All right, put 60 seconds on the clock. Now, for $50,000, here's the first subject. Go.
Wheel of Fortune.
Game shows.
An egg. Your skull.
Things that crack.
I'm tiny underwear that goes between your you know
Things
what.
that a bikini would say.
Tiny underwear.
Things that.
Cisco wrote a song about
Oh, things that a phone would say.
a slot machine.
Things at a casino. Things you gamble off of. Things you put coins into.
Teresa. Pass. Jewels.
Things you wear. Things that are shiny.
Jewels. My grandmom's jewelry.
Heirlooms. Things that are heirlooms. Things that are at home. Things that are in a safe deposit box. Things that are in a bank. It's a British stole.
Pass.
Okay.
Teresa. Mrs. Lohan. Dina Lohan.
People named Lindsay.
She said, Teresa, what about Hubbard? Goose.
Mothers.
Famous
Mothers.
And the last one was things that are precious.
Things that are precious.
Things that are precious.
Oh.
And you know what now? You still won $75,000. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to you, my friend. You won $55,000. Of course, our celebrities, Cal Penn and Kathy and Jimmy. But it ain't over till it's over. It ain't over yet. We got more pyramids, we got more money, more stars, and it's all coming at you right now.
On setting a trial date, as we know, for this case at a hearing today, most likely meaning it will not happen until after the election. So where does this case go from here?
Well, that case has a lot of hurdles to get over if it ever makes it to trial because of the immunity from the Supreme Court. So essentially what has to happen at this point is that the trial judge has to litigate whether some of those charges or all of those charges can even move forward with the immunity decision that's been put down by the Supreme Court. And even if the judge says, yes, this case can go forward in some or all of the current fashion that it's in, that is an immediately appealable order. So all of the appellate courts have to look at whether the immunity decision by the trial judge is correct. So all that to say, there's no chance that we're getting to a trial date anytime soon. In fact, Judge Chutkan even said that it would be useless to essentially set one at this point because there's so much litigation that has to take place. But I think Jack Smith wants to do a little bit of a mini trial in litigating that immunity issue to lay out the facts for the American people because they're not going to get to the actual trial.
So would you say it could characterize as some good news that was delivered to the former president and the timing of all this today?
Oh, well, that Supreme Court immunity decision is really the overarching good news that kicks all these cases off the tracks. And certainly, I think the acknowledgement that this case is not going to get scheduled anytime before the election is just the inevitability that came from that.
Very interesting stuff. What a day. Thank you very much, Katie. Good to have you here today. All right, so coming up, the 14-year-old suspect in that Georgia high school shooting was on the FBI's radar a year ago. We have now learned Steve Harrigan is on the ground with the very latest on what we're learning now. Steve?
That 14-year-old shooter now getting ready for his first court appearance. I'm Steve Harrigan, that story ahead.
My friend, my neighbor, she was going to get shot, but Miss Ernie stood up and took the bullet for her. So, yeah. But very, very strong person.
Love this stuff. I was completely amazed and so grateful. Something finally works. Now we both use the email whenever we sleep.
He didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. Lucky for you, Shopify built just one tap in. Effortlessly fast stacking, sky high sales stacking, shake your checkout. Business. Win with Shopify.
Hi, I'm Donna, and I love taking balance of nature. It makes me feel sparkly every single day. It's just an amazing product.
Get 35% off your first set when you use discount code Fox News.
In the furniture business, things move fast. ZipRecruiter helped us hire qualified candidates who can keep up. We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job on ZipRecruiter and had our guy on site 5 days. He was qualified in every way. ZipRecruiter finds the best candidates for all. They helped us build our dream team, and they did it fast. Is that too fast for you?
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Fox.
They say seeing is believing, but with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. During our Labor Day sale, bring home incredible comfort with savings up to $100 on select adjustable mattress sets. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com.
I'm Howie Mandel, the newest ambassador of Skechers. Funny story how I became an ambassador. I went to the store and I lied and said I was an ambassador. Do I get a discount? The owner called me and said, would you like to be an ambassador for Skechers? And I said, yes. Try Skechers slip-ins.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits. These things hosts might talk about on a morning show in Antarctica. Ready? Go!
Penguins. Down, snow.
Not north, but
Down.
not light, but
Dark. Cold. Shivering.
an ice.
Bird.
Dew becomes
Mist.
this.
Snow. Frost.
Snow falling down the hill.
Avalanche.
That was good. All right. I like the frost. That frost was not easy. I know. You're great, Henry. You're a good player. That was really good. All right, Gilbert, Christina, Gilbert, what do you two like?
Life behind bars.
Here we go. Gilbert, describe these things often seen by a bartender. Ready? Go.
It's cold.
Drinks, beers.
You put it in the
Ice.
You add to, if it's good service, you get them out.
Tip.
Put your glass on it.
Coaster.
You're sitting on a bar.
Beer stool.
I'm gonna have a quick.
Beer. Lager. Sip.
You could put it in your hair or.
No.
Okay, how about this? What if a gin and
Tonic.
tonic? There we go. All right, we got 5 on that one. It's 11-14, which means you two are trailing going into the final subject for this round, which means you go first. What is your final subject?
Who carpool for school?
All right, Christina, describe these ways a city kid might get to school. Need a big round here. Put some pressure on the other team. Ready? Go.
It has 2 wheels. You ride it.
Bicycle.
Another way to say that, short bike. Magic school. It's yellow. Kids riding it.
Bus.
Not a taxi, but
A cab.
in New York they have this. It has the 1, the 2, the 3, the 8.
Subway.
They have Lime ones, Uber ones. They have 2 wheels.
Car
on it.
scooters.
No, he got Scooter. Give him that one. There we go. All right. You got 5 in that round. Give you a total 16 to 14. Neil and Hannah, you have the final subject. 2 to tie, 3 to win. You win, you go to the winner's circle to play for $50,000. The final subject is marriage is grand, divorce is 100 grand. Mine's a lot more. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Hannah, here we go. Describe these life events that are often cheaper than getting a divorce. Ready? Go.
When you're done with school, you're
Graduate.
graduation. Happy this. It's been 20 years.
Anniversary.
And someone died. You go to their
Funeral. You did it. You did it. Neil, Hannah, come on over to the winner's circle. We come back with Hannah. I'm going to play for $50,000. Yes.
Hill was not only in that feature, but also the defensive coach for the football team. Sandra, back to you.
Just terribly tragic and sad all around. Steve, thank you very much in Winder, Georgia for us. So if the shooting suspect was on the FBI's radar, could this tragedy have been prevented? Retired FBI Special Agent Maureen O'Connell joins us now. Maureen, it seems, and I'm sure viewers at home feel like this, we ask ourselves that all too often. We learn that the shooter was somehow on the FBI's radar. So could this have been caught earlier?
Well, when you consider what happened, this tipper lead, this anonymous tipper lead, which wasn't anonymous in case the law enforcement entity needed to go back and get further information, like if they were trying to write a warrant or something. It came into an FBI, either to the FBI headquarters or on our website, fbi.gov, submit a tipper lead, or perhaps one of the 80 fusion centers throughout the country. The tip would then come in, and then from there, they would work it up, and they had to trace this IP, and they traced the IP back to this person's house. The police officer gave that information to the sheriff's department, who went to visit this person. I have no doubt that those sheriff deputies worked hard with the family to determine, does he have access to these weapons? Does he, can he get into the safe? How are these weapons that the father has stored, etc.? I just don't see them walking away from that unless they really felt it was, that there was absolutely nothing else they could do. That being said, we have not yet seen any of the threats that were presented yet. So I would like to read those threats. I would like to see what they were. I would like to see what they were up against. What exactly was the statement that they made to law enforcement? Did he say, I have a safe, my son doesn't have the combo, he never gets to touch these weapons unless I take him shooting, things along those lines. But there's obviously it could have been helped in some way, shape, or form, or we wouldn't be here having this conversation.
Yeah, we hear you on that. This teenager was interviewed May 2023. The investigator at that time received a tip on the boy. Had possibly threatened to shoot up a middle school tomorrow. The team was asked about the sheriff's investigator. He said to him he would never say such a thing, even in a joking matter. This is all according to these reports and the exact words that were exchanged at that time. So I guess when things like this fall in front of the FBI, are we learning from this? Do we have enough resources to go after all these tips and leads and threats?
Well, it's no secret that, I think the number is close to 1.5 million of these type of tips come into the FBI in some way, shape, or form, as I described earlier, per year. It's no secret that this country is in a very bad position when it comes to people doing IT jobs and people being able to trace down these type of cases. For example, I worked a case in my private company that I have now where a prominent person was being stalked like you can't believe. We tried to trace down that IP address. It took my team of highly skilled IT professionals it took them a month to find out who this person was. And this person was in 8th grade in Wisconsin. The work involved in this type of thing and the level of skill is just unmatched. We have all the countries that are not our friends right now, they have just warehouses full of people doing IT things for hacking and everything else. We are way behind the 8 ball, we're underfunded, and we're seriously understaffed. And local law enforcement does not have the capabilities that the FBI has, so they rely on the FBI in a lot of these instances.
And this suspect will be tried as an adult appearing in court tomorrow. Maureen, final thought on what you expect as these proceedings end tomorrow?
Well, I think he's going to get hammered, and I think it's hammer time.
Maureen, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, well, President Biden in Wisconsin this hour.
Are things you carry in the woods? Things you carry in the basket. To help Hannah win $50,000. We're going to find out the Hannah can make it back to the winner's circle to play for $100,000 when we come back right here on Pyramid.
Welcome to Flipside, the game where every question has two sides. We ask bosses, we ask employees, we ask married women, we ask married men.
Don't think of you, think of married men.
Yes.
Let's go. Flipside, weeknights at 7, starting Monday, September 16th on Game Show Network.
Really?
Making your dog your ring bearer is one way to show your love.
Car park.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way.
Don't miss the Cold Cash Ultimate Giveaway. Hurry and claim yours from the millions in Cold Cash we're giving away in stores only, while supplies last. Plus, take an extra 20% off in store and online Friday through Sunday. This weekend at Kohl's.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I mean, Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match is...
Get the most out of life. Clean is no match for Tommy Copper compression shirts. Upgrade your shirt and fight back pain. Go to TommyCopper.com and buy one, get one free today.
You need this. Trust me.
1 second, you feel safe. And then,
He's on the way.
well,
Lowe's knows few things are as rewarding as making a great assist. Right, Leo?
Right over this.
Tonight on the Ingram Angle, another Democrat jumped ship, this time in California. She's here with a warning for her old party. Tonight on the Angle.
I'm safe.
If it's severe, stop taking Lincess and call your doctor right away. These aren't all the side effects. Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Lincess. Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood can help you save.
How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date with a COVID shot this season?
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at vaxassist.com.
Welcome back to the $100,000 Pyramid, where Hannah just won $50,000. Yes, she did. And then Hannah, we're switching things up now because you're going to play with Gilbert, and Christina, you're going to play with Neil. And here are your next 6 subjects. Here we go. Mama said, walk you out. Moaning and groaning. Pass. Fiddler on the reed. Teletubbies. Yes, son, that's what I'm talking about. And behind one of those in Mystery 7, if you pick the Mystery 7, you get all 7 right, you're going to win an exclusive vacation. Okay? Christina, what looks good to you? What do you like?
Mama said guap you out.
Oh, Mama said guap you out. It is a mystery 7. Oh, right off the top, I like it. I cannot tell you what all these things have in common, but if you get all 7 right in 30 seconds, you're going to win a trip to Antigua. 30 seconds on the clock. Ready? Go.
The country with Playa Carmen in the city. Quintana Roo. They speak Spanish here. This is the vegetable used to make guacamole. You eat this with cheese. It's a chip.
Nacho.
Yes. I put the guac in this type of. Yes. You do this with a chip in the salsa.
Yeah.
You eat it not burrito, but
Taco. Right after the butter. In the first one, south of the border. There we go. You got 4 out of 7. Oh. 2 partners right now. All right, Hannah. Hey, Gilbert, you're up. Hannah, what do you two like? All right, Hannah. Describe these things the big bad wolf could blow over with one huff and puff. Ready? Go.
I drink out of this. And I put my nose into this.
Tissue.
And little tiny to make your picnics.
Eggs.
And blank bill. Cash. American shirt.
Dollar.
And candy this. It's really noisy.
Rapper.
And I can fold a crane. I'm doing this activity out of paper.
Origami.
And I have this stick there.
All right, that was good.
Ooh.
That was really good. You got 6 out of 7. You got a good game here. Neil, you are up. What are you and Christina like?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Neil, describe these words that contain the consecutive letters S-O-N. Ready? Go.
Oh, song.
After jail, you get sent to
Solid.
do 20 years in.
Skip.
There's 4 of these in a year.
Seasons.
A teacher prepares this.
Left wing.
The river right outside here. Big river. On a nickel, old nickel.
I gotta say, one of the biggest thrills of my life is watching you do that. They were their vices. All right, you got 5. You got a total of 9 points. You're still in the game. Still in it. All right, Gilbert, you want Hannah up? What do you like?
Well, it sounds dirty, some moaning and groaning.
All right. Gilbert, describe these words that rhyme with moan and groan. Ready? Go.
You eat an ice cream cone. A king sits on a
throne.
You slap on.
Cologne.
You gotta worry about the air.
Cyclone.
No, the burning.
Ozone.
Yes. You ride on this roller coaster.
Typhoon.
Okay.
Oh, almost said it. Just spit it out. Cyclone. You almost had it. It is 10 to 9. A tight game. 1 subject left each. Christina, what do you like for your final subject?
Teletubbies.
Christina, describe these pleasantly plump fictional characters. Ready? Go.
Purple dinosaur. Orchids. Winnie the Pooh. Blank Simpson the dad. E.T. phone.
Homer.
The cat. That cat likes lasagna. Pass. Fred.
What's up?
Kermit's girlfriend.
Miss Piggy.
You push a shopping.
Cart.
Not a woman, but a.
Hat man in it. One man, it was cart man. Or had man in it. And the one you couldn't get, the fat cat, was Garfield. But you know what? You got 5 in that round, 14 to 10. Gilbert and Hannah, you are up. You need 4 to tie, 5 to win. If you can get 5 to win, then you're going to go back to the winner's circle where you'll play for $100,000. And there's one category left on the board. It is Fiddler on the Reef. All right, Hannah, describe these things associated with crabs. Ready? Go.
These are my
Legs,
and they have these
claws,
and rock fish. Not a crab, but
lobster,
and I really came out of my I'm not being shot.
yeah,
And not a pan, but plates and pans.
pot.
Gilbert, they are coming up into the winner's circle. We come back. Hannah is going to play for $100,000. We'll be right back.
Family Feud is all new.
Let's just get it on.
With new surprising answers.
Answer. It's a terrible answer.
It's up there. No, it's not. Family Feud.
For our 3-week quick start, just $19.95. Falls are the #1 cause of injury to senior citizens. Acorn Stairlifts has the solution. Just don't fall. Sit, relax, ride with an Acorn Stairlift, the world's leader in stairlifts. Don't let limited mobility keep you from going up and down your stairs, even outside. Call Acorn Stairlifts now for a free information kit and no obligation quote. Why risk falling when you can safely ride?
Our Acorn Stairlift is definitely more affordable than Move.
The Acorn Stairlift. The padded seat and backrest. Safety sensors stop the chair if there are obstacles. The seat swivels and locks so you don't twist your body. And the Acorn Stairlift folds away. It even runs during power outages.
I was really surprised at how little it cost.
Call 1-800-709-4205 right now for your free information kit or visit our website today. That's 1-800-709-4205.
We're reporting here on the ground about the reality of the situation.
President Biden wants a ceasefire and constitutional deal in Gaza.
They don't feel safe still.
Fox News reports.
President Joe Biden just delivering economic remarks in Wisconsin while touting VP Harris, and it all comes amid the huge drama unfolding with his son Hunter this hour. So, does Biden's presence out on the trail help or hurt Harris? Let's get the read from Bob Cusack, editor-in-chief at The Hill. Hopefully you can answer that question for us.
Hey, Sandra, listen, I don't think it helps. Joe Biden, there's a reason why others pushed Biden out of the race. His numbers have been poor. Kamala Harris does not want to talk about Bidenomics. She wants to talk about her own brand. So, no, I don't think you're going to see a lot of Joe Biden on the trail. I think to some extent you can't totally exclude him, but you're not going to see a lot of him down the stretch.
All right, so former President Donald Trump made his case today on the economy. Seems to keep winning on this issue when polled who better can handle the economy. It does go to Trump still. He laid out his plan. Kamala Harris has been pretty vague on details on her economic policies, but she's starting to lay them out in more detail. Who has the edge on this issue?
Trump definitely has the edge. Now, Harris is doing better than Biden, for sure, both on the economy and immigration, and has cut into the Trump lead. And honestly, that's probably the best she's going to do on those two issues. She has abortion and maybe a couple other issues that she's done well on. But overall, Trump has the advantage on the economy. And honestly, at the debate next week, Trump should really hammer home the economy and put her on the defensive.
All right, so of course, the ABC presidential debate simulcast here on Fox. So what does each side need to do? What's that going to look like, Bob?
Yeah, this morning, Buckley trying to return your call. Thank you.
We saw that at the
Morning.
convention. I think you've got to come across as likable.
251-978-1378.
I want you in my living room because we're going to be watching you. You're leading the country, dealing with foreign policy issues, and you've got to come across as someone who's likable and also can relate to the every man and woman. And I think that's going to be key, and not be defensive. Both Trump and Harris at different times in different interviews have a tendency to be defensive. You can't be defensive in the debate.
Yeah, it was really interesting talking to Governor Sununu when it comes to New Hampshire. It's not necessarily the broader economy that voters are listening for there. It's really the cost of living. That's the biggest issue, he says, for voters on the ground in his state. We've been reporting on Hunter Biden, all the twists and turns in his case, and the changing of this plea deal and the stunner that happened today. We're still waiting on more details. How does all this affect the election?
You know, I don't think it's as big of a deal because now it's Harris instead of Biden, but at the same time, a lot of skepticism that Hunter Biden is not going to get some type of pardon or meeting the sentence. And honestly, Harris has to answer that question as well. Biden has said he won't do it, and nothing's going to be done certainly before the election, but I think it's a good bet something's going to happen after the
All
election.
right, we're waiting on more details. Meanwhile, I want to talk about Pennsylvania and the battle for that state. You know how crucial this was with Donald Trump in 2016. And you look at where the candidates have been in that state just since August, Bob, really showing the importance on Pennsylvania from each campaign. So how are they doing there, and how is Pennsylvania shaping up at this point?
I mean, it's a real toss-up. There's no doubt about it. I think as Pennsylvania goes, the election goes, and that's why you're going to see them. You have seen them in Pennsylvania. You're going to see Pennsylvania residents may get tired of seeing the candidates because they have to win that. And it's not surprising, and it was very predictable, actually, about a week before. I was telling people in the newsroom, there's no way Harris can keep her stance on fracking and win Pennsylvania. And what'd she do? She changed her position on fracking.
She sure did. And she seemed to really be doing that, and somehow talked about her positions evolving. Okay, thank you very much, Bob. Good to have you on. You covered a lot. All right, good to talk to you. And of course, as we look forward, the debate will be the next moment where each candidate can present their views clearly to the American voters, and we'll be watching for that. Thanks so much for joining us here. Remember to catch me and John Roberts for America Reports, 1 p.m. Eastern Time weekdays on Fox News. Glad to have you here tonight, and right now, we look forward to the 5.
Hi, I'm Greg Gutfeld, along with Judge Jeannie Pirro, Jessica Carlock, Jesse Waters, and she's too short to ride. It's a small world. Dana Perino, the 5. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are about to make government great again, if that's possible. The former president outlining his economic plan during a speech in NYC, vowing to slash more regulations and push for a Government Efficiency Commission, or GEC. And it's helmed by Musk.
At the suggestion of Elon Musk, it will create a Government Efficiency Commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government. Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. My plan will rapidly defeat inflation, quickly bring down prices, and reignite explosive economic growth. Kamala Harris will take more money out of American pockets. These are radical left lunatics, and you can't let them run your country.
And while Trump and Musk plot new ways to make government run better, Kamala backers are trashing her capital gains tax plan that would kill American capitalism.
Let's say you're an entrepreneur. You create a company and it gets to 100 million or 200 million on paper. Now if you're taxing that, you're probably going to force that person to sell it. You really want the entrepreneurs to be forced to sell their companies to larger institutions and to decline in value?
If you tax unrealized gains, you're going to kill the stock market, right? And it's going to be the employment plan for private equity, because companies are not going to go public because you can get whipsawed, right?
Stunning confession from Mark Cuban, Jessica. He is a Kamala supporter, and he claims that this unrealized tax will destroy the stock market, but then he actually says to start. Doesn't look good for Kamala, doesn't it?
I haven't made that connection. I wonder if she will take these criticisms on board. Rohan is actually a surrogate for the Harris Walls. So it is a big deal that he went out and said, I don't think that this plan is something that should be implemented. And even if you're earning, it's for people over $100 million, but that it's unreasonable. And maybe they'll go back and they'll deal with that. But she did roll out a plan yesterday that was widely praised across the aisle. Barney was loving the $50,000 in deductions if you're starting a small business. That's something that has been a priority for the Biden-Harris administration, and that will continue at even greater numbers during the Harris-Walz administration. I mean, she used to.
Small businesses.
No, well, it doesn't make any sense that there would be 430,000 applications for small businesses, which is over 50% more than 2019, if it wasn't a good time to be a small business owner. But today was also about Donald Trump's economic speech, and we watched a lot of it for any of you to listen to his answer on childcare and tell me what the hell he was talking about. It was one of the more incoherent things I've ever heard. We think tariffs are going to take everything. We know that they're attacking the consumer, but this really highlights the problem that everyone is saying, well, Trump is so transparent and Trump's out there, and that's all that matters. What matters is the content of what he's saying, and none it's explainable. This issue, which is a big priority for people, obviously it affects the Harris campaign. He doesn't have an answer besides tariffs. And J.D. Vance yesterday was talking about just have grandma and grandpa do more, that's some sort of solution for people. He's going to have energy prices, drill baby drill, even though we're producing more oil than we ever will have before, leading the world, more tax cuts for the rich. And tariffs are the only way that we're going to be paying for it.
I think tariffs are designed to punish countries who subsidize the specific countries they do. Look,
You know what?
I know tariffs.
I dated tariffs.
Dean.
I'll take that back for a second.
Yeah, but I'm not that interested in the topic. Okay. In this title for Musk, they have the word efficiency, which is the opposite of government. But I guess anybody who could deal with the biggest problem we're facing, which is the debt, it's like Musk. That's all he does is tackle big problems.
Well, I would love to hear Donald Trump talk more about that. Like I asked today, what are the Tim Murtaugh was on, he said, the president's going to talk about spending cuts. I said, could you give an example? He said, I'm not going to do it here. Okay, fine. But like, I would like to hear a little bit more about that. And in Trump's first term, his deregulation agenda really united the entire Republican Party and probably somebody like Will Connor, who might not have said it publicly. So I think something like that is really good. Efficiency. Republicans love efficiency. And also independent voters, especially women voters, believe that regulations are something that are causing prices to go up. They're not wrong. So I think, although talking more about this is not a bad thing, I do just want to say that her idea on unrealized gains is so bad, it makes the price gouging one look good.
Yeah, so true. You know, Judge Musk, he designs rockets. He built the most successful car company in recent history. He helped change the lives of paralyzed people with these brain chips. And he backs Trump. Shouldn't that be kind of a message to the undecided that, like, the smartest dude in the world thinks Trump is the best choice?
Well, if the undecided were smart, you would think that they would agree with that. But the truth is that most people would, except that when Musk started talking about free speech and it didn't go with the left's agenda, then all of a sudden, irrespective of what he's done for the environment, irrespective of the electric cars, he's really not a good guy. The bottom line is that neither Trump nor Musk play by the establishment rules. And, when you just look at the waste in our government, they can come up with all these ridiculous ideas. And I think that the unearned tax on the unearned earnings is just the second mess that she's made, along with the price fixing. All right, nothing that she said has been said to be a real success. But at the end of the day, the Department of Defense has failed in the last 6 years. All of their audits. They have a budget of $776 billion. And they can't get through an audit. They don't know where the money goes. And I think it's about time we had businessmen who looked at our government and tried to figure out where the money goes. And, then you bring on RFK, a guy who knows and understands environmental protection and can protect us and Musk. And when you have Mark Cuban saying, that Kamala's idea of the unearned tax credit is going to kill the stock market, and Will Connor saying the same thing. Now, these are Democrats. Then you realize it's simply about the numbers, all right? Kamala believes in government control, high interest rate, the cost of living is higher than ever, taxes are higher than ever, border crossings are higher than ever. You can't fake the numbers.
There you go. Jesse, you know, Trump's first term, probably not some of the greatest hires. I think we can admit Omarosa, she let us down. Scaramucci, I had high hopes for him.
Me too. I was psyched for the move.
So Trump has a second chance, and this time it's different. He knows what he needs, and you start seeing people like RFK and Musk attracted to this idea. This is not going to be the same.
It's going to be fun to watch Musk and Tucker and RFK just wandering around the White House while Jessica just freaks out. Jessica, if tariffs are so bad, why did Joe and Kamala leave old Trump tariffs in against China? Why did they take them out?
They didn't.
They left them all. They did. Jessica.
They did?
Yes,
No,
they did.
No.
Name one they took off.
The
You
name?
can't because you didn't.
What?
Listen, Jessica, let me explain something. One way we can get rid of the bloat is to just go line by line on some of these earmarks. Look what Democrats want. $850,000 for bus stop equity in California. I don't think you could explain that either. How about $500,000 for an anti-racist oyster reef? All right? Or how about $850,000 to put solar panels on a tiny prison on a Pacific island I can't even pronounce? You start there, but most of the bloat in government is healthcare. And if you bring RFK Jr. in, we can stop.
No one has any health care.
We can stop spending all of this money on treating the symptoms, you know, because most of the federal budget is Medicare. So if you go in and you make America healthy again, and you stop the food industry from poisoning the country, and you change our lifestyle, we're not going to have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars treating a sick and unhappy country.
Okay, please, someone cut this into a Trump ad to play for seniors, saying, you know what we're going to do? We're going to come after Medicare.
I never said
Yes,
come
you
after
did.
Medicare.
Yes, you did. Dana's smiling. You did.
I never said come after
That's
Medicare.
fine.
I said you reduce Medicare spending.
What are you taking, Jesse? What chickens on treadmills are you taking out of Medicare?
You reduce Medicare
The most
spending.
popular program
You
in the
reduce
country.
Medicare spending
They want to
by
cut
making people
Medicare.
healthy, so they don't
What are you
need so
doing?
much
By
health care.
feeding them vegetables? What are you doing?
You know what?
Yes, that's a great idea. Instead of chips all day, maybe people actually and eat
Let's
some
do
vegetables.
something different, kids. All right, we got a Fox News alert. Hunter Biden. There you go. Thank you for that. Shocking. Federal prosecutors on the first day of his criminal tax trial changing his not guilty plea to guilty. Let's go to Jonathan Hunt.
Greg, an extraordinary end to what has been a bizarre and dramatic day. In the last few minutes, Hunter Biden has pled guilty to each of those 9 tax-related charges against him, and Judge Marks he has now set a sentencing date of December 16th. We are awaiting Hunter Biden's departure from the courthouse now. It all began with an unusual arrival in that he showed up and was dropped off curbside by Secret Service, when in every other hearing in this case he's been driven in to an underground garage. That's when we thought this might be an unusual day. Then Abby Lowell, one of his lead attorneys, dropped the bombshell that he wanted to change his plea, Hunter Biden, to guilty. There was an objection from the Department of Justice prosecutors because they said he was trying to a guilty plea while at the same time under what is called an altered plea maintaining his innocence. So then there was some back and forth between the two sides. Ultimately, the prosecution were allowed to read the entire 56-page indictment this afternoon in court, and then Judge Scarcy went through each of those 9 charges, said, how do you plead? In each case, Hunter Biden said guilty, and the court chose to accept what Judge Scarcy is now calling an open plea rather than an altered plea. So bottom line, Hunter Biden has now pled guilty to those 9 tax fraud related charges, and he will be sentenced on December 16th. The maximum sentence he can receive, 17 years in prison and $1 million in fines. President Biden has said all along, of course, that he will neither pardon Hunter Biden in this case or indeed in his gun case, neither will he commute the sentence. Of course, President Biden said those things before he decided not to run again for the presidency. So sentencing December 16th, we'll see what President Biden on his way out of the White House in January then does. Greg?
Thank you. Jesse.
Thank you, Greg. Judge Janine.
Back to you, Jesse.
Back to Judge Janine, Greg. So he goes in there, and we think we're getting a trial. We're not getting a trial. What does this do to the judge now? Does this change the way the judge is going to sentence?
Well, look, anytime you get to the day of trial and you have a jury waiting there, usually well over 100 people, the whole ambiance of the courthouse changes. The prosecutors are on their game. Abby Lowell should be on his game, except Abby Lowell that he wasn't going to be trying or defending Hunter Biden. So the issue that is so shocking is that these two, the prosecution and Abby Lowell, had conspired to have this plea deal that had never been done in the history of the Department of Justice to pull the wool over the judge's eyes. Judge saw through it. They were trying to give Hunter immunity in perpetuity, which means forever. And in the end, the judge threw it out, okay? So now what you've got is they come in and they say, we want an Alfred plea. An Alfred plea essentially means that you are not going to plead guilty, but you concede that if the prosecution put out all the evidence, you would be found guilty. An Alfred plea is very unusual. It is constitutionally acceptable. It is rarely done. In my office, we have 40,000 cases a year. I remember one Alfred plea that I took. Department of Justice would not agree to the Alfred plea. So the only option for Hunter was to plead guilty to all counts. You don't need anyone's permission to plead guilty. And go forward with the sentencing. But there was real bad blood between the prosecution and the defense here. You don't do this. When lawyers are trying cases, you don't come in and say, want an Alfred plea, and the government says, we're not giving you one. You didn't do anything for us. We got no reason to give you one. And so then Hunter has to, plead to everything. Judge will sentence him on December 16th, and I don't care what the judge sentences him to, because in the end, his father, no longer running for president, will most probably pardon him.
Who was this Alfred guy anyway? Sounds like a real jerk.
Yeah, he was, but he went down in history.
It sure did.
In perpetuity.
Thank you. Jessica, I do, and I want to know if you were aware of this. NPR says Biden kept Trump's tariffs on Chinese imports.
All of them?
Bloomberg, why Biden is escalating Trump's China tariffs. Just to be accurate, I want to make sure the audience has all the correct information. But let's go back to Hunter Biden, your favorite subject.
Yes. Let's get back to that.
Do you believe that maybe there could be a deal, and Kamala, if she would win, maybe she pardons, so he doesn't have to pardon his son? Would you accept that?
That is feasible?
Yeah, I think that's a nice way to finagle out of having to pardon your son.
Sure. I don't know. I was trying to process this when I saw it come across the interwebs earlier today. As a parent, how difficult that would be if you had the power to keep your kid out of jail and you weren't running again, right? That was part of the campaign because Trump was out there and people were saying, well, he's just going to let him go. And Joe Biden was saying, absolutely not. So I could see a world in which he does lean on Kamala for something like that, or Kamala just says, this is something that's important to me. This part of the administration, the Bidens and the Harrises, or Harris/Emhoff, seem to be very close. It's feasible, but commuting his sentence, I feel like, might be also a way to do it without doing it. But
well, he ruled that out as well.
I understand, but it's not as severe as a pardon, so I could see it. But that's a tough spot for a dad to be in.
So imagine if Joe Biden was still the candidate. This trial would have been going on as the debate was happening.
Yeah. And I think, back then, when Biden was still the candidate, I remember we would talk on this show. I mean, imagine if Trump were to say, don't worry, Joe, I got him. I'll take care of it. Like, I'll pardon him. And that was something that you could even imagine Trump might be willing to do. And so I would ask the same question. I don't know if Kamala would do it, but Trump might do it too at that point. But now, who knows? Because, I don't know. That's funny. This morning, I felt like, well, I did say to the lawyer we had on Newsroom, I'm going to ask a dumb question. Can Hunter Biden plead guilty today? And the answer is yes, but I'm not a lawyer, so I asked the question. And then a few hours later, he did. So that avoids a messy trial that would have been gotten a lot of attention. Maybe not on other places, but we would have covered it certainly, but also social media, all of those clips in and out of court every single day. And now, right in the middle of the Christmas holiday season, when Joe Biden and Jill Biden are having all those Christmas parties, you'll have a sentencing. I imagine that Joe Biden probably will do something or secure something, whoever wins. Like he might, if Trump wins, he might say, "Can you help me out?"
Yeah.
Which
Can
is
you help me
wrong.
out while I try to put you in prison?
And think of how many people who get to this place that don't have somebody that's the president of the United States, doesn't have any connections, decides to plead guilty, and they know that when they get sentenced on December 16th, nobody's coming to bail them out.
And how are we going to get our vengeance, Greg? I mean, we want vengeance. We want this guy to pay the price. It just looks like he's going to escape again.
Yeah. Well, as you know, Judge, back in the 90s, I interned for Judge Wapner. And here's how I look at the Alford plea. Essentially, it's kind of pleading guilty while maintaining your innocence. I call it the "I know what it looks like" defense. You know, this is what cheaters use. Yeah, there's lipstick on my collar, my boxers are missing, the bra's on the floor, there's a girl under the bed. I know what it looks like. But it's a raccoon. A raccoon got into the house. No wonder Hunter's wife wasn't in the courtroom, because she heard it all before. Essentially, when you say you're innocent while you plead guilty, Hunter wants it both ways, which was on his client profile at the whorehouse. At the whorehouse. Anyway, I'm so curious about the money.
Yeah.
Like, where did the income come from? Why didn't he pay taxes? He's the smartest guy that Joe ever knew. Did you think he didn't want to pay the taxes because he wasn't supposed to declare the money, or what?
Them right back.
He did.
Yes.
So Sugar Brothers paid
Sugar
off.
Brothers.
Yeah. There's a question behind this whole thing of like, you know, the money was ill-gotten, or he would have paid. Why wouldn't he pay taxes? He couldn't allow them to find out what the money.
And then they
can't blame it on crack.
Why not?
Because there's plenty of very successful people who pay their taxes on crack. They're on crack all the time.
Oh, man. And then the guy who gave him the money to pay the back taxes, when they wanted to investigate him, the CIA says he's untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting, isn't it, Jessica? Also interesting, we were just talking about Joe Biden when he was asked about the pardon. Let's let everybody look back at what he said.
Will you accept the jury's outcome, their verdict, no matter what it is?
Yes,
And have you ruled out a pardon for your son?
yes. I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
I believe KJP, we call her Binder, was asked also as a follow-up, would you commute the sentence, Judge Jeanine? And he said no, but it wouldn't be anything like Joe Biden. He lies and goes back and forth all the time.
Yeah, well,
So,
it wouldn't be inconsistent for Kamala too to say yes, no, yes.
Right.
But I think what's important to note is that between the heaviest years, when the big money came in, Weiss let the statute of limitations pass.
Yeah.
So he got away with millions. And you know what? This trial could not have gone forward if Joe were running for president. Because the United States Attorney's Office is dropping information that they had not originally dropped. Specifically, the Romanian oligarch. We kept hearing about Russian oligarchs and then all of a sudden it was a Romanian while Joe was the vice president. Money coming into Hunter. And I want to just say one thing to answer your question about, he's a crackhead, you didn't know. The truth is that taxes he owed for the years 2016 through 2019 were $1.4 million. And he evaded the assessment of taxes for the year 2018 when he filed false returns for 2018. So he knew that was a heavy year. He filed a false return. This guy is scummy. He doesn't want pay taxes. His father wants everyone to pay taxes, but he's smart enough to know how to play the game.
So
I have no objection to this, and you would be hard-pressed to find a Democrat who's defending Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's not on the ticket. Hunter Biden isn't a public servant.
I'm not saying he is.
No, but he has always been treated as,
No, he was
treated down from Joe Biden, that they are a monster.
He got away
nepotism.
and he used his father's business to enrich the family.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because otherwise James Comer would have ever had something. There is
Department of Justice to indict. You need the power to indict.
There is no possible way that the amount of Republicans that are hot on the tail of that story haven't found anything to be able to tie that to Joe Biden.
What are you talking about?
Where is the impeachment of Joe Biden? No, this is what it's about, because Joe Biden is the only person that matters. Hunter Biden doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he goes to jail. None of it. It doesn't.
Jessica, might I say that no one is above the law?
Sure.
Because you guys say that all the time.
No one is.
I think the frustration is we just want the same amount of anger and attention devoted to Hunter that was devoted to Donald Trump's kids over stuff that didn't exist. That's all right.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God, come on. Oh, they were investigating them over secret meetings and finances and corruption.
Oh, the Russian orphans?
The Russian orphans?
Yeah, well, so Ivanka Trump has double-digit numbers of patents that went through. They did meet with Russians. We're going to talk about Russian disinformation and the podcasting and YouTube.
Tell me more about these orphans.
Well, I don't know. Don Jr. would have to let us know about those orphans.
No, I want to know. You brought it up. Tell me about the orphans.
That was the. Are you joking? From the Trump Tower meeting, that was the cover.
Mm-hmm.
No. No one else was awake then.
Dana, you know how many years he faces? 17 years and $1 million in fines. That's a big commutation.
Yeah, Sugar Bro was in the back going, something wrong.
I don't know if I'm good for that.
I don't know. I think back to stories that we have heard that the Obama White House was concerned about Hunter Biden's involvement and what was happening, and it was one of the reasons that Joe Biden was encouraged not to run in 2016. And that's why I think you still have some bad blood between the two.
So you got guns, you got drugs, you got prostitutes, you got bribes, you got millions coming from overseas, and this guy's not gonna serve any time. That's the problem with the system, and that's why we're running against a rigged system.
No one should be above the law, Jessica.
I know.
Jessica, and your orphans.
And your orphans.
Hunter Biden leaving court soon and could talk to the media. We'll definitely have that. Ahead, it's the election season, and you know what that means. The Biden DOJ is dialing up their Russia boogeyman.
For a limited time, Subway just dropped the price of every footlong in the app to $6.99. Wait, Subway did what? $6.99 footlongs? Yep, says right here. $6.99 for any footlong. Get this deal in the Subway app now before it's too late.
Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote that created America's inflation.
The vice president votes in the affirmative and the bill is passed.
Harris's vote led directly to the higher prices we pay. 22% more for groceries, 50% more for gas. Mortgage costs nearly double. Thanks a lot, Kamala. Trump had our economy humming. He'll do it again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like hazy or blurred vision, so it's hard to see fine details. Colors that appear dull or washed out. Or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to gawon'twait.com.
At Fountain Towers, we made a commitment. That commitment is to make sure that the word homeless and the word veteran are never in the same sentence again.
We're in Bradenton right now because Tunnel to Towers has decided to help homeless veterans who want to get out of homelessness get into a better part of their life.
It's a great partnership between Tunnel to Towers and Manatee County to be able to provide housing for the veterans that need those.
Not shelter, home. It's not just a place to sleep. It's actually wraparound services, and that's what's so impressive.
As someone who fought on the forward edge of freedom, these are my people. These are my brothers, sisters, the people who fought beside. One of the hallmarks of military service is you don't leave people behind. That sticks with me.
I know that every veteran who raised their right hand and swore to support and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, we have things that we carry inside of us. What Tunnel to Towers is doing with this village is helping veterans that have mental health issues, needs.
We have veterans that suffer every day. And so they would have this facility to service our veterans that are in so need. It's just, the finance is exploding.
We want to make sure that when our veterans are coming home, that they're coming home to something that actually feels personalized and homey for them.
That's a home. That's a home with dignity and walls and air conditioning. It's beautiful.
I was able to walk through one of the comfort homes today. That moved my heart. I'm just telling you, it did when I walked in. And it'll help the heart of that veteran. That's what's important.
The care and the give and the love that Tunnel to Towers has for our veterans is amazing. The people that donate to Tunnel to Towers are amazing.
That $11 is changing your life because you give it, and it's changing somebody else's to do it. And it's just an honor to be involved in it.
This is all that is good in America, and I am incredibly proud to stand with them. No matter, they save lives. You should support them.
Fox Nation would like to thank all active military and veterans by offering their first year of Fox Nation free, streaming exclusive shows that celebrate our country.
This is the story of the greatest American before there was an America.
Hear real stories from real heroes, highlighting those who put their lives on the line for our freedom.
This is their Top Gun school. 1 or 2 seconds sometimes would be the difference between life and death.
Go to foxnation.com and get your first year for free.
Well, the Russia story is back 2 months before the election. The Biden administration is accusing of election interference, and it's got the media fired up.
It really shows potentially how deeply integrated Russia is with the MAGA media.
It's a deadly sequence committed by Russia, who thinks Trump is an easy mark, so he'd be happy to deal with him.
Is a gentle reminder all Americans to be careful about what they're reading when the source comes from Russia.
They're not saying explicitly that Russia is trying to help Republicans, but really that's what the documents are alleged here.
So the Fed seizing Kremlin-run websites and targeting 2 Russian state media employees. Russia is accused of targeting Americans through the use of influencers and social media pages to spread propaganda and interfere with the election. Some of the topics the DOJ considers ripe for Russian disinformation range from inflation, immigration, crime, and the war in Ukraine. But it's not just Russia. Iran was name-checked by Attorney General over a plot to compromise former President Trump's campaign. And yet the DOJ has taken no formal action against Iran despite clear evidence. Okay, let's take it around the table. You want to start with the Russians?
Yeah, I like that the disinformation they're alleged to spread, high inflation, illegal immigrant crime, DEI as a negative force. That sounds like my wheelhouse. All they left out was, Biden's dementia and why it's never been a better time to buy gold. This is not disinformation. This is actual information. It's just convenient that all of these issues, the issues that make Democrats look bad, are now considered disinformation spread by Russia. What a coincidence! I think go to hell. We don't need disinformation because the information is damning enough. I've never seen disinformation on illegal crime because the data is out there in your primary news sources. I want to know, what has Russia done to undermine our institutions? Did they cover up Joe's dementia? Did they exercise a silent coup? They push voting machines over paper ballots? Did they push mail-in voting, no voter ID, which completely destroys exit polling so you can't gauge fair elections? Did Russia force RFK to stay on the ballot against his will?
vaccinated hoax? And did they weaponize the justice system? Probably the worst thing you could do to undermine the government is to weaponize the justice system. Did Russia do that? My theory on this is that the Dems are jealous, not because Russia is undermining our institutions. It's just that even when it comes to cheating, they hate competition.
Sorry, what'd you say? In my ear? Something about Hunter Biden? Okay, great.
Here we go.
Three people talked to me at the same time. Judge, one of the things that was noticeable about Merrick Garland's press conference yesterday was that we went through this whole thing, but there was never like, Exhibit A, here's the information that we're talking about. Why was that?
About.
So on Russian,
Yeah, because there isn't evidence. Okay, there is no evidence. Look, it's shock. The Russians are spreading propaganda. First of all, a lot of countries do that. In fact, we do that. Okay, so let's stop fooling ourselves. But the only bad actor in the world is not Russia. In fact, Russia is the excuse used by those who want to tell us that the laptop is Russian disinformation. Russia didn't tell us that. The Democrats told us that. The Democrats told us that, and they changed an election with that because they suppressed our freedom of speech, basically changing.
Hold on there.
Yeah.
We're talking about this as well. There's a lot of people here. Hunter Biden's attorney speaking to reporters. Let's listen here.
Hunter decided to enter his plea to protect those he loves from unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. This plea prevents that kind of show trial that would have not provided all the facts or served any real point in justice. He will now move on with us to the sentencing phase, while keeping open the options to raise the many clear issues with this case on appeal. There's no doubt this case was an extreme and unusual one for the government to break. Like millions of Americans, Hunter was late in filing and paying his taxes. Unlike those millions of Americans, he was charged criminally for his failures that occurred during the depths of his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and which he has rectified by paying his overdue taxes in full with interest and penalties. Years before he was ever charged. In fact, Hunter actually overpaid his taxes in the year he was charged with tax evasion. Hunter put his family first today, and it was a brave and loving thing for him to do.
Okay, it's brave and loving thing for him to do. I mean, he did it so as to not embarrass himself from the things that he did. He pled guilty because code would cause unnecessary hurt and cruel humiliation. The truth and the facts sometimes do, depending upon what your behavior is. And in this case, when Abby Lowell says there are clear issues on appeal, there are no issues on appeal. Cases get prosecuted all the time. I know. And think about it, the IRS wants to go after you for $600, making sure they know about your $600 Venmo transfers. They can certainly go after this guy. And addiction has nothing to do with it, and it's not a defense to anything. Now, enough about that. Can I go back to Russia?
We can one more thing on Hunter, and then we're going to go back to Russia.
Abby said he was late in paying his taxes. He hadn't paid taxes for years. Being late is like a month or two. This guy just ignored paying his taxes. He said he did this to protect the people he loved. He's doing this to protect his dad. He's doing this to protect his family. Right. And his dad didn't protect him. His dad put him out there knowing he was hooked on crack to suck up all this money because his dad couldn't pay for the family's largesse. And it was a nice lifestyle. Private schools, Porsches, nice homes. His dad couldn't pay for it, so he had Hunter do it. And he knew his son was doing it because he went to all the dinners.
And he helped out with all the clients by writing them letters and giving them access. And some of that money came back to him, and he saw the checks. He lied about it and said it was a loan, but they couldn't prove that it was a loan. Come on, everybody knows it. I'm just waiting to find those diamonds that went missing, right, Jessica? They gotta be out there somewhere.
I can't believe the man, he tried to use, put his daughter's college tuition at Columbia as a tax write-off. I was like, that's not allowed, right? It's not allowed. I found that out today. Back to Russia, go ahead.
Okay, real fast as it relates to Russia. The Russians weren't messing up the election. It was the Americans. It was the Biden-Harris administration. It was bringing in these so-called intelligence agents. It was having the White House and the FBI call and say, suppress any discussion of Hunter Biden. I mean, you know, Hunter Biden is an integral part of his father's life, his father's presidency, and the downfall of his father. The real snake in the grass here is China. Nobody talks about the fact that China had the balloon that was just a balloon until after they shot it down, we realized that it was collecting information in real time. Nobody talks about the fact that there are Chinese police stations in the United States, or the fact that the Democrats seem to be in bed with them, maybe not literally, maybe. 10K with Congressman Swalwell and Senator Dianne Feinstein and her driver, and now Governor Hochul, her top people involved with a Chinese spy. Look, the fact is that what they're trying to do is that they're cultivating the fear. Russia now, they're setting up a reason to crack down on social media and free speech before the next election. Publicly accusing Russia of a sustained campaign. And if there are bad stories about to break on Kamala, you can be sure they're going to tell you it's Russian disinformation. Because that's how they work.
Can you all pull up for me in the control call for from Donald Trump? He responded on Truth Social, and I'll read it while you try to find it. Comrade Kamala Harris and her Department of Justice are trying to interfere in and suppress the election in favor of the Democrats by resurrecting the Russia hoax and trying to say that Russia is trying to help me, which is absolutely false, all caps. In fact, President Putin would much rather see Comrade Kamala Harris in office, as he strongly said just this morning. I don't know, Jesse, if you saw that clip, but I think that Putin was trying to be a little clever and smirking as he said what he said.
Do you renounce, Jessica, the endorsement by Putin? Renounce? Okay.
I give that back.
Okay.
I'm a KKK member and run river. Go.
Okay, good. Yeah, Gene is right with China. I mean, come on. They're sleeping with Democrats. They're working in their offices. They're giving millions of dollars to Democrats under the table. They're getting salted ducks. You could have a Department of Justice on the right that was weaponized. You could launch an investigation into the Democrat ticket because Wolsey, the Great Wall of China, Tina the Tin, he's definitely someone that needs to be investigated, right? I look into him. I open a counterintelligence investigation. I would totally tap all the phones and walls and all of this crooked Chinese. I'm not going to go there, but you want me to. Listen, when they came out and did this press conference, I thought it was going to be good. I thought maybe they were going to give us something on Iran, you know, they tried to assassinate Trump. And they're sitting there with straight faces saying Russia. Chris Wray is sitting there like, don't look at me. They're doing this all over again. Her numbers, Jessica, must be so bad that they would pull this out right now. They're already labeling this as an excuse if she loses. And if she loses, they have no insurance policy. Because they'll just do the whole Russia investigation all over again. We all know Putin wants Harris because he just ran right through Ukraine while Harris was in charge. We all knew the cartels want Harris. They got rich as hell under her. We all know China wants Harris. They do everything they want with the Democrats. Trump came in, slapped tariffs on them, and they went belly up. This is so obvious what's happening here. It's just hilarious that you think it might work again.
Let's give her the last word then on this.
Okay. I think that Vladimir Putin wants the guy who stood next to him and said, oh, he didn't do anything. He told me we were at this meeting, and he said he didn't interfere in the election at all, even though our own Department of Justice had found that he did. What I find interesting about everyone's analysis thus far on this topic is that you're leaving out the juiciest tidbit, which is that the Russians were paying Tim Pool and Benny Johnson $400,000 a month
for a weekly video that would go out to their millions of followers.
400,000 a month?
Yes, more than Hunter Biden was making.
You know, I'm available too.
But that's when you make the joke out of it. And they have denied that they knew that it was coming from a Russian in that way, that they were getting possibly.
Get that info because I thought it was going through Lauren Chan. Wasn't it her company?
Well,
and that
it's
it was
that
done.
privacy-based
Yes,
company,
and then they
right?
hired him to do something. And
Well, they've been doing videos, and these kinds of talking points have been showing up in those videos.
Oh, you mean like talking points like inflation's high?
No, like talking about,
You mean like DEI is bad?
Yeah.
or like let Russia have Ukraine. It's so difficult, which is the point. That they want people, first of all, to think that life is completely terrible and that I am Paris and
Okay, let me just ask you this. Okay, let's not forget. I'm going to say this, and I want you to ask. I want you to tell me where I got this from. When we talk about election interference, let's not forget what Joe Biden did in Ukraine a decade ago, which has led to 1 million deaths. Where do you think I got that from? Are you going to tell me that I got that from Russia? No, it came from here. I've read about this. You cannot immediately assume that when somebody has an and it's coming from you're in some Putin's pocket.
And I fully accept that they did not know the source of this money that was coming from Russians that wanted to impact our elections and turn us against the Biden-Harris administration. But don't you think it's weird they paid $400,000 a month for videos on your YouTube channel?
I think a lot of people are getting paid a lot of money because you had the DNC had it. Yes, I think people are making that kind of money. Money is sloshing around all over politics.
That's a pay cut for me.
It always comes back to me being underpaid.
A sexist would say.
But you know, people sowing discord. I mean, that's what the Democrats did for 4 years, and we were at each other's throats about Russia and whether or not Donald Trump was a Russian plant or Putin puppet. The Democrats are the ones who sowed the discord.
This is an hour of what we're talking about actually happening.
So this was assassinating people. What good?
And by the way, another website. Yeah, by the way, why is China buying all the land around the missile sites and the military bases? We're worried about
That's a bad one.
Yeah, well, I heard a press conference
If it
about China.
workers and a liberal YouTuber was paid $400,000 a month to talk about
How about the first family getting paid $20 million?
Yeah, and how many LLCs?
A fast food chain is getting into the spooky season. Spirit with a new line of themed costumes.
Chipotle is collaborating with Spirit Halloween to create 5 different Halloween costumes. Reported up. Are meant to represent different elements of Chipotle's dining experience, including black plastic forks, paper napkins, disposable cups, and foil wrapped burritos with the Chipotle branded to-go bag.
Okay, Spirit Halloween will sell these costumes online starting tomorrow. Lenise is going to buy us some.
I already have my costume, and we got it from Spirit. I did not see the Chipotle costume there, but they said it's online. I did see the Cheetos costume, Nicholas.
A new bag of
A
Cheetos?
bag of Cheetos.
I could see that costume becoming one. The Chipotle ones are not.
I don't want anything that covers my face.
I remember though, I've seen bodysuit costumes though. I think that's gotten more popular.
Well, Deadpool, and that is a very popular costume.
Exactly. All right, this should get more popular tomorrow. Fox 10 weather app. Here you go. Radar is going to be a good thing tomorrow. Understand that the rain's going to be pretty widespread. Some areas could see heavier rain though, and that's the rain that could cause some issues. Brief moments of heavy rain causing some flooding if there's poor drainage areas. Notice we don't have any flash flood watches for tomorrow. Flood watches for tomorrow. That's because we're in drought right now, which that's a good thing. So once again, Fox 10 weather app, great thing to use. Let's start with the radar and see what's going on right now. All of our rain is here in coastal Mississippi. This is Jackson County, Moss Point, Pascagoula, Goshen, Mississippi, all dealing with some form of light to moderate rain. Also Biloxi and the Iberville there. Dauphin Island starting to see a
a little bit of light rain at this point. You see this kind of light green. Some of this not reaching around, especially as you go north. And zooming out, I wanted to head over to Louisiana where we had heavy rain falling. And we've had some points where we've had heavy rain near Lake Pontchartrain and stuff. We had some flash flood warnings that were issued near Slidell. Now I'm going to show you some of these rainfalls. Look at Terrebonne Parish. This is 6.5 inches of rain down there, kind of near Homa, south of Homa there, and other places. Look at Slidell, and as you get towards portions of coastal Mississippi there, around 5 inches, and you see some of those brighter colors all the way to Biloxi, where we almost have an inch so far. Take this, move it up, sled. And that's what we get for tomorrow, some heavier rain. But as I mentioned, we are in drought, so not expecting a huge flooding issue because our ground is pretty dry and it can use the rain. Severe drought in the eastern half of our area. This is also somewhat tied to this low pressure system that is right here. Has a small, and I mean small, chance to become a tropical system, meaning 10% chance of becoming a tropical storm. It would be very short-lived, wouldn't change anything. But lots of rain happening right now. You can see it on the satellite picture in southern Louisiana. Quick look at Futurecast. See this low spinning, and it approaches us. Remember, the rain gets to us Friday, but then it all pushes out by a front, and then we get drier air that comes in by the weekend.
All right, thank you very much, Nicholas. The Alabama Law Enforcement Agency has released traffic and voting statistics. Numbers, you get the idea, from this past Labor Day weekend.
From Friday, August 30th through Monday, September 2nd, Aaliyah troopers investigated 6 traffic fatalities with incidents occurring in Cleveland, Chilton, and Mobile counties. Notably, Saturday, August 31st was the only day to any traffic deaths. Troopers also handled 185 crashes, which left 101 people injured. They arrested 29 people for driving under the influence. 227 seatbelt tickets were issued. More than 1,600 speeding citations were given, and 15 people were caught recklessly driving.
In Mobile, the Mobile Police Department responding to less crashes, the agency handling 29, 7 involved injuries, some resulting in the death of a pedestrian. Mobile Police also say it worked closely with Aaliyah and LDOT to maintain a consistent flow of traffic.
There we go on the Bayway. That's a lot of cars, but good news is we're not seeing actual slowdowns that are of note here on the Bayway. You can see it on Traffic Tracker. Bayway and even into the Wallace tunnels, I have no issues at this point. Taking a look at the in-town streets, of course there's some traffic around the lights, but no major issues at this point. Eastern Shore also seems to be looking good. However, starting to see just a little bit of traffic here around one typical spots, though, also on 98 around some more dense lights there. Checking out Pensacola, we had a couple things that we noticed, especially near the bar. Those issues have gone, but there's some slowdown slightly on 98 there. Also seeing some around 110 and 10, but again, not major issues here. And the icon you're seeing here not causing major issues as well. But we'll keep an eye on things. Remember, tomorrow the roads are going to be wet. Make sure you're prepared.
All right, thanks, Nicholas. And yeah, it is almost time for your Big Friday kickoff.
This Friday is packed with live high school football coverage. Starting at 4, we'll have your Big Friday kickoff live from Davidson High with sports reporter Emily Cochran and our Al Sharon.
Nation Smith is live with your preview of the game of the week. That is Mary G. Montgomery. Then at 9 o'clock, we'll have live bookends during the game with First and 10 wrapping up your high school football coverage.
So be sure to tune in this Friday for your Big Friday kickoff coverage.
Still ahead, we are highlighting 2 best friends kicking off a chain of life-saving acts of kindness. The story you gotta hear when we come back.
I'm attorney Stephen Alpledjack. I've helped thousands of good people with overwhelming debt. Bankruptcy is just the beginning of a debt-free lifestyle. Call me at the First Start in Junior.
694-0600.
Life is full of moments that shape how we see the world. At Clarkson Eye Care, we believe everyone deserves to create their own moments and share them with the people they love. When you want to see your absolute best for life, be seen at Clarkson Eye Care.
Bath fitter does showers? That's right.
We offer a wide selection of beautiful and functional showers in all shapes and sizes. We can even convert into a shower. How about that? With our seamless one-piece walls and hundreds of design options, you'll get a beautiful new shower that fits your needs, guaranteed for life. Bathfitter's been around for 40 years, and we've been experts in showers for just as long. Get yours today. Bathfitter, it just fits. Go to bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
At Regions, we believe there are simple steps that anyone can take to be good with money. Kyle, for example, is using Regions balance alerts and overdraft grace to keep a close eye on his accounts and be good with money. A Regions Green Print plan is helping him adopt better spending habits so he can adopt Maggie. Now he can do good with money. With guidance, everyone can be good with money and find financial confidence. Let Regions show you the way.
When you have moderate to severe eczema, it's okay to show off. With Dupixent, show off your clearer skin and less itch. Because you have plenty of reasons to show off your skin. With Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, you stay ahead of your eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your skin from within. Many adults saw 90% clearer skin. Some even achieved long-lasting clearer skin and fast itch relief after first dose. Serious allergic reactions can occur and can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
I'm Morris Farm. At my law firm, we fight hard to get every one of our injured clients the most money they deserve.
I'm Rod, and I'm a trial lawyer here at the Morris Ford Law Firm. I'm very proud to have recovered over $38 million for our clients.
I'm Austin, and I've recovered over $25 million for our injured clients.
So if you've been injured anywhere in the Mobile area, you know what to do. One call, that's all.
About every 10 minutes, someone is added to the National Kidney Transplant list. Finding a match is not easy.
And that's where living kidney donor chains like this come into play. They connect willing donors with those who are a match, while someone else makes a donation in return.
Reporter Chandler Watkins is introducing you to two best friends in Kansas who actually started the donor chain. 44 years and counting.
I don't really have many childhood memories that don't include you.
Yeah. That's how long Susan Bruff and April met in each other's lives.
We used to fight over rocks when we were kids.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we fought like sisters. When April was put on the kidney transplant list 3 years ago, Susan never had a second thought about donating one of her kidneys to her best friend.
I mean, I didn't even really discuss it with my husband. I was like, I hope you're on board with this. He's like, I couldn't be more proud of you for wanting to do this, thinking that there might be something that happens to her and she's not in my life. That was unbearable just to think about that.
They weren't a match, but there was still a way they can make this work. The University of Kansas Health System asked them about being part of a donor chain. And of course, Susan was like, absolutely, whatever's going to get her a kidney, I will do. And the rest is history. They're part of a chain with 6 other people. They don't know any of them personally, but now feel connected. The experience has Susan and April working to raise awareness about living organ donations.
Doing this for someone that you might never meet, you're still saving their life.
It can save somebody's life and may even create this chain effect where you're saving multiple people's lives. Reporting in Kansas City, Jenna Watkins, KCTV 5 News.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience. And the world's first 6-function multi-grille tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or get 6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. That's 10% below MSRP on select GMC Sierra models. We are professional grade GMC.
Inside each one of us
challenge is how to accomplish it. This journey will take drive, dedication, and determination. At Excel Academy, we push our students to accelerate to excellence. Excel Academy is the place to make your dreams a reality. Discover and reach your dream. Visit us at excelacademymobile.com.
Firehouse subs and the letter Jean will take one.
Hooking ladder, man, it's hot, it just.
Says you're almost out of time.
You think those are great? I'll drink my own.
Faster.
That is, the sandwich is too big for the song. It's too big.
If you've been dieting and exercising and still struggling to lose weight, Energy Wellness in Fully is here to help. Your only one-stop shop for safe weight loss treatments, hydrating IV infusions, Pilates, and more. Visit EnergyWellness.com today to start your healing journey.
What? Some more? Oh man, dinner. The toughest challenge of my day. Look, I love my kids. Oh, smart, funny, weird. They like maybe 4% of the food I make. Kids can be picky. Just once I'd like to say, here's a tasty meal everyone will love, and ask for seconds. And wait, what's this?
A tasty meal everyone will love and ask for seconds. Added some fees.
Dinner.
With 30 quick and tasty one-pan meals.
I'm gonna keep Helper handy.
First on the Gulf Coast with breaking news and weather. Fox 10 News starts now.
The district attorney's office, and I guess by extension the AG's office, they will not tolerate it, as they should not.
First at 5, we're collecting more information about the arrest of a Pritchard detective charged with perjury. The very latest on this investigation in a live studio report.
Guys, we've now learned what caused that deadly house explosion in Louisiana over the weekend, killing a local boy. What the state fire marshals are saying next.
And a lot of light rain across the area with some heavier downpours over the Gulf. We'll look at our rain chances as we get closer to the weekend coming up.
They want my baby to see my face, to be one of the first faces they see as soon as all clear happens.
Should students have access to their cell phones in school? That's the question we are asking some of you. It comes after a mass shooting at a Georgia high school that left 4 people dead. Details ahead on Fox 10 News now at 5. First, weather. We have information, I should say, about information on the arrest of a Pritchard detective.
Detective Jason Hadaway is accused of lying, charged with perjury. Now, we have the details on the testimony Hadaway gave under oath that possibly led to this arrest.
All right, Fox News reporter Ariel Mallory has been digging deeper into this story. Ariel, what did you find out?
Police in Shelby, according to these court documents, Detective Hadaway was questioning a man named Keita Todd, and Todd asked for a lawyer during the interview. Well, according to these documents, Detective Hadaway says Todd never asked for a lawyer.
New details tonight on the arrest of a Pritchard police detective charged with third-degree perjury. Detective Jason Hadaway bonded out of Metro Jail in less than 2 hours after he was booked in Wednesday morning. Well, now we're getting the first look at what led to his arrest. According to these court documents, in 2023, Detective Hadaway was questioning a man by the name of Keita Todd. Todd was later charged with murder, accused of shooting a man in Pritchard. Documents say while Detective Hadaway was questioning Todd, Todd asked for a lawyer. In this document, it reads Detective Hadaway stated that after Keita Todd requested an attorney, he asked one more question, but then terminated the January 7th, 2023 interview. These documents say that's not true. It goes on to read, based upon a review of the recorded interview, it was
determined that Detective Hadaway continued to extensively question Keita Todd. It was determined that Detective Hadaway had been dishonest, something one Mobile defense attorney says he questioned Hadaway about under oath.
When I cross-examined him in front of Judge Youngpeter in the probation revocation proceeding for Mr. Nixon, I asked him specifically about that, wherein he denied first extensively questioning Mr. Todd.
In June, while Chase Dearman was representing a client in a separate murder case, he says he received a letter from the district attorney's office surrounding Detective Hadaway's credibility.
Was handed a what's called a giglio disclosure, which the government is required to give anybody if it has anything to do with the credibility of any of their witnesses. Hadaway denied questioning Todd, and then I said, isn't it true that you said it was just one more question? And he said, no, I never said that, and he said it under oath.
Dearman says anyone accused of committing perjury, especially law enforcement, is dangerous for anyone seeking justice.
Somebody that will lie under oath, even after a giglio disclosure has been provided to defense counsel, is dangerous. It's just extremely dangerous. All we have in our system is the ability to seek the truth. And if those involved in the system are not dedicated to the truth and nothing but, we don't have justice.
Now, Ed Hadaway has a lawyer yet, and we still haven't heard anything from Pritchard Police about these allegations. Last night, in the Breaking News Center, Ariel Mallory, Fox 10 News.
Hi, Ariel, thank you. We now have an update to the house explosion in Radley, Louisiana that killed one person and injured several others. State fire marshal investigators have determined the explosion was most likely because of a propane leak. Fire marshals say the house was a newly built one and that it utilized propane as a fuel utility. On the day of the explosion, the family, with the help of relatives, were in the process of moving in. The investigation into the source of the propane and the source of the ignition is still ongoing. 16-year-old Deuce Barrera, a cheerleader at Theodore High School, died. 5 others, including Deuce's mother and sister, were both severely injured. That explosion happened on Saturday just before 10 o'clock in the morning on Pullman Road. That's about 20 miles north of Lake Charles, Louisiana. A GoFundMe has been set up for the family to help with and medical expenses.
You've got a lot of questions being asked now. How did a 14-year-old get an AR-15 style rifle and then open fire at a Georgia high school, killing 2 fellow students and 2 teachers? What is known, according to investigators, is this teen accused will be charged as an adult on 4 felony murder charges at his expected court appearance tomorrow. County and federal investigators confirmed the teen and his father were interviewed last year. They say they received, quote, several anonymous tips about online threats of a possible shooting targeting an unidentified school. The teen, though, denied being involved, although his father revealed that he kept hunting guns in the house. He told investigators that his son did not have unsupervised access to them and that they determined there was no probable cause for arrest.
We got to look at being able to secure those firearms and ensure that these kids do not gain access to them anyway.
The United States suffering at least 385 mass shootings so far this year. That information coming right from the Gun Violence Archive, which defines mass shootings as those where 4 or more people are shot.
A chilling text between a parent and a student at Appalachia High School is taking social media by storm.
And that message has some parents chiming in on cell phone policies in local schools.
Our Ashlyn Mitchell spoke to some parents, and Ashlyn, this tragedy has some of them questioning if schools should
students to use cell phones during the crisis.
Yeah, it really does, Lenny and Shelby. And as a refresher, Mobile County Public Schools banned cell phones in classrooms as part of its security plan at the start of this school year. With the shooting at Appalachian High School, some parents say they wish they had more access to their kids, while others say cell phones are just a hindrance during emergencies. It's a gut-wrenching message no parent wants to receive. School shooting right now. I'm scared. Please, I'm not joking. That very text was sent by a student to his parents during the shooting that killed 4 and injured 9 at Appalachian High School, according to investigators.
That one last text message or one last phone call to that parent or guardian or sister or brother, like, there's no price that you can put on that.
Here on the Gulf Coast, some parents are shaken up. This year, Mobile County Public Schools unveiled its increased security plan, one that brought weapon detection systems to schools and banned cell phones in the classroom. But Alicia Henley, a Mobile County mom of 3, says it's tragedies like the one at Appalachia that have questioning the policy.
I totally understand their perspectives. I'm not coming at this villainizing that policy, but I am a very huge proponent that I wanted to hear my babies' voices one last time I would be able to in situations like that.
On the flip side, some parents like Daphne Alvarez say cell phones are a major distraction during emergencies.
The last thing that the police officers need while this is going on are a bunch of mom and dads running around. They're trying to control the school population, you know, with the teachers and the children, and then you got all of these coming up with all of these parents. I think it hinders taking care of the situation to make sure that everybody's safe.
According to the Appalachian High School student handbook, cell phone use at the school is up to the teacher in the classroom. And over in Baldwin County, cell phone use is determined by each school. A Baldwin County Public Schools spokesperson tells me for the first time, Fairhope High School and Robertsdale High School are now requiring students to put their cell phones in containers before class. Superintendent Eddie Tyler says he expects more to follow suit this year. Reporting live in studio, Ashley Mitchell, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Ashlyn. Very timely reporting there. I want to take you now to the weather and looking live outside. You can tell what's going on. We have got a situation on the way. Those dark skies. Our chief meteorologist, Jason Smith, has been monitoring the radar. And Jason, it's going to be coming.
Yes, we've got the rain that is very close to the area or in the area, depending on where you are. And look at the showers out there right now. Most of the activity is along our immediate coastline, and this is what's causing it. We've got a low pressure area off the Texas coast. Very low chance it becomes something tropical. It's really more oriented along the stationary front and interacting with an upper trough, but that is drawing moisture up into our area and this evening. Right now we're seeing showers right along Dauphin Island into South Mobile County, most of Jackson County, Mississippi, seeing light rain today. The showers to the north are very light. We've just seen drizzle and very light rain. If we look at Mobile County, most of the southern part of the Iowa Battery, Coden, Alabama Port, light rain, same thing, Dauphin Island, Fort Morgan, and it's not making a lot of progress to the north. We still have enough ridging aloft that it looks like the rain's holding off for now, but the models have been hinting at showers developing further to the north and further to the east overnight tonight and into tomorrow. So we're still expecting to get a pretty good soaking. We may pick up an inch or two of rain tomorrow. This is, of course, keeping a lid on temperatures, so that is definitely a plus. Over the next 10 hours, our temperatures are going to be running generally into the mid-70s. And in our update on the tropics, a lot of different disturbances to look at. Nothing alarming there, but definitely worth looking at and watching that in your long-range forecast coming up.
All right, thank you, Jason. New from us today, Governor Ivey shaking things up in the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs. In a letter sent to Veterans Affairs Commissioner Kent Davis, Governor Ivey said she removed John Kilpatrick from his position on the State Board of Veterans Affairs immediately. And then she asked Commissioner Davis to resign by 5 p.m. today. The letter to Davis says in part, quote, "Your agency mishandled and ARPA grant program by, among other things, proposing on a substantially delayed basis uses of grant funds that would be ineligible under U.S. Treasury rules and regulations and/or state law or policy, end quote. Davis has been commissioner of the Alabama Department of Veterans Affairs since 2019. I reached out to the South Alabama Veterans Council here in Mobile for comment. The president, Lou Lartig, says he's still getting information, but this news is sad for veterans in Alabama.
Admiral Kit is the best thing that's happened to the 400,000 veterans in the state of Alabama in a long time. And it's a slap in the face to all of us veterans in the state that he is being asked to resign.
Now, John Kilpatrick is a veteran and the founder and executive director of Vets Recovery here in Mobile. We just got this statement from him, and it reads in part, quote, "My appointment to the board was a result of my position as president of the Alabama Council of Chapters of the Military Officers Association of America. Members of the Alabama State Board of Veterans Affairs serve at the pleasure of the governor. It was my honor to serve our veteran community as a member of the board, and I'm proud of the work I did on behalf of Alabama veterans. I will continue to work every single day to improve access to high-quality health care for Alabama veterans and their families."
New at 5, we're learning more about how local and state agencies work together this Labor Day weekend. Aaliyah teaming up with Mobile Police and fire departments in Orange Beach and Gulf Shores to keep the roads and waterways safe. Mobile Police also teaming up with AlDOT as part of its year-round effort to make sure there was a smooth and traffic flow, especially on the interstates. Locally, Mobile Police responded to about 30 crashes over the weekend, resulting in multiple injuries and the death of at least one pedestrian. Aaliyah's efforts going beyond traffic safety, they say. Its aviation unit teaming up with Gulf Shores and Orange Beach Fire Rescue for the rescue of swimmer detail, deployed from helicopters to help with those in distress. The unit completed 12 patrol flights and responded to a call for a missing diver. Fortunately, that person was found before help arrived.
No major problems on the roadways this evening. The I-10 Bayway is flowing along well, and believe it or not, the tunnels look good too here. It's a Thursday. Normally traffic starts picking up, but not a holiday weekend this weekend, so it looks good on I-10 all the way over into Pensacola. No major problems or delays. We'll check traffic again coming up later on.
Also tonight on Fox News at 5, after a study showing a shocking number of state crime comes just a few weeks, one lawmaker is giving nonviolent juvenile offenders another chance.
Plus, another derelict vehicle has been removed. We'll tell you where and the details surrounding the recovery straight ahead.
First, we want to thank you for watching Fox 10 News at 5. We'll be right back.
I'm bankruptcy attorney Stephen Ocklinger. I know that bad things happen to good people. So if you're facing foreclosure, repossession, or overwhelming debt, give me a call.
Call 694-0600.
I'm Wes Allen, Secretary of State. To vote in Alabama, voters are required to present a valid form of photo identification. To learn more or acquire your free photo voter ID, visit alabamavotes.gov.
Southern weather is extreme, and strong windows are critical for your safety. Your new set of windows are custom built specifically to take on southern weather. We install superior windows and peace of mind with our lifetime guarantee. This is real factory direct. No middlemen, no surprises. Be New South proud. Buy more, save more. Volume discounts on 4 or more windows.
We just couldn't get comfortable in our own home.
That's when I knew we had home discomfort.
Home discomfort, or HDC, is caused by an AC unit that is in But with 1 hour air conditioning heat, say goodbye to HDC and hello to comfort. Side effects of 1 hour air conditioning and heating include increased comfort, smiles and laughter, not sweat. It's time to stop putting up with home discomfort. It's time to be comfortable. Call 1 hour air conditioning and heating and be comfortable in your own home.
1 million customers a week can't be wrong. Welcome to Rouse's.
Rouse's Markets has USDA prime beef T-bone steaks for $9.99 a pound. Save $10 a pound. A 5-pound bag of Rouse's red or gold potatoes is $2.97. Save $2.02. CA Grade A Sanderson Farms boneless, skinless chicken breasts for $1.97 a pound. Save $2.02 a pound. And selected Fiora towels and bath tissues are buy one, get one free. Save $7.99.
Thank you for choosing us best grocery store on the Gulf Coast.
Your Gulf Coast News.
A plan for the Mobile area water and sewer system to take over.
That Mars is the best solution.
But it's still not clear that Mars is interested.
The disturbing scenes caught on camera at Davidson High School mean there have been multiple fights in the last week.
These southern flounder were donated by fishermen.
We used to go out and try to catch these fish one by one ourselves, and it turns out that biologists aren't that great fishermen.
Committed to the Gulf Coast, Fox 10. Committed to you. This is Fox 10 News.
A desperate search right now for 3 missing people, and police want your help to find them. First, 33-year-old Raymond Hayes. His family describes him as severely autistic, almost nonverbal. They say he will respond to yes or no questions. Police say he was last seen leaving Baptist Hospital in Pensacola short before 10 Monday night. Investigators say Hayes doesn't have a phone, money, or carry credit cards, and he also doesn't have any social media accounts. Reportedly does not know how to use a computer. Take a good look at the picture on your screen. This is what he had on the last day he was seen. Raymond Hayes was wearing a gray shirt, jeans, black shoes. If you know where to find him, you are asked to call Pensacola Police Dispatch, and that number is on your screen.
And Mobile police are still asking for finding 29-year-old Carly Sanford. Sanford was reported missing yesterday. She was last seen August 16th in the 3000 block of Airport Boulevard. If you have any information about where Carly is, call Mobile Police.
And that third person, Pritchard Police want your help to find Jesse Lee Edwards. He was last seen Tuesday, September 3rd, at around 6 o'clock in the area of Talaposa Street. That's in Pritchard. Police say he had on a checkered shirt, blue jeans, and he has short hair. If you've seen him or you know where to find him, call police in Pritchard.
An Alabama lawmaker is hoping to address crime across the state by helping young criminals get on the right path. The lawmaker says 60% of crime in the state comes from the Mobile, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, and Huntsville municipalities. Representative Reed Ingram of Montgomery County wants our state to be proactive, ensuring young people learn from their mistakes. He says the bill would require young offenders to be detained in a juvenile detention facility for 2 hours and then complete an intervention class with their parent or guardian. The initial cost is almost $2 million, which Reed says is a small price to pay to cut down on the number of criminal reoffenders.
The crime is up, and I think it starts in our juveniles. I think if they know they can get away with something on a nonviolent crime, then they're going to carry a gun, and maybe the next one won't be a nonviolent crime. And I think we save the child that's committing these crimes. I think it's important that we save their life to where they can be a good citizen.
Representative Reed there says the intervention class curriculum will be created by the Secretary of Law Enforcement and be taught by Alabama Law Enforcement Agency state troopers. The bill will head to the legislative session next year.
Well, we had an area of disturbed weather, really just a low pressure area, non-tropical in nature here off of Texas, and it's along a surface front. But what it's doing is it's kind of acting like a tropical disturbance or a tropical depression because it's drawing moisture up out of the Gulf and it's pounding Louisiana and Mississippi. But we're getting a little bit of it. We've been right on the edge of this thing pretty much all week. And looking at it, you can see right there the rain right near the coast, and it is a little heavier down near Island, southern Mobile County, out off the Mississippi coast, and very white with the rain in the inland areas. You can tell by looking at the colors on the radar. We've got light green around Dolphin Island and Grand Bay, and some of it's a little heavier there over some of the Mississippi barrier islands. Looks like the rain happening there around Fort Morgan, but not as much going on over towards Gulf Shores, and just a few sprinkles up into Baldwin County. It really has a sprinkly nature to it here. Light showers in Greene County and George County over the western half of the area, but note that Mobile showing very little rain. We've had some raindrops, but they've been here and there all day, and a couple of showers up into the inland spots. So talking tropics here, we've got a lot of stuff going on. I was talking with meteorologist Nicholas Herboso earlier today. So you can pretty much take the whole Atlantic Basin and draw a big yellow circle on it and say there's a 20% chance for development. But these are all individual disturbances. We've got a couple of waves in the Atlantic, low chance in the short term, low chance in the long term, 10 to 20%. This one we'll watch as it heads towards the Western Gulf. The odds down to 20%. That one. We also have a 10% disturbance in the Gulf. That is that low pressure area that is non-tropical nature producing the rain we're experiencing right now. And then in the Atlantic, a little better chance something happens here in the direction of Bermuda, but that won't be a threat to us. So starting to see some waves, starting to see some disturbances, but nothing out there that is showing signs of imminent development. And right now you can see the cloud tops associated with that low here off of Texas. We expect that the conditions will be even more unfavorable for development here by tomorrow. So not much of an opportunity for tropical development. Certainly a lot of moisture, just a pipeline of moisture in the central Gulf Coast area. We're right on the edge of it. That'll change overnight as the trough moves across our area to the north of the area. That'll help draw the moisture up. So we are expecting showers and thunderstorms tonight, most of the night near the coast. Tomorrow, light rain in the inland spots, heavier downpours closer to the coast at daybreak at 7 a.m. More showers throughout the day tomorrow. And if you have Friday evening plans, it's setting up be a wet Friday evening, especially along Interstate 10 from Crestview, Pensacola, and then the Baldwin and Mobile counties. Here's our extended forecast. Our rain chances look like this. Friday at 90%. It's going to rain Friday night too. And look what that does with our temps. A high of only 78. And then this is what we've been waiting for. It does look like we're catching a break with the weather Saturday and Sunday with temperatures in the mid-80s. Still can see some showers around Saturday morning, but we do better by the afternoon. Sunday looks great. And Sunday night we drop 65 degrees. The showers will try and get back into the picture at some point next week. So look for that. And no 90s in the forecast. The heat wave is finally broken.
Oh, that is so good to hear. Thanks, Jason. Mobile police removing another derelict vessel from the water. According to the department, several months ago, this 38-foot boat was abandoned at the mouth of Perch Creek. Police say the owner of the boat told them they would find a proper place for it, but they're the same boat. Abandoned again, this time in Dog River, which police say created a significant hazard for navigation. It caused property damage to a pier and a houseboat. Although police telling Fox 10 News a warrant has been signed now for the owner of that vessel for criminal littering.
Well, next on Fox News at 5, some automakers say self-driving cars are the way of the future, but then lawmakers are saying more regulations need to be in place. We'll explain straight ahead.
I rode my motorcycle every day. Wasn't a day I went without it raining. I'm on it. Cold. Got up one morning, heading to work, and a dump truck pulled in front of me. I remember waking up in the ICU, contusion in my spine. I had a fusion in my neck, and I had to have jaw reconstruction. I hired David Green from Green Phillips, and he got me $675,000. I wasn't just a client. It definitely felt like they treated me more like family.
Firehouse subs and leveraging will take one.
Looking louder, and how it just.
Guys, you're almost out of time.
You think those are
Faster.
The sandwich is too big for the song. It's too big.
Hurry. Gold, step right up. It's Penn's greatest sale on earth. Our best-selling products at our best prices of the year. Oversized, ultra comfy sofas only $7.99. Cottage style bedroom, $12.99. Our best-selling power reclining sofa only $9.99. Custom and dining tables fit any size room, all on sale. You don't want greatest sale on earth. Going on now at Hank's. 5 frames.
Remember when Casual Friday was a big thing? Well, now there's casual every day with Skechers Go Walk. The comfort starts with my hands-free Skechers Go Walk slip-ins. Plus, there's Go Walk apparel with pants, jackets, tanks, and tees. Experience Skechers Go Walk footwear and apparel.
Make a splash with your family at the Marriott Shoals Hotel and Spa in historic Florence, Alabama, on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. Our family pools provide a refreshing oasis from the heat. Stroll the Riverwalk Trail and cool off at the River Heritage Park Splash Pad. Relax in the spa and book an unforgettable meal at the 360 Grill. And of course, there's world-class golf. Visit rtjresorts.com and make a splash at the Marriott Shoals Hotel and Spa.
Introducing Zaxby's new chicken finger tacos. One with pico and creamy chipotle ranch, and the other with bacon and avocado ranch. Chicken expert since 1990. Taco expert since now. Woo, sausage! Zaxby's. Sarah Lane High School in the city of... Honoring students making a positive impact. Class Act. Monday on Studio 10. The Fox 10 School Trackers. Alerting you first to severe...
All right, California lawmakers are cracking down on tech companies using the Golden State as a large-scale beta test for self-driving technology.
Fox News correspondent Evan Brown has more in this edition of our Fox on Tech series.
Companies like Tesla and Waymo have been testing self-driving cars for more than a Golden State, hoping to perfect the technology they say will dominate transportation in the future. But a growing number of accidents have lawmakers asking tough questions about accountability. And now the California State Assembly has passed a new law aimed at addressing those concerns. It's called the Self-Driving Car Safety and Transparency Bill, the first of its kind law that requires companies behind self-driving cars to report crashes and malfunctions to the state DMV, which would then make the data public, a move supported by most California drivers.
It should be on the company for their autonomous vehicle violating some sort of traffic law, but instead, it's fine, you don't get in trouble.
Lawmakers say the move was needed because the state DMV hasn't updated its regulations since 2018, but since then they've authorized trials for more than 40 different companies, essentially making California a large-scale beta test for self-driving cars. Supporters of the bill say the next step is to increase accountability, pointing out traditional automakers put their cars through rigorous safety tests before they hit the road.
When you take that Silicon Valley move fast and break things approach and you apply it to automotive development, what you see is what we see here. People dying for absolutely no good reason.
And Tesla is reportedly planning to introduce the next generation of its self-driving taxis early next month. In Miami, Evan Brown, Fox News.
Next on Fox News at 5, lawyers for Hunter Biden announcing plans to change his plea to guilt. That in his tax case will explain in your national headlines.
Plus, our chief meteorologist Jason Smith is back with more on your forecast and what you need to expect tonight and especially tomorrow with Friday night football. Fox News at 5:30 is next.
United States Sports Academy in Daphne is recognizing a new student of the month. Join the celebration Friday on Studio 10.
Keeping you in the game or getting you back?
USA Health Sports Medicine has the people to do both. Led by internationally known physicians and surgeons, the team of health professionals focuses on injury prevention, treatment, and recovery. Backed by the resources of the area's only academic health system, we are compassionate providers, scientists, and educators who produce clinical results that guide the industry to improve injury prevention and outcomes. We are there when you need us most.
Mediacom Mobile. You'll love the service and the savings. Unbeatable nationwide coverage. Unlimited data. Unbelievable. Affordable. Switch and save 30% or more over the top 3 mobile providers. Get unlimited mobile for just $40 per line per month. Bam! No hidden fees, no contracts. Switching is cake. Keep your phone, keep your number, everything you love, except the big bill. Mediacom Mobile. Call or shop online.
Can simple steps help your financial confidence? A Regions Green Print plan is helping Kyle adopt better spending habits so he can adopt Maggie. And now he can do good with money. Let Regions show you the way.
It's September, and we're still celebrating here at Palace Casino Resort 13.
As a Trump surrogate, you've heard Rogers' take, John, worst president since Hoover on that front is what he ended with. Your reaction to what you said?
Yeah, good evening, Brett. I think you have to look at the facts. Trump's economic program is much stronger than what either Biden or Harris has proposed. Under the Trump presidency, inflation was very low. It averaged only 1.9% per year. Under Biden, it averaged over 5% per year so far. So that's why everything costs so much today, so much more than it did when Trump left office. Furthermore, real wages grew under President Trump. They've declined under President Biden. So it's clear to me that Americans are better off under Trump, and they'll be better off again with Trump when Trump is elected president.
Here is Vice President talking about corporate tax cuts and what that means for that.
He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts and to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. His plans will add more than $5 trillion to the national debt, and that is on top of the $2 trillion tax cut he gave them when he was president.
So neither party is running away with great plans to deal with the debt or deficit, but to her specific charges, how do you respond?
What? It's gibberish. What Trump has proposed is to extend and make permanent the tax policy that was passed in 2017, which has proven so beneficial for the economy. The big deficits are under Biden. Last year was at least $2 trillion deficit. Trump has a plan to reduce that by first reducing wasteful spending. He mentioned today wants to eliminate the Green New Deal, which is expected to cost about $1 trillion. He wants to not give benefits to legal immigrants, which would reduce government spending. And he wants to raise revenues by both higher growth and revenues from tariffs. So these things will reduce the deficit and lead to lower inflation.
Here's a Reuters write-up saying Goldman Sachs sees biggest boost to U.S. economy from Harris win. U.S. economic growth would likely get the biggest boost in the coming 2 years from the Democrats, headed by Kamala Harris, winning the White House and Congress in November's elections, according to Goldman Sachs. Under a Republican swing, or even a divided led by Donald Trump, economic output would take a hit next year, mostly from increased tariffs on imports and tighter immigration policies, Goldman said. There is some concern about talk about tariffs and what that means, because tariffs obviously eventually get passed down most times to a consumer. How do you deal with that?
I think Trump's plan is to turn the U.S. into a manufacturing powerhouse. Trade today is very lopsided. We charge less than 2% on average for all our merchandise imports in this country. When we try to sell to them, they charge us over 100%. So we need to level the playing field to support domestic manufacturing. Right now, we have a $1.2 trillion merchandise trade deficit. It's very unfair. By raising tariffs, we'll support American manufacturing, create more jobs here, more manufacturing here, and create more growth, higher wages, and turn America back into a manufacturing powerhouse.
Well, we'll continue to dive deep into economic policy. John, we appreciate it. And Roger, before that, we appreciate it. Fair and balanced discussion. Thanks. Up next, protesters in Israel call on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to strike a ceasefire deal now. And later, the panel with the latest from the campaign trail.
Her children, but the judge said that she heard plenty of case-related discussion in those calls. Bell says she will appeal. Reporting live in the News Center, Brendan Kirby, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Brandon. AT&T officials have released what they call their final to striking members of the Communications Workers of America, or CWA. Picket lines are up in Mobile and around the Southeast, with the strike now in its third week. AT&T officials say the offer includes an immediate 5% increase and more healthcare options. But union leaders say at AT&T it continues to bargain in bad faith, and that prior to this offer, the company had not formally presented a complete economic package and nothing on healthcare. The CWA says the proposal does not meet members' expectations, but the union has an economic package to respond to.
In Florida, efforts to increase awareness about the dangers of driving drowsy. The state legislature designated the first week of September as Drowsy Driving Prevention Week. This year, the theme is Take a Break, Don't Drive Drowsy. The campaign is aimed at educating the public on the dangers of doing so. Some advice from the Florida Department of Transportation includes: first, get enough rest before you get behind the wheel. That way, and maintain your alertness while you're driving. Also, read the warning label on your medications. Don't drive after taking medications that might cause drowsiness. Also, on those long road trips, take a break if you need to every 100 miles or 2 hours. If you're having difficulty focusing or staying awake, pull over to a safe place to get some rest before you continue on. Also, allow yourself plenty of time to get to your destination. That way you don't feel the pressure of having to rush or speed. If possible, you can also change drivers if needed.
Traffic looking pretty good in Mobile and in Baldwin County, as well as in Pensacola. A little bit of slowdown westbound right near Daphne on I-10. Otherwise, we are in good shape, and not a lot of rain on the roads until you get down to the south around Gulf Shores and Dolphin Island. So a clear traffic report out there right now, and have your complete forecast. We'll talk about rain coming up.
Next on Fox News at 5, it's another big week of football, and we have your complete preview on who the Tide, Tigers, and Jags are taking on. Stay close.
Fridays on Fox 10 are big.
Coming off of historic seasons.
It's been a long time coming for St. Michael. There's nothing better than getting to play at your home stadium.
Coverage so big, we gave it a name. The Fox 10 Big Friday Kickoff. The next Jeopardy champion could be you. That's amazing. Weeknights at 6.
For 38 years, Andy Citron has been standing up for injured people, taking on the big insurance companies, and winning. Andy Citron has fought for justice, bringing relief to families devastated by accidents. Your local trial attorney. When Andy fights, you win.
You want to know my least favorite season of the year?
Football season.
I'm not a fan, but that's not it. Deer season makes my hunting happy. Therefore, I'm a big fan.
I give up.
The most dreaded season of all, hurricane season, is here. Call Walter's Window Company today. Find out about how installing impact windows and storm shutters can your home is ready to stand up to the storm. Don't wait. Call Volker's Window Company today.
Turkey season
you're a turkey. You're such a turkey that if you cut yourself, cranberry sauce will come out.
Feeling healthier and happier could start with doing just one thing. Hey, Brad, what you doing?
Cardio. You?
Cardio.
Cardio. Hey, I'm doing cardio.
He's doing cardio.
You are doing cardio.
We're all doing cardio.
Cardio.
We make it easy to choose the one thing that works best for you, with access to a large work of doctors and hospitals, helpful tools, and more. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters. Can you say cardio?
We're adding big flavor and great value to your day with the Pick Up the Pick combos at Sonny's Barbecue. Make your perfect plate with pick 2 or pick 3 meats, 2 sides, and bread. Sonny's Barbecue. Local pitmasters since '68.
Your lights have gone out. Now you have a choice. Flashlights or candles. Or maybe you have a portable generator, but it only powers a few things. On-time service has another option. A full house generator. When the power goes off, it turns on automatically and everything's running again. Your lights, your appliances, your electronics. Call On-Time Service and ask about getting a whole house generator for your home.
Grab a front row seat for the Big Friday kickoff, only on Fox 10.
For over 38 years, Andy Citron has been standing up for injured people, taking on the big insurance companies and winning. Andy Citron has fought for justice, bringing relief to families devastated by accidents. Your local trial attorney. When Andy fights, you win. Saints football on Fox.
We got no one to value to the end zone. Touchdown, Saints.
The clock is ticking for Alabama schools to spend elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. And all the federal government sent Alabama more than $3 billion. According to the COVID relief data website, Alabama has spent nearly 80% of that money. School systems have until September 30th to spend or up those fundings. Alabama State Superintendent Dr. Eric Mackey says the remaining $200 million has been allocated to projects. All of it, though, hasn't been spent yet.
That's writing the check until December, and in some cases, it doesn't have to be liquidated until next spring, but money has to be obligated. Here's one of our concerns, though. Some of that money's been obligated for projects that either won't use up all the money that was obligated to them, or projects that may not, in the end, happen.
The government sent out in 3 rounds. Dr. Mackey says Alabama didn't use about 2% of the funds from the second round. The Department of Education does audit how the state uses the money. Mackey says Alabama was the only state to get a clear audit in the first round, and the second round audits are ongoing.
All right, here's what we're seeing out there as we look at our situation. You can see low pressure out here off the Texas coast, non-tropical in nature, likely going to stay that way. The Columbus State front, and it's starting to move a little. That plus the fact the upper trough is starting to move as well will help draw a little more moisture into our area, and we are setting up to have a rainy situation overnight tonight. Right now, the rain is still hugging the coast like it has for the last day or two, but we do expect it to begin to advance a little further north. Most of the thunderstorms are way offshore. This is just light rain out there, and most of the areas are dry to the north and east. Pensacola, not seeing much right now. A couple of light sprinkles, very light rain in Gulf Shores, Fort Morgan. Dolphin Island seeing some heavier downpours. And it looks like close to Biola Battery with some heavier rain, as well as Alabama Port. We'll see if that continues to move north as we go through the evening. It's been dancing around just to our south most of the day. A few showers up into Greene County and George County. There may even be some sprinkles happening in your community right now that are not showing up on radar. It's just really light stuff that is happening. When the radar gets that hazy look to it, you know there's some sprinkles going on. In the tropics, there are so many areas to watch, but there's not anything that is to form really in the short term. Nothing is in a hurry to develop. So odds of development around 10 to 20% with most of these. Couple of open waves in the Atlantic. This one real high in latitude. a 30% chance. It's getting closer to Bermuda. The one that we'll have to watch probably the most would be this wave. It is a pretty well defined wave, but it's about to encounter the land areas of Yucatan. Once it gets over in the western Gulf, there's a small chance it develops. Then we have our low off of Texas, which is really non-tropical, probably won't become a tropical system, but odds it hardly worth mentioning. Okay, looking at our future cast, so we continue to see disturbed weather here out over the Gulf, and looking at it into next week, could we see something trying to get going here in the western Gulf? Maybe. The GFS model does not show anything well defined. It shows an elongated low here, not kind of set up for something tropical, but we'll keep watching. Our futurecast model through tonight shows an increase in the rain near the coast overnight tonight. That'll be working to the north overnight. A rainier day than today. Our rain chances are up to 80% tomorrow, with the heaviest rain being near the coast. Lighter rains in the north, but still a pretty good chance. And it looks like Friday afternoon, same deal. Showers moving in off the Gulf. It could be a very wet night Friday night for Friday night high school football and events that you have planned Friday night. So we have that potential issue. Also Saturday morning first thing, we may see some rain across the Gulf Coast, but the drier air will try and work in by lunchtime on Saturday. Breaks down like this. 90% rain chance tomorrow. Those are super high odds. Maybe a few thunderstorms to the extent. 30% chance on Saturday. Not much of a rain chance Sunday, but it comes back next week. I just added a 30% to Monday, and it looks like next week it will be unsettled. You gotta love these temperatures. Our daytime highs are going to be, well below 90 degrees. And they'll actually be in the upper 70s tomorrow, mid-80s Saturday. Lows getting into the 60s a little here. Of course, this is not fall, but it's a great summer pattern showing up for our area.
All right, thank you, Jason. It's a big day for pups in our area as the Gulf Coast Classic Dog Show is underway at the grounds. For the next few days, we're going to see the most talented dogs in our area compete. There's also several events taking place, along with vendors with their products, making it a celebration of the dogs. Every breed, from retrievers to sheepdogs, are expected to compete, including national award-winning ones. And on day one, everyone's pretty excited.
We're here enjoying our dogs. That's basically what it is, you know, we're companions to our dogs. You know, it's not the other way around. So we enjoy spending time with our dogs. And of course, we do have professional handlers here that have other people's dogs, but it's for the love of the dog, and they're having a good time too.
The competition will wrap up on Sunday. Admission and parking at the grounds is free.
The start of the NFL's regular season starts tonight. Gaming experts say sports betting is going to be huge this year. It is now live and legal sports betting in 38 states and Washington, D.C. The American Gaming Association, the AGA, announcing its first ever legal wagering estimate for the NFL, predicting that Americans will bet a record amount on legal sports books this season. So that would be a 30% increase from previous seasons when you had legal wagering. And that estimate was nearly $27 billion.
Well, tonight, the two-time defending Super Bowl champion, the City Chiefs, host the Baltimore Ravens. The Chiefs are hoping to start their winning march to the third Lombardi Trophy. Kickoff for this one is set for 7:20. And it is week 2 of college football. Alabama and Auburn are off to a hot start. South Alabama dropped the season.
Our sports director, Emily Cochran, has her college football roundup as we are heading into the weekend.
Crimson Tide hosts South Florida this weekend in Tuscaloosa, a team they faced a year ago that changed the trajectory of their 2023 season. Jalen Miller has come a long way since then and solidified himself as Alabama's QB1.
I thought being decisive at the end of the season was something that I was really, wanting to make sure he carried over, just playing ball, finding ways to move the chains, You know, you get so caught up in this play, you're supposed to read it right to left, or you're supposed to read the safety, and there's so many things with checks. And then there's a point where you just got to go play ball. And I think that that's something that he just got more and more accustomed to. And I felt like that was Saturday.
In the Tide season opener under first-year head coach Kalen DeBoer, his guys put a beat down on Western Kentucky, and DeBoer is happy with where his team is after week 1. The Auburn Tigers also opened up their season at home with a convincing win over Alabama A&M. This weekend, they welcomed California to town. Hugh Freeze and company got the close 14-10 win last year, but they've upgraded their wide receiver room in a big way, and they'd like to showcase that here again in week 2 after an explosive week 1.
Yeah, really good, really. There were a few routes that were a little short, but outside of that, it wasn't really any MAs, no like wrong routes or so it was pretty basic game plan. This week will be more extensive. Thought they handled their first real live go in front of you know, a lot of people. I thought they handled it really well.
South Alabama, on the other hand, is going into week 2 at 0-1. The Jags head to Ohio to take on the Bobcats. Both teams. Coming off losses, first-year head coach Major Applewhite is disappointed in last week's result, but ready to move ahead to this weekend.
We're disappointed on Saturday, but you know, you got to move on. You got to move on quickly in this business because we're playing a better opponent this week. And we're playing a team that's won 10 games 2 years in a row. Very fundamental program. Ohio's done a great job over the years, but specifically the last 2 years, you know, 2 10-win seasons, top 10 ranked defense, a new quarterback. Quarterback that can move around quite a bit, good athlete. We've got receivers, you know, they've had a 200-yard rusher last week at Syracuse, a 100-yard receiver. So, you know, it doesn't get any easier. You don't sit and look around. You got to find out what you need to fix and then get on to the next week and get going.
I'm Emily Cochran, Fox 10 Sports.
Auburn and California kick off from Jordan Hare at 2:30 on Saturday, and South Alabama kicks off from Athens at 5. Alabama's game start is 6 p.m. from Bryant-Denny. We'll be right back.
We're starting a movement. Well, technically a don't movement.
Because we work hard and want to relax hard.
It's the Lazy Boy Labor Day sale. Save 50% store-wide. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Do you want to eliminate your debts? Do you want to stop all those harassing phone calls? Do you want to stop being worried about losing your car or your home? I'm attorney Stephen Alclenjack. I've helped thousands of good people with overwhelming debt. There are laws to help you. Bankruptcy is just the beginning of a debt-free lifestyle. Call me to get the fresh start. Choose early.
If you're struggling with debt, call attorney Stephen L. Glenjack, 694-0600.
There are trucks, and then there's the GMC Sierra, available with the connected driving experience and the world's first 6-function multi-pro tailgate. GMC Sierra. It's the truck. Or $1,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle. That's 10% below MSRP on select GMC Sierra models. We are professional grade GMC.
Try to do big deal chicken sandwich at Slim Chickens. Hand-breaded chicken layered with fresh pickles and handmade fried pickles with house-made dill aioli on a toasted brioche bun. The big deal chicken sandwich. Oh wow, that's delicious.
What? Huh? Or
Oh no,
dinner?
how'd I let dinner sneak up on me?
It happens.
So I have the all hands call at 10, nailed it. And then I'm like, that should have been an email.
Totally.
Let's pick up from school and soccer. And Kate came over to talk about that Lisa situation.
Lisa.
And how I'm like, dinner and dinner is ready. Can we sneak some veggies in there?
Brilliant. With 30 quick and tasty one-pan meals.
I'm gonna keep helper handy.
to our jobs. Because this is our...
Have you ever been injured on the job? Your boss says,
You'll be fine. Just walk it off.
forget your boss. Call Pond Hockey, Giordano. With some of the largest workers' compensation results in the country, we know the playbook on injury law. It's how Pond Hockey Giordano recovered millions of dollars for over 100,000 injured clients. And we know we can do the same for you. So give Pond Hockey a call. No other law firm will fight harder for you. And you'll never pay a dime until we win.
We're starting a movement. Well, technically a don't movement.
Because we work hard and want to relax hard.
It's the Lazy Boy Labor Day sale. Save 50% store-wide. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
Well, we are expecting some light rain tonight. It may pick up tomorrow. Our rain chances jump to 90%. Showers and some embedded thunderstorms at a high of 78 degrees tomorrow. We'll be in the 80s this weekend. No nights.
That will feel so good.
That's good news.
Have a good night, guys.
Relax and save big at the Sleep Center Labor Day Extravaganza sales event going on now. Stop into one of our locally owned and operated showrooms today and upgrade to a great night's sleep with an adjustable set and save hundreds. Save up to $700 on select Tempur-Pedic or up to $900 on Foster or $500 off select Sealy adjustables. The Sleep Center has 2 locations to serve you. Come see them at their new location on Airport Boulevard or in the Eastern Shore Center.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like hazy or blurred vision, so it's hard to see fine details. Colors that are dull or washed out, or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to gawon'twait.com.
Don't stop.
Thinking about tomorrow.
Don't stop living. Just to do your banking. With Trustmark, you have the freedom to whenever.
Because I'm not in the mood right now, Mom. Duh.
Why?
Because I'm just not. Can you just leave me alone?
Oh, become like that right away?
Trustmark, people you trust.
Are you going there? Come here. Come here. What are you doing? Huh? Are you good? Are you good? Are you good today? Supposed to be we clean your ears every day, but we cannot do it, you know?
If you've been hurt in a wreck, I'll fight to get the money you deserve and get your life back on track.
Metro Power is here to help with electrical repairs, new outlets for your electric vehicle, or the purchase, install, and service of your Generac automatic standby generator. Metro Power, electrical solutions powered by our people.
From the Alex Trebek stage at Sony Pictures Studios, this is the Jeopardy Invitational Tournament. Here are today's finals. A stay-at-home dad from Concord, California, Andrew Heath. A writer and television personality, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Victoria Gross. And a writer, an Oakland. California, Amy Schneider. And now, here is the host of Jeopardy, Ken Jennings.
Thank you, Johnny Gilbert, and welcome back to the finals of the Jeopardy Invitational Tournament. Friday's game one turned out to be an epic battle between Amy and Victoria, with Amy needing the very last clue in the double Jeopardy round to keep the win within reach, and then coming up with the correct response in Final Jeopardy, the only player to do so, to win by just a few $100. Remember, our first player to notch 2 wins in these finals will be named our champion. So Amy Schneider can close this thing out today, but I have a feeling Victoria and Andrew are ready and eager to put a win into their columns and force a game 3. Good luck. Let's get into the Jeopardy round with these categories. First up, we have A to A countries, then parenting, some aches and pains, you're working hard or hardly working. And we have pop culture is springing out all over. Finally, a little slanguage. Amy, where do we start?
Pop culture 400.
The only movie to pair Fred Astaire and Judy Garland is this holiday classic. What is Easter Parade? Springing out all over. Back to you, Amy.
Pop culture 6.
Charles Melton represents the first month in the title of this 2023 film, that also stars Natalie Portman and Julianne Moore. Victoria.
What is May, December?
That's the film.
88 countries for 8.
Not soccer, but pato, a combination of polo and basketball, was declared the national sport there in 1953. Andrew.
What is Argentina?
Yes.
Language 1000.
Akin to friends with benefits, this word is an undefined and non-committal romantic arrangement. Victoria.
This is a situationship.
That adds 1,000 to you.
Awesome. 88 countries for 6.
In 1967, this Balkan nation was declared the world's first atheist state. Victoria.
What is Albania?
Right.
88 countries for 1,000.
The desert-dwelling fennec fox is its national animal.
What is Algeria?
Right.
Pop culture 8.
Asked to describe a perfect date, a pageant contestant in this film says April 25th, because it's not too hot, not too cold. That's in Miss Congeniality. Amy?
Pop culture 1000.
Duncan Sheik and Stephen Sater won Tonys for the score of this musical about 19th century students. Andrew?
What is Spring Awakening?
Good for 1,000.
Parenting 1000.
For a new dad. If mom has sole custody, dad's parenting time is called this. 80.
What is visitation?
That's correct.
Aches and pains 400.
More common in women, this type of sharp stabbing headache is named for what it feels like is stabbing your head. Victoria.
What is an ice pick headache?
That's right.
Aches and pains 800.
Lord Byron rhymed this old-time word for feverish pain with plague you. Amy.
What is ague?
Right.
Aches and pains 6.
Many aches and pains are treated with NSAIDs. These. Victoria.
What are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs?
It's a mouthful, but you're correct.
Thank you. Aches and pains for 1,000.
This word for achy inflammation of the fluid sacs around a joint comes from Latin for bag or purse.
8. What is bursitis?
Right.
Language 8.
This 4-letter slang word for excellent actually goes back to the 1960s. Some say its first letter stands for pretty. That would be fat, P-H-A-T. Amy?
Language 6.
This adjective that usually connotes evil means really or very in New England slang, as in, the Red Sox are blank awesome. Victoria.
What is wicked?
Wicked is right. All 3 of you are off to a wicked awesome start, and we're going to take a wicked short break. We'll be back with more Jit action in just a moment.
Looking for that perfect destination, and it might be time to escape to your own home. There's no passport required. Traveling to your living room. 1 hour air conditioning and heating will make sure your seat backs and tray tables are always set to comfortable.
Why deal with the baggage of airports?
When the perfect temperature is right here at home. With our 1 hour maintenance checklist, you'll be on an island of comfort in no time. When you need to relax, remember, with 1 hour air conditioning and heating, comfort is on the house.
Macy's Labor Day
sale for the lowest prices of the season. Shop now and save up to 60% on mattresses. Plus, get a Macy's gift card worth up to $300 with your select luxury mattress purchase today at Macy's.
You can now do more without it costing you more. Alabama's attractions have come together to offer the all-in-one ticket that downloads to your mobile device. No matter how many attractions listed on the ticket you see during the time span you bought, your price stays the same. Pick out the right ticket option that best fits your schedule and then enjoy more attractions without spending more. All-in-one tickets for different areas of Alabama are available at alabama.travel and other places where online tickets are sold.
You're driving down the road, and out of nowhere, boom! You get hurt in a car accident. Now you have car repairs, expensive medical bills, and that insurance company to deal with. The problems just keep piling up. But when you hire Long and Long, we handle all those problems. All you have to do is get better while we fight to get you paid. Have you been hurt in a car wreck? Go Long, win big.
Hurt in a car wreck? Call Long and Long. Call 445-6000.
Promotional consideration provided by Sandals Resorts. Get closer in the Caribbean.
Sandals Jamaica sale is now on. Visit sandals.com or call 1-800-SANDALS.
We have a tradition of using one game in these tournament finals to let our finalists say thanks to whoever got them here. Andrew, anybody you want to shout out?
First of all, obviously, Sarah, my son Everett, you guys keep me going every single minute of every day. They say it takes a village, and I'm so grateful that my village includes so many people from Jeopardy, his favorite bedtime stories, his playmat, his blanket, all that stuff has come from Jeopardy contestants as beautiful gifts. And so I'm obviously grateful to Jeopardy for having that be part of my life.
That's great. Come on the show for... That's good advice. Victoria Gross, how about you? Who would you like to pick?
So obviously my family, my uncle is here, my daughter at home, administering 3 different kinds of medication to a cat that described as spicy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So she's a hero. My mom, my late father would be just beside himself about all this. My siblings, my sister's here, my 2 brothers, and then all my current trivia teammates. So Andrew, Susanna, Troy, Brandon, Guy, Tim, Shane, Steve, and Jeff. So,
some of those are names that Jeopardy fans will know.
Many of those are names that Jeopardy fans will know.
And now I understand why you write Hi Nora at every final Jeopardy, because you've got free veterinary care.
That's right.
Not just a daughter. You've got somebody being a hero right now at home. How about you, Amy Schneider? You've done this a few times. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to thank a lot of the people, directly in my life, and there's some I probably missed, but I wanted to take this opportunity to thank people that I've never met. Martha P. Johnson, just as a stand-in for all the people who put their lives on the line to make it possible. Me being here, people will sometimes talk about being courageous to come on a game show and win a lot of money. But that they had real courage.
Real sacrifice. Yeah. Well said. All right, we got a tight game halfway through the first round. Victoria, you've got to share the lead and control of the board. Make a selection.
Yeah, I'll take working hard, hardly working for 6.
In 2003, an 80-hour work week and 24-hour shifts were established as upper limits for these post-first-year internship doctors. Any?
What are residents? Working 8.
It's there. It's a daily double. You can put a little daylight between you and Victoria here, but only if you're correct.
Well, Ken, I've always wanted to say this, and I have on several occasions. Let's make this a true daily double.
I have wanted to, and I still want to. All right, 4,400 at stake in working hard, hardly working. This traditional term for Japan's famously hard-laboring male office workers references both wages and gender.
What is a salary man?
Yes, it works out for you, $8,800.
Working 1,000.
In 1963, this company known for synthetic materials came out with a shoe leather called Corfan. Dang, my feet are still hot. Victoria.
What is DuPont?
That's correct.
Parenting for 8.
A tough question for parents. Dr. Ellen Libby wrote a book on the issue and says it can rotate from kid to kid, if that's any help. This is not an issue for you yet, Andrew. The question is, who is your favorite child? Victoria, make a selection.
Thanks. What I have one. Parenting for 6.
It can take 5 consecutive consonants, and it's the safest way to couple little ones' hot dogs. Victoria.
What is lengthwise?
Yeah, that's it.
8 countries for 4.
First millennium monk Mesrop Mashhad is credited with creating this nation's alphabet, seen here. Victoria.
What is Armenia?
Yes.
Parenting for 4.
Young Burt Bacharach hated taking these with Miss Raymond, and they're a source of conflict in many a home. Victoria?
What are music lessons?
Can you be more specific?
Piano.
That's right.
Working hard for 4.
In September 2016, the This Note 7 was called, as it really wasn't supposed to catch on fire. Andrew?
What is Galaxy?
Yes, Samsung Galaxy is right.
Language for?
It means to respond quickly and sharply to criticism, not to applaud in return. Andrew?
What is the clap back?
Good.
It's language 2.
An update of taking care of this is standing on this, which Drake helped popularize. None of you say standing on business, apparently. Drake says it's the next big thing. Andrew, select.
Aches and pains for 2.
Johns Hopkins defines this as persistent, long-standing pain that may be on and off or continuous. Andrew.
What is chronic pain?
That's right.
Working hard 200.
A 2022 study said this state has the longest average work week, 41.4 hours. Commercial fishing and drilling for oil ain't easy. Andrew.
What is Alaska?
That's it.
Pop culture 200.
I Love Paris in the Springtime, says one of the classic songs by this American composer. Victoria.
What is Cold Water?
It is Cold Water.
8 countries for 2.
The official language of this small country is Victoria.
What is Andorra?
Yes.
And parenting for 2.
Absolutely. The CDC has an online this versus lean time tool to see how much your kids are sedentary versus exercising. Victoria.
What's screen time?
Screen time versus lean time, yes, the eternal struggle. You're just $2,000 off Amy's lead. Andrew selects first in Double Jeopardy. We'll be right back.
Hulu Plus Live TV has over 95 channels.
Yes, step into that surprise.
Live local channel.
Together, Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, all the plans. Wow!
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Like 2 lines unlimited for just $30 a month. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. So switch to T-Mobile and save.
If you have Graves' disease, your eye symptoms could mean something more. That gritty feeling can't be brushed away. Even a little blurry vision can distort things, and something serious may be behind those itchy eyes. Up to 50% of people with Graves could develop a different condition called thyroid eye disease, which should be treated by a different doctor. See an expert. Find a TED eye specialist at isitted.com.
How far would you go to set the ambiance of your space? Try the Airwick way with Airwick Essential Mist. Infused with natural essential oils to fill your moment with immersive fragrance for up to 45 days. Now that's a breath of fresh Airwick.
No freezers? How unusual is this for a restaurant?
I think that's unusual. A lot of restaurants have freezers, but we don't have freezers, we have fresh food every single day.
How fresh is fresh?
It's real food that's coming to our tables. That's what sets us apart.
Wow.
It's September, and we're still celebrating here at Palace Casino Resort. 13 Best of Coastal Mississippi awards, including Best Locals Casino and Best Casino. Our promotions are the best, too. Start football season with our $60,000 kickoff Power Play giveaway. Join us every Friday in September and win up to $1,000 in Power Play. While you're here, check out one of our best restaurants. Best